The six realms of Samsara and Amida Buddha's Pure Land, according to Amida Dharma, Jodo Shinshu Buddhism. A presentation by Kosho Arana, based on the books by Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea from Amidaji International Temple, Romania. The narrators will be in Part 1, Gansen Welch, and Part 2, Kosho Arana. The Jodo Shinshu Buddhist school was founded by Master Shinran Shonin in Japan. It is a Mahayana Pure Land school based on Amida's primal vow, as it is taught in the larger Sukhavati Vyuha, the larger sutra, one of the three Pure Land sutras in which Shakyamuni Buddha taught about Amida and his Pure Land. Amida Dharma, or Jodo Shinshu, is the way in which Shinran understood the larger sutra, that is, through the lens of Amida's primal vow and the concept of Shinjin, faith in Amida's salvation. This presentation has been divided into two main sections. 1. The six realms of Samsara, and 2. Amida Buddha's Pure Land. In Part 1, the six realms of Samsara, I will quote several sections of the book, The Four Profound Thoughts That Turn the Mind Towards Amida Dharma, and the book Amida Dharma by Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea, where all the six realms of Samsara and the law of karma, that is, the law of cause and effect, are explained in great detail. In Part 2, Amida Buddha's Pure Land, this Part 2 is based on the explanations provided in these two books by the same author. A. The meaning of faith and Nembutsu in Jodo Shinshu Buddhism, and B. Commentary on the Sutra on the Buddha of Infinite Life. Let's begin with a brief summary of Karma and Samsara. Fascicle 1. Karma and Samsara. 1. There is a natural law, a supreme law, uncreated and the same for all beings. It is called karma, and it means that everything is cause and effect. 2. Thoughts and intentions represent the karma of mind. Words are the karma of speech, and the actions are the karma of body. These are the three types of karma. They define and create all beings, and they also determine the environment in which we are born. 3. All that we think, speak, or do will affect our personal history. What we are now is the result of what we thought, said, or did in the past, in another lifetime, or in the present life. And what we think, speak, and do in the present will create us in the future. 4. Birth, life, and death must be understood through the law of cause and effect. All that exists has a cause, and any cause will have an effect. In every second of our lives, we harvest the fruits of our thoughts, words, and deeds, and we plant new seeds by what we think, say, and do. This is the right way to understand the world around us and what happens to us. 5. We are born and reborn from our karma, that is, from our own actions. Even the outside world is but a manifestation of collective karma. Our world, this plane of existence, as well as all other worlds, have karma as their origin. Various universes and the beings that populate them do not appear by chance, nor are they created by a god, but are the effect of past causes. 6. Samsara, that is the world of repeated birth and death, is the collective dream of all beings drowned in delusion and ignorance. It appears from the collective karma of beings which inhabit it. Just like ordinary dreams are the manifestation of thoughts, deeds, and words said during daytime, what we think, do, and say gives rise to the collective dream in which we are born and die repeatedly. 7. Various universes and worlds appear, disappear, and reappear from the collective karma of beings, as long as beings are still asleep in delusion and blind passions. The samsaric dream will never end. 8. In the moment of death, personal karma determines the form, that is, the body, our minds will have in the next birth. 9. As slaves to their own delusions, blind passions, and karma, unenlightened sentient beings are born again and again in various places. There are 6 realms of existence which appear due to the individual and collective karma of beings who are born in these realms. These realms are the Hall realms, the realms of hungry ghosts, animals, humans, demigods, also called asuras, and gods, also called devas. 10. All beings are born, die, and are reborn again in the 6 samsaric realms of existence, depending on their karma, and their existence is accompanied with various kinds of suffering, obstacles, and delusions. 11. Birth in the hell realms is caused by actions, speech, and thoughts motivated by hate and cruelty. In hells, beings suffer from fire, cold, and unimaginable tortures. All these punishments are not applied by living beings nor decided by some kind of supreme judge, but are the manifestations of individual and collective karma of the beings born there. The monsters who appear in the hell realms and torture sentient beings are in fact manifested by the sinner's evil karma, just as in nightmares we are tortured by beings and monsters who manifest themselves out of our own thoughts. Although life in the hell realms lasts very long, nobody stays there forever. Beings remain in the hell realms until the evil karma which brought them there is exhausted. Then they die and are reborn in other states of existence, depending on the various types of karma they accumulated in the past, that is, in previous lifetimes. 12. Birth in the realm of hungry spirits, pretas, is caused by actions, speech, and thoughts motivated by greed and avarice. Hungry spirits suffer from hunger and thirst because in their human life they were never satisfied no matter how many riches they gathered. After death they will desperately search for food and water until they will never find it. Although life as a hungry spirit lasts for very long, nobody stays there forever. Beings remain in the realm of hungry spirits until the evil karma which brought them there is exhausted. Then they die and are reborn in other states of existence depending on the various types of karma they have accumulated in the past. 13. Birth in animal form is caused by actions, speech, and thoughts motivated by ignorance and instinct. Those who live only for eating, drinking, and having sex are born as animals. Animals suffer from eating one another. They are also exploited, hunted, or raised for their meat and other products that are made from their bodies. Beings stay in animal form until the evil karma which brought them there is exhausted. Then they die and are reborn in other states of existence, depending on the various types of karma they accumulated in the past. 14. Hells, the world of hungry spirits and animals, are called the lower realms of existence because their suffering is much greater than in the worlds of humans, demigods, and gods. 15. Birth in the human world is caused by virtuous actions, speech, and thoughts stained by all the mind's poisons, with no particular poison predominating. Humans are affected by 8 types of suffering, namely birth, old age, disease, death, encountering what is unpleasant, separation from what is pleasant, not getting what one wants, and the suffering associated with all mental and physical elements that define a human being, that is, body, sensations, perceptions, thoughts, and mental states. Beings stay in human form until the karma which brought them there is exhausted. Then they die and are reborn in other states of existence, depending on various types of karma they accumulated. 16. Birth as a demigod, as an asura, is caused by virtuous actions, speech, and thoughts stained by jealousy and rivalry. By doing something good only to prove one's superior qualities. Although demigods, asuras, experience various pleasures and abundance which are far superior to those of humans, they are constantly tormented by anger, jealousy, quarreling, and fighting. Life as an asura is a pitiful one, filled as it is with joys and pleasures more than a human can imagine, but they are not able to enjoy it due to envy and conflicts. Although life as a demigod lasts very long, nobody stays like that forever. Beings remain in the world of demigods until the karma which brought them there is exhausted. Then they die and are reborn in other states of existence, depending on various types of karma they accumulated. 17. Birth Birth as a god, Deva, is caused by virtuous actions, speech and thoughts, stained by pride. The pleasures and happiness of gods are far superior to other samsaric beings, but even these are not the true happiness, which only comes through freedom from repeated births and deaths, that is, being free from samsaric existence altogether. Although life as a god, as a Deva, lasts for very long, nobody stays like that forever. Beings remain in the world of gods until the karma which brought them there is exhausted. Then they die and are reborn in other states of existence, depending on various types of karma they accumulated in the past. The passing of a god is very painful, as it is preceded by traumatic physical changes and the awareness that the pleasures enjoyed until then came to an end. You can compare their situation with a rich person who has lived in luxury since birth and is suddenly thrown into the streets and forced to eat garbage. There are other types of gods which are superior to those mentioned here. Some of them are very spiritually advanced. Nevertheless, they are not free from samsara, as they are also subject to repeated births and deaths, and various types of suffering within samsaric existence. 18. Among the samsaric planes of existence, birth in human form is the most appropriate, because it represents a favorable balance between pain and pleasure, not too much pleasure, as in the realms of gods and demigods, and not too much pain and suffering, as it is abundantly found in the animal realm, hungry spirits, and hells. This makes listening to and following the Buddhist teaching easier. Who can really focus on the Dharma when he or she is burned in the fires of hell, tormented by hunger and thirst like the pretas, or hunted for meat, with a mind that is limited by ignorance, like in the case of animals? Also, who can focus on the Dharma when he enjoys the intoxicating pleasures of the gods and demigods, and if one is always attracted by new desires and distractions? 19. Very few beings are reborn again in human form after they die, and non-human beings are far more numerous than humans. We can easily realize this by comparing the number of insects on this planet with the number of human beings. Even if we are now more than 7 billion people, insects would always be more numerous than we are. Also, the lower states of existence, that is, hells, hungry spirits, and animals, receive more beings than our human plane. When people focus on hate-motivated activities, they easily plant a karmic connection with the hell realm, thus being reborn after death in one of the hells. In the same way, it is easier to let oneself be dominated by greed or avarice and open the gate to birth in the hungry spirit realm, or to become dominated by instincts and be reborn in animal form, than to plant the good karmic seeds of human rebirth. 20. Samsara is like an immense wheel which turns endlessly. Now we have a good karma, and we are born in a superior state of existence, as a human, demigod, or god, but in the next life we do evil deeds again, and we are reborn in the lower realms of existence, in hell, in the realm of pretas, and the realm of animals. There is not a single place in samsara where we haven't been born at least once, since we have been transmigrating in samsara since the beginningless past, and we shall remain trapped in this wheel of birth and death if we continue to be slaves of delusions, blind passions, and evil karma. Also, there is no being in samsara who has not been our father, mother, brother, sister, or friend at a certain point in a previous existence, through our long wandering in samsara, until we escape this endless cycle of repeated birth and death. There is no true and everlasting happiness. 21. Nothing which exists in samsara lasts forever. The outside universe, the bodies of beings in various states of existence, social status, riches, and our so-called spiritual realizations. 22. The great world systems, with their various realms and planets which appear due to the collective karma of beings living in them, will disintegrate one day. Then other worlds will appear, and we will disappear as well. Even the gods with immense lifespans will die eventually, like any other samsaric being. The rulers of the vast celestial realms and kingdoms and the leaders of men are equally subject to death, and their kingdoms will disappear sooner or later. Rich and poor, successful people and losers will all leave their present bodies and will not take anything with them from their success or failure. Death is indeed the great equalizer. 23. If we really understand death and we become aware that it is always near, ready to strike at any moment, then we will stop wasting our time in mundane matters, and we will make the liberation from samsaric existence and the study of Amida Dharma, which leads us outside this cycle of suffering and death, our top priority. The Buddha deeply contemplated how all conditioned phenomena within samsaric existence is like a house on fire, and nirvana is the extinction of all the mental poisons and worldly attachments that lead the mind to be reborn in samsara and thus perpetuate the enslavement to blind passions. He, the Buddha, overcame all delusions and defeated all his inner darkness. Moreover, he perfectly mastered all the transcendental powers of a Buddha in order to help sentient beings, and finally he became a Buddha, the victorious one, the world-honored one, the supreme teacher of gods and men, the Tathagata, the blessed one. Part 1. The 6 realms of samsara. In this part we will explore the 6 realms of samsaric existence and their relation to the law of karma, cause and effect. We will explore karma, the law of cause and effect, the 6 realms of samsaric existence, final thoughts on the sufferings of samsara.
Karma, the law of cause and effect. Quote, "Not in the heaven, not in the middle of the ocean, not in the mountain caves, there is no place in this world where you can hide from the consequences of your deeds." End quote. I will divide this section into 2. Firstly, a general teaching on karma, and secondly, karma and the salvation offered by Amida Buddha. The general teaching on karma. Karma is the law of cause and effect. The term karma comes from the Sanskrit word karman, which means action, acting with thought, deed, and word. There are 3 types of karma: the karma of thought, the karma of speech, and the karma of action or body. All that we think, speak, or do will affect our personal history. What we are now is a result of what we have thought, said, or done in the past, in another lifetime, or in the present life. And what we think, speak, and do in the present will create us in the future. We are the result of our own karma. The Buddha said, quote, "The joys and sorrows of beings all come from their actions. The diversity of actions creates the diversity of beings and impels their diverse wanderings. Vast indeed is this net of actions." End quote. In the moment of our death, our personal karma determines the form and the vehicle. That is the body which the mind stream will have in the next birth. Our desires need a vehicle to follow them and fulfill them in another life. The environment where we are now and where we'll be born in another life, or the form body we have and will have, depend on the karma. In the Sutra of Instructions to the King, it is said, quote, "When the moment comes to leave, O king, neither possessions, friends, nor family can follow, but wherever beings come from wherever they go, their actions follow them like their own shadow." End quote. The doctrine of karma teaches us that we are completely responsible for what we are and what we'll become. Nobody besides us, be it a god, human, or any other being, can be held responsible. We deserve what happens to us, even if it is difficult for us to accept that. Quote, "Beings are owners of karma, heirs of karmas. They have karmas as their progenitor, karmas as their kin, karmas as their homing place. It is karmas that differentiate beings according to inferiority and superiority." End quote. Also, in the Attasalani commentary by Buddha Gosho, it is said, quote, "Depending on the difference in karma appears the differences in the birth of beings, high and low, base and exalted, happy and miserable. Depending on the difference in karma appears the difference in the individual features of beings, as beautiful and ugly, high-born or low-born, well-built or deformed. Depending on the difference in karma appears the difference in worldly conditions of beings, such as gain and loss, and disgrace, blame and praise, happiness and misery." End quote. By contemplating deeply the teaching on karma, we come to understand birth, life and death in accordance with cause and effect. Everything that exists has a cause, and any cause will have an effect. In every second of our lives we reap the fruits of our thoughts, words and actions, and we plant new seeds by what we think, say or do. This is the true way of looking at what happens to us and the world around us. Truly, instead of Mother Nature, we should say Mother Karma. We are born and reborn from our karma, that is, our own actions. Even outside nature is a reflection of our collective karma. Our world, our plane of existence, as well as all other planes of existence, arise from karma. Not only that the teaching on karma explains how things work in the world, why we are what we are, why we have this form or body, but it also assures us of our free will. We are what we think, that is karma of thinking, what we say, that is karma of speech, and what we do, that is karma of action or body. And we can always change this karma, and thus create a more peaceful and pleasant way of life. The karma can be positive, negative, and neutral. Actions, thoughts, and words that generate positive karma lead to our own happiness and the happiness of others. If the intention is to benefit others, and we act, speak, and think accordingly, then we create positive karma. But if we are motivated by our mind poisons, we will automatically create negative karma. Quote, "I declare, O monks, that volition, that is intention, is karma. Having willed, one acts by body, speech, and thought." End quote. Actions, thoughts, and words which are not motivated by harmful or good intentions create neutral karma. However, because such a neutral karma does not have a positive effect on ourselves and others, it is also considered non-virtuous. And so, the Buddhist disciples are encouraged to focus themselves on creating positive karma only. There are many classifications of positive or negative actions in the Buddhist teachings, like, for example, the 10 transgressions and their reverse, the 10 virtuous actions, the 5 gravest offenses, the 10 kinds of karmic actions that cause sentient beings to attain shortened lives, etc. There are also various precepts to deter us from evil actions and encourage us to do what is good, like the 5 precepts for lay people, the 10 main bodhisattva precepts, the 220 precepts for monks, and 311 precepts for nuns, etc. The 10 transgressions are: 1. To destroy life, 2. To steal, 3. To practice sexual misconduct, 4. To lie, 5. To use harsh words and language, 6. To speak ill of others, 7. Idle talk, 8. Greed, 9. Anger, 10. To support and spread wrong views. A fully negative action has 4 parts. For example, killing means to identify the being to be killed, having the intention to kill, committing the act of killing, and the resulting death of the victim. If all these 4 parts are met, then we generate the complete negative karma of killing. The same applies to stealing, committing sexual misconduct, lying, etc. If we only have the intention of killing someone, stealing, or practicing sexual misconduct with him or her, and we contemplate that in our mind, but don't carry on with the act, we still generate half of the negative karma associated with that specific offense by fulfilling the 2 parts out of the 4 above. Thus, our mind streams are already affected by contemplating and enjoying the possibility of doing various harmful actions, or by being happy when we see others do them. Mental problems of various kinds or inner disorders can thus appear as the effect of such distorted thinking. Just ask yourself, how many times did you wish the death of somebody, look with greed and envy to his possessions, or desires his or her wife or husband? Also, how many times did you agree with and feel pleasure in your mind when you saw evil deeds done by others, or even argue in their support? Only by doing that in your mind, you can be sure that you no longer possess the seeds of being born again in a human or higher realm. How much more if you actually fulfill the above transgressions? To kill is extremely evil because all beings identify themselves with their bodies. But to encourage others to kill is worse than that. Praising killing or being a cause for killing is even worse than that. If you do that, you would cause not only your own downfall, but that of others too. Encouraging or promoting killing influences the minds of many who will further transmit the idea that killing is good, which might lead to many deaths and the creation of hell on earth. Shakyamuni Buddha said, quote, "All tremble at violence. Life is dear for all. Seeing others as being like yourself, do not kill or cause others to kill." End quote. He also said, quote, "A disciple of the Buddha shall not himself kill, encourage others to kill by expedient means, praise killing, rejoice at witnessing killing, or kill through incantations or deviant mantras. He must not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of killing, and shall not intentionally kill any living creature." End quote. Quote, "As a Buddhist disciple, he ought to nurture a mind of compassion and filial piety, always devising expedient means to rescue and protect all beings." End quote. The world-honored one mentioned in the Sukha Sutra 10 kinds of karmic actions that cause sentient beings to attain shortened lives, and they are all related with killing. Quote, "There are 10 kinds of karmic actions that enable sentient beings to attain shortened lives as retribution. First, it is to personally do the killing of beings. Secondly, it is to encourage others to enable killing. Thirdly, it is to praise killing's methods. Fourth, it is to see killing and accordingly rejoice. Fifth, is from evil hatred, thus desire enabling of death and destruction. Sixth, is seeing the resented destroyed already, the mind giving rise to joy. Seventh, is to harm others' fetus in the womb, abortion. Eighth, is to teach others to destroy and harm. Ninth, is to build and erect heavenly temples for slaughtering sentient beings as sacrificial offerings. 10th is to teach others to have war and fight, to injure and kill each other. These are the 10 karmic actions that attained shortened lives as retribution." End quote. To eat meat, including the meat of animals that were not specifically killed for you, although it is a lesser transgression than killing, maintains the karma of killing. Because without a request or expectation from the public, there would be no one to kill beings and offer their flesh for sale. But even if we don't eat meat, the vegetables or the tea and coffee we drink were produced by killing many insects when planting, taking care of the plants, and harvesting them. So one can hardly find any activity which does not involve, in a smaller or larger way, the harming of other beings. Simply stated, there is no being around us, in this world or in the other worlds, to whom we can say that we have no karmic debts to pay. Contemplating on that and the above, we can understand more deeply the urgency to escape samsara and attain Buddhahood for our sake and for the sake of others. To steal, which is defined as taking that which was not given, is extremely grave too, because beings have great attachments to their possessions, and sometimes to take one's money or property might be the equivalent to killing him. Just imagine you would steal the entire monthly income of a poor mother who has 3 children to feed. Those children can die from lack of medicine or food, and the mother can get ill and die too because of grief. Just like killing, the effect of such an act can easily send one to rebirth in the lower realms. Shakyamuni Buddha said, quote, "A disciple of the Buddha must not himself steal or encourage others to steal. Steal by expedient means. Steal by means of incantation or deviant mantras. He should not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of stealing. No valuables or possessions, even those belonging to ghosts and spirits, or thieves and robbers, be they as small as a needle or blade of grass, may be stolen. As a Buddha's disciples, he ought to have a mind of mercy, compassion, and filial piety, always helping people earn merits and achieve happiness." End quote. The sexual energy is extremely powerful, but if one does not keep it under control or does not sublimate it, then it will constitute an immense obstacle against liberation from samsara. There are many types of sexual misconduct mentioned in the sutras and treatises of various masters, like, for example, not being faithful to one's wife or husband, having sex with another's partner, with those who are underage, with non-humans, with someone of the same sex, with one's parents or blood relatives, a nun or a monk who took the precept of abstinence, to have sex in the wrong place, temples, outside of one's room, the wrong time during daytime, in the wrong orifices, anus or mouth, which are not made for sexual intercourse, sexual relations that are harmful, etc. Here are a few quotes on sexual misconduct and its consequences from Shakyamuni Buddha. Quote, "If one has sex at an inappropriate time or place with someone who is not one's wife or not a woman, one is guilty of sexual misconduct. If one has sex with oneself or someone by the road, beside a pagoda or temple or in an assembly, one is guilty of sexual misconduct. If one has sex with someone who, though under the protection of the king or parents or brothers, has kept a tryst or accepted one's invitation or payment, one is guilty of sexual misconduct. If one has sex beside a holy statue or painting or a corpse, one is guilty of sexual misconduct. One is guilty of sexual misconduct if, while having sex with one's wife, one thinks of her as another woman, or if, while having sex with another's wife, one thinks of her as one's own wife. Sexual misconduct can be grave or minor. If it is driven by strong afflictions, it is grave. If it is driven by weak afflictions, it is minor. Likewise, endless varieties of punishments in a future life are described for the wrong deed of sexual intercourse between two men. The one who commits misconduct with boys sees boys being swept away in the acid river who cry out to him, and owing to the suffering and pain born of his deep affection for them, he plunges in after them. Abandoning sexual misconduct, he abstains from sexual misconduct. He does not get sexually involved with those who are protected by their mothers, their fathers, their brothers, their sisters, their relatives, or their Dharma, those with husbands, those who entail punishments, or even those crowned with flowers by another man. A disciple of the Buddha must not engage in licentious acts or encourage others to do so. Indeed, he must not engage in improper sexual conduct with anyone. A Buddha's disciple ought to have a mind of filial piety, rescuing all sentient beings and instructing them in the Dharma of purity and chastity. If instead he lacks compassion and encourages others to engage in sexual relations promiscuously, including with animals and even their mothers, daughters, sisters, or close relatives, he commits a parajika, major offense. No matter if some modern people disagree, the sutras, that is Shakyamuni Buddha's own words, but also the words of many Buddhist masters, like, for example, Gansen, the sixth patriarch of our school, describing the neighboring hells, Master Gansen comes to the so-called place of much suffering where, quote, are doomed to suffer such men as are guilty of sodomy. Here the victim, seeing the man he lusted with, embraces him with a passion like a hot flame which completely consumes his body. After he has died, he comes to life again and runs away in great terror, but only to fall over a terrible precipice, where he is devoured by crows with flaming beaks and by foxes with mouths of flames. End quote. Gansen said he quoted that passage in his Josho from Mindfulness of the Right Dharma Sutra. So Shakyamuni Buddha and Master Gansen are very clear on what it means to engage in sexual misconduct and the karmic results of such an act. As in all Dharma matters, what Buddha said weighs more than the opinions of unenlightened beings of various times. To lie, to use harsh words and language, to speak ill of others and engage in idle talk are the four non-virtuous karma of speech. Among lying, the worst is to lie about one's spiritual realizations, but any other lie creates delusion and distrust amongst family, friends, and other people. By using harsh words, one can hurt others, almost like beating or killing them, while by speaking ill of friends, families, and even sanghas, can be separated or slandered. Also, by engaging in idle talk, one spends his energy in useless speech and gossip that wastes one's own and others' time. Shakyamuni said, quote, the disciple of the Buddha must not himself use false words in speech or encourage others to lie, nor lie by expedient means. he should not involve himself in the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of lying, saying that he has seen what he has not seen, or vice versa, or lying implicitly through physical or mental means. A disciple of the Buddha shall not praise himself and speak ill of others, or encourage others to do so. He must not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of praising himself and disparaging others. As a disciple of the Buddha, he should be willing to stand in for all sentient beings and endure humiliation and slander, accepting blame and letting sentient beings have all the glory. If instead he displays his own virtues and conceals the good points of others, thus causing them to suffer slander, he commits a parajiki, major offense. End quote. To be greedy or stingy makes one's experience even from this life to some degree similar to the suffering of pretas, hungry ghosts, and is a cause for birth thereafter death. The greedy person lives only for himself and suffers from a mental hunger that is never satisfied. Shakyamuni said, quote, "A disciple of the Buddha must not be stingy or encourage others to be stingy. He should not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of stinginess. As a bodhisattva, whenever a destitute person comes for help, he should give that person what he needs. If instead, out of anger and resentment, he denies all assistance, refusing to help with even a penny, a needle, a blade of grass, even a single sentence or verse or a phrase of Dharma, but instead scolds and abuses that person, he commits a parajiki, major offense." End quote. It is also said that one moment of powerful anger destroys the good ones that have been accumulated over many years of serious practice. This can also lead to killing or hurting others, as no one knows what one can be capable of when one plunges into deep anger. Shakyamuni Buddha said, quote, "A disciple of the Buddha shall not harbor anger or encourage others to be angry. He should not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of anger. As a disciple of the Buddha, he ought to be compassionate and filial, helping all sentient beings develop the good roots of non-contention. If instead he insults and abuses sentient beings, or even transformation beings, such as deities and spirits, with harsh words, hitting them with his fists or feet, or attacking them with a knife or a club, or harbors grudges even when the victim confesses his mistakes and humbly seeks forgiveness in a soft, conciliatory voice, the disciple commits a parajiki, major offense." End quote. Quote, "Do not speak harshly to anyone. Those who are harshly spoken to might retaliate against you. Angry words hurt others' feelings. Even blows may overtake you in return." End quote. To slander and abuse the Buddha Dharma is the most evil deed, because by destroying the Dharma, one does something worse than killing the bodies of beings. He actually takes away their chances of freedom from all births and deaths. To slander and destroy the Dharma is like killing all beings over and over again ad infinitum. Shakyamuni Buddha said, quote, "A Buddha's disciple shall not himself speak ill of the Triple Jewel or encourage others to do so. He must not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of slander. If a disciple hears but a single word of slander against the Buddha from externalists or evil beings, he experiences a pain similar to that of 300 spears piercing his heart. How then could he possibly slander the Triple Jewel himself? Hence, if a disciple lacks faith and filial piety towards the Triple Jewel, and even assists evil persons or those of aberrant views to slander the Triple Jewel, he commits a parajika, major offense." End quote. Master Tuan Wan said, quote, "If one says there is no Buddha, there is no Buddha Dharma, there is no Bodhisattva, and there is no Dharma for Bodhisattvas, such views held firmly in the mind by one's own reasoning or by listening to others' teachings are called abusing the right Dharma. He who has committed the transgression of abusing the right Dharma will not be able to attain birth in the Pure Land, even though he has not committed any other evils. For what reason? The Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra says, those who abused the right Dharma will also fall into the great Avicii hell. When the period of one kalpa comes to an end, they will be sent to the great Avicii hell of another world. In this way, such evildoers will consecutively pass through 100,000 great Avicii hells. The Buddha thus did not mention the time of their release from the Avicii hell. This is because the transgression of abusing the right Dharma is extremely grave. Further, the right Dharma refers to the Buddha Dharma, Such ignorant persons have abused it. Therefore, it does not stand to reason that they should seek rebirth in a Buddha land, does it? End quote. Each negative action causes 4 types of karmic effects. These are 1. The fully ripened effect, 2. The effect similar to the cause, 3. The conditioning effect, and 4. The proliferating effect. 1. The fully ripened effect. To do any one of the above 10 transgressions while motivated by hate and cruelty causes one to be born in the hells. To do any of them while motivated by desire, greed, and attachment causes rebirth as a preta, hungry spirit, and while motivated by ignorance leads to rebirth in animal form. Also, virtuous actions stained by all the mind's poisons, with no particular poison predominating, causes birth in the human realm. Virtuous actions stained by jealousy and rivalry, by doing something good only to prove one's superior qualities, are causes to be born in the Ashura demigod's realm. And virtues stained by pride causes rebirth among the gods in the world of desire. If we do any of the 10 transgressions for a long and constant period of time, while motivated by a very strong intention, like extreme desire, anger, or ignorance, we end up in hells. If the intention is not so strong and the period of doing any of the transgressions is not long, then we are reborn as pretas. And if it is not strong, but it is done continually for a long period of time, it causes rebirth in animal form. 2. The effect similar to the cause. When those who were born in one of the lower realms, due to the fully ripened effect of their karma, are reborn again in human form, they experience the effects similar to the cause. Also, even in the lower realms, there are various sufferings that come from particular causes. The effects similar to the cause are of 2 kinds: actions similar to the cause and experience similar to the cause. The first means the inclination to do actions that were the cause of the previous rebirth in one of the lower realms. For example, if we killed, we still have the inclination to kill. If we stole, we have the tendency to steal. If we practice sexual misconduct, we feel attracted to such behavior, etc. This explains why even from early childhood some enjoy killing animals or insects, stealing others' belongings, or feel the urge to do any of the 10 transgressions. Innate tendencies usually show us what we used to do constantly in previous lives. The experiences similar to the cause mean that because we did one or many of the 10 transgressions in a previous life, we are now receiving some specific misfortunes related to them. For example, if we killed in a past life, the present life will be short or plagued by frequent or constant disease. Thus, some die as infants due to their karma of killing, while others live sickly lives until death. If, in a previous life, we took what was not given, we now experience poverty, or we suffer from robbery and various misfortunes, which results in never having enough or losing what we gained with hard work. If we practice sexual misconduct, we will experience unbalanced relationships with lots of fighting, arguing, and various other difficulties. If we lied, we are now lied to by others. We are criticized, belittled, not taken seriously, or falsely accused. If we used harsh words and language, we are now hit back with offensive and insulting words, and whatever we say will be a cause for problems in our lives. If we spoke ill of others and sowed the seeds of discord, we are now in difficulty to get along with friends, associates, or people with whom we try to have various social or work relations. Also, our employees or people under our leadership do not get along well, do not listen to what they are told, are argumentative and recalcitrant, etc. If we engage in idle talk, our words in this life will carry no weight, and we will not be believed when we speak the truth. Also, we'll have difficulties when speaking in front of large crowds, and we'll lack self-confidence. If we were greedy and full of avarice in a past life, we will continue to feel an unsatisfied hunger for possessions, and we'll meet various adverse circumstances that will cause us trouble in fulfilling such desires. If we were angry and wished harm on others, we will live in fear and suffer various harms many times in our present lives. If we supported wrong views in a past life, and after spending some time in the lower realms, we will continue to be influenced by false beliefs and will be easily deceived in spiritual matters or disturbed by various misconceptions. 3. The conditioning effect. Due to our former engagement in the 10 transgressions, we appear in bad environments and places. For example, if we killed, we are born in places with mortal dangers. If we took what was not given, we are born in places affected by famine, where crops are destroyed by nature elements. If we engage in sexual misconduct, we are born in muddy, repulsive, or squalid places. Lying causes rebirth in places where we experience mental panic and material insecurity. If we spoke ill of others and sow discord, we will be born in places that are difficult to cross due to wild landscape. If we used harsh speech, we are born in desolate places lacking vegetation and exposed to the elements. If we engaged in idle talk, we are born in infertile land with untimely and unpredictable seasons. If we were greedy, we are born in inhospitable lands with poor harvests and various adverse circumstances related to such places. If we were angry and wished harm on others, we are born in lands where we experience constant fear and many adverse conditions. If we supported wrong views, we are born in bad places where we have no refuge and protectors. 4. The proliferating effect. This refers to the fact that whichever one of the 10 transgressions or evil acts we did before, we have the tendency to repeat it again and again. Thus our evil deeds and the evil causes we plant tend to multiply and diversify, making us drown even more in samsara. B. Karma and the salvation offered by Amida Buddha. The reason I insisted on the above explanations and passages in the selection A, General Teaching on Karma, is to help us realize the gravity of our daily thoughts, actions, and deeds. If an honest person contemplates the above, he would naturally feel overwhelmed by the realization of his tendency to do evil. Indeed, how many times did we wish the death of somebody or even kill various beings? Killing non-human beings like insects or animals is also an act that generates evil karma. Or look with envy at what someone else has. How many times have we got angry, used harsh language, practiced sexual misconduct, lied, or acted dominated by greed, etc.? Perhaps some of us even spread wrong views that run contrary to the Dharma. We must ask ourselves those questions, and after realizing our incapacity to lead a life of constant virtuous actions, we should immediately take refuge in Amida Buddha, say his name in faith, and wish to be born in his pure land after death. We must take refuge in Amida Buddha with the attitude of someone who is about to die now, in this very moment, without having any more time left, nor the power to purify one's actions. Indeed, there is no time for the so-called spiritual evolution, and the consequences of our evil karma will manifest without fail. If we already have done some of the above 10 transgressions, and who hasn't done any of them in this life or former lives and continues to do them, it will be impossible for us ordinary people to purify them by our own power while we are still living our busy lives in this samsaric environment. We really have no guarantee that we can reach a moment in this life which may end any time, when we'll have no attachments, blind passions, and delusions. The clock of impermanence is ticking, and the mind deposit of heavy karma is already filled to the brim. Samsara is suffering. As Shinran said in Tanisho, quote, "It is hard for us to abandon this old home of pain, where we have been transmigrating for innumerable kalpas down to the present." End quote. Our minds are conditioned by our habitual karma from beginning this time to think that we can find happiness and fulfillment in the samsaric states of existence, and so we continue to project false images of beauty into various objects of desire and make ourselves dependent on them. However, if we look more deeply at samsaric existence with eyes influenced by the Buddha Dharma, we come to realize that everything, from the worlds of the gods to the hell realms, is nothing but an ocean of suffering and dissatisfaction. This awareness, as well as the previous 3 profound thoughts, will naturally lead us to the only wish that is worth something, to get out, to escape samsara, and to attain the state of Buddhahood for us all and all beings, including our dear ones. In order to help us become aware of the painful reality of the samsaric existence and to make us desire to escape from it, Shakyamuni Buddha and all the masters of our lineage and other lineages put great efforts in describing the 6 planes of existence. Quote, "Leaving the unclean world means to abhor and to depart from this impure world. It means to depart not only from this human world, but also from the entire 6 realms. These, all taken together, constitute what is called the three worlds. There is no peace in the three realms. The Buddha explained them by comparing them with a burning house and by saying that it is like living in a house which is on fire. It is a thing above all from which to separate oneself with a feeling of disgust. End quote. Thus, let us all carefully contemplate the various pains of samsaric existence until we are deeply impressed by them. Then, quickly turn our minds toward Amida Dharma and Amida Buddha, entrusting our karmic destiny to him and wish to be reborn in his pure land after death. As Master Gansen stated, quote, "Truly, this world is a prison house, and the Pure Land is our true country. We should therefore make haste to dislike and escape from this prison house, and turn to our true country of the Pure Land." End quote. As death comes to each one of us, we'll certainly die one day, due to the exhaustion of our karma, which provided us with the present human life. And if we haven't yet entrusted ourselves to Amida Buddha, we'll be reborn in one of the samsaric realms, impelled by the power of our karma. So please, contemplate the suffering inherent in all the six realms, and try to imagine yourself there, because you'll surely remain in samsara if you do not accept Amida's helping hand. As slaves to their own delusions, blind passions and karma, unenlightened beings are reborn in a threefold manner. 1. In terms of the three planes of existence, they are reborn in the world of desire, the world of form, and the world of non-form. In terms of the types of beings, they are born as the six kinds of beings: hell dwellers, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, demigods, and gods. In terms of the type of birth, they are born in four ways: from the womb, like human beings, some animals and devas, or gods, inhabiting the earth; from the egg, like birds and fishes; from heat and moisture, like some insects and worms; and by spontaneous birth, such as gods, pretas, or hungry spirits, and hell dwellers. The world of desire is the lowest of the three planes of existence, and it contains, from the bottom to the top, the realms of hells, the realm of hungry ghosts, the realm of animals, the realm of humans, the realm of fighting spirits or demigods, asuras, and some realms of the gods. The world of form and the world of non-form contains only the realms of superior gods. Now let's describe them in detail and contemplate the various sufferings and dissatisfactions associated with each one of them. 1. Contemplating the sufferings of hell beings. There are 8 hot hells and 8 cold hells. According to Shakyamuni and various Buddhist masters who explained them, these 8 hells have their own adjacent or neighboring hells, utsadas. Quote, "There are 8 hells there that I have revealed, difficult to get out of, full of cruel beings, each having 16 utsadas. They have 4 walls and 4 gates. They are as high as they are wide. They are encircled by walls of fire. Their ceiling is fire. Their sun is burning, sparkling fire. And they are filled with flames hundreds of yojanas high." End quote. Another type of hell are also the temporary hells, which were created through the actions of one being, 2 beings, or many beings. As Vasubandhu explained, their variety is great and their place is not fixed, so they can be found in rivers, mountains, deserts, and elsewhere. Before entering into any explanation of these hells, I think it is very important to mention that all the tormentors, hell wardens, or terrifying beasts who are sometimes described as applying punishments are not living beings, but manifestations of the evil karma of those born there. Thus, even if they are real for the inhabitants of hell, they do not have an existence of their own. Vasubandhu clearly explained this in the 4th stanza of his Vijna Mantra Vimsaka, and he stated the same in his Abhidharma Makus Sabhahasyam. In my description of these hells, I guide myself especially after Ugaran of Asanga, Kusharan of Vasubandhu, and Ojayushu of Master Gansen, who himself quoted the above-mentioned masters and works, as well as various sutras and treatises. The 8 hot hells. 1. Hell of repetition, or the reviving hell. The inhabitants of that hell see each other as mortal enemies and furiously fight with one another with huge and inconceivable weapons created by their karma, until everyone is cut into pieces. As Master Gansen said in his Josho, quote, whetting their iron claws, they proceed to scratch each other's eyes out and lacerate the flesh on each other's thighs until the blood runs out and the bones are exposed. They cut their flesh into slices with sharp swords as fish is sliced in the kitchen. End quote. When they all lie dead, a voice from the sky of that hell says, revive, and they immediately come back to life and restart their fighting. The time they spend in that hell is described by Gansen as follows, quote, 1 day and night in the realm of the 4 Deva kings is as long as 50 years of human life, and life in the realm of the Deva kings lasts 500 years. But 1 night and 1 day in this hell is equal in length to the length of life in the realm of the Deva kings, and the victims have to remain in this hell 500 years. End quote. 2. Hell of the Black Rope. The beings born in this hell, due to their evil karma, are seized by the hell wardens, laid down on the ground made of burning metal, and marked with, quote, hot iron cords in both directions, as a carpenter makes marks with his line, end quote. Then they are cut into pieces with burning swords and iron axes, or disemboweled with swords along these lines. As soon as their bodies are thus cut into pieces, they immediately become whole once again, and the process repeats itself over and over again. Master Gansen also described another torment for those reborn in this hell. Quote, sometimes they, that is the hell wardens, spread nets made of innumerable hot iron ropes and drive the sinners into these, and then an evil wind begins to blow, which wraps the fiery nets around the sinners, roasting the flesh and charring the bones. On the right hand and the left are high iron mountains. On the top of these mountains are fastened flagstaffs made of iron, and an iron rope is fastened at either end to these staffs, and thus stretches from one mountain top to the other. Beneath this rope are placed in a row a number of large cauldrons filled with a boiling, steaming substance. The sinners, with heavy burdens fastened on their back, are forced to walk across this rope, and naturally they cannot help from falling into the boiling cauldrons below. In these they are boiled for a long time till bones and flesh are reduced to an indistinguishable mass. End quote. The time they spend in that hell is described by Gansen as follows, quote, 100 years of human life are equal in length to 1 day and night in the Toratan, and in this heaven life lasts 1,000 years, but the length of life in the heaven of the 33 gods is equivalent to only 1 day and night in this hell, and here life lasts 1,000 years. Those who have destroyed life or who have stolen anything fall into this hell. End quote. 3. Hell of Assembly, or the rounding up and crushing hell. Master Gansen described this hell as follows. Quote, in this hell are numerous iron mountains arranged in pairs so as to face each other. There are in this place various ox-headed and horse-headed hell wardens, who are armed with all sorts of pronged iron sticks and clubs, which serve as instruments of torture. With these they drive the sinners before them and make them pass between the pairs of mountains, whereupon these mountains come together, crushing the victims till the blood oozes out and covers the ground. Then again there are iron mountains tumbling from the sky which crush the sinners into fragments like grains of sand. Sometimes the victims are placed upon a rock and crushed with another rock. End quote. Other texts say that sometimes the mountains facing each other turn into the flaming heads of various animals, which the hell beings have killed in their past lives, and who now throw themselves into one another, catching the poor people in the middle and crushing them to death. Again, like in the other hells, when the dwellers die, they are revived and the torture starts again, as described above. The time they spend in that hell is described by Gansen as follows. Quote, 200 years of human life are equal in length to 1 day and night in Yamatan, where life lasts 2,000 years. But 1 day and night in this hell is as long as life in Yamatan, and in this hell the victims must remain 2,000 years. Murderers, thieves, and adulterers fall into this hell. End quote. 4. Hell of Lamentations. Here the beings are roasted in buildings of hot metal with no exit, where they are boiled and poured molten copper into their mouths, which burns up their internal organs. The The time they spend in that hell is described by Gansen as follows. Quote, 400 years of human life are equal in length to one day and night in Toso Zuten. And in this heaven life continues for 4,000 years, but the length of life in Toso Zuten is equivalent to only one night and day in this hell, and here life lasts 4,000 years. Murderers, thieves, adulterers, and drunkards fall into this hell. End quote. 5. Hell of Great Lamentations. In this hell, the wardens put a multitude of victims into metal sheds with double walls blazing with fire and beat them with various weapons. The doors are all sealed, and the beings there howl in pain, thinking that even if they succeed in getting past the first door, they cannot get through the second. According to Gansen, quote, murderers, thieves, adulterers, drunkards, and those who use evil language fall into this hell. End quote. The time being spent there is described as follows. Quote, 800 years of human life are equal in length to one day and night in Karakuten, where life lasts 8,000 years. But one day and night in this hell is as long as life in Karakuten, and here life continues for 8,000 years. End quote. 6. Hell of Scorching Heat. In this hell, beings suffer by being cooked in huge iron cauldrons filled with molten bronze. Whenever they surface, they are grabbed by the hell wardens with metal hooks and beaten in the head with hammers until they lose consciousness. This loss of consciousness are the only moments of respite when they do not feel pain, but as it does not last long, the suffering is felt again and again. Master Gansen described other terrifying scenes from the hell of scorching heat. Quote, the hell wardens seize the sinners and make them lie on the ground, which is made of hot iron. Sometimes they make them lie facing upwards and sometimes downwards, all the time beating and punching them from head to foot until their flesh is beaten into a pulp. Sometimes they place them on a large roasting shelf made of iron and heated to an intense heat. Thus they roast them in a raging flame, turning them over first on one side and then on the other. They roast them until they are burned thin. Sometimes they fasten them on a large iron skewer, sticking these through them from the bottom to the head, and scorch them thoroughly till the flames enter the vital organs, their joints and bones, eyes, noses, and mouths. Then again they place them in a large cauldron and boil them like beans. And sometimes they place them on the upper floor of an iron house and cause raging flames of hot iron to envelop them from all directions, thus consuming even their bones and marrow. End quote. To make us aware of the destructive power of the fire manifested in this hell, Master Gansen provided us with a comparison. Quote, if one should put a portion of this fire as small as the light of a firefly into this world of ours, it would consume this world in a short moment. What must then be the suffering of these sinners whose bodies, tender like budding grass, are being burned in this hell? The victims in this place look longingly up at the fires in the preceding 5 hells, for these seem by comparison cool like snow or frost. End quote. The time being spent there is described as follows. Quote, 1,600 years of human life are equal in length to one day and night in Takajisaiten, in which heaven life lasts 16,000 years. But the length of life in Takajisaiten is equivalent to only one day and night in this hell, and here life continues for 16,000 years. Murderers, thieves, adulterers, drunkards, those who use vile language, and heretics fall into this hell. End quote. 7. Hell of the Great Scorching Heat. In this hell, the beings are blocked inside blazing metal houses where hell wardens impale them through their heels and the anus with tridents of hot iron until the prongs push out through the shoulders and the top of the head. At the same time, their bodies are wrapped in sheets of blazing metal. According to Master Gansen, who himself quoted various sacred texts, the hell wardens, taking each sinner separately, torments him, saying, quote, are you frightened as you hear the cries and see with your eyes? How much more then will you be terror-stricken when your body is burning like dry grass and tinder? However, the burning by fire here is not that of a literal fire, but rather the hot passion of your evil karma. The burning of fire may be extinguished, but the burning of evil karma cannot be put out. End quote. This passage is extremely important because, As I repeatedly said, it shows that the fire of hell, the various places of terror which were described above and will be described in the following lines, as well as the hell wardens themselves, are manifestations of the sinner's own karma. This is the reaping result of the suffering they inflicted on other beings. The various hells exist because of the evil karma of beings. It is the evil energy of their actions manifested in terrifying forms to torment them. As Master Gansen said, quote, "The power of evil karma which the sinners have created for themselves suddenly hurls them into this raging flow of that hell. Among all winds, the wind of karma is the strongest, and it is the way that the wind of karma, men's evil deeds, drags them to their doom." End quote. According to him, quote, "Murderers, thieves, adulterers, those who use vile language, heretics, and those who degrade nuns, who keep the precepts of purity, who do not keep the precepts of purity, fall into this hell of great scorching heat." The time being spent there is half of an intermediate kalpa, which is a period of time very hard to measure in human years. 8. Hell of suffering without interruption, Avicii. This hell is at the very bottom of the world of desire, and is the worst among all the hells. Nowhere in the world of desire or in any world can be found more suffering like this. The fire in this place fills everything, and there is no space left untouched. It is so violent that the bodies of the victims in the fire become indistinguishable. There is also not the slightest interval when the suffering of beings ceases. Their number is impossible to calculate, but although they hear the cries of pain made by other people, they cannot see them. All the torments of the previous hells are experienced here in more horrific ways. After describing the various sufferings in this hell, Master Gansen said, quote, "The suffering in this hell is 1,000 times greater than the combined sufferings of the preceding 7 great hells and their separate places. The suffering in this hell is so severe that the victims envy the victims in the hell of great scorching heat, for the suffering in the latter seems to them like the pleasures in Tajiki Zaitan. If the beings under the 4 heavens and the beings in the 7 Devalokas, or Kamadhatu, should smell the stench of this hell, they would perish utterly. The reason is because all the victims of this hell are filled with putrefaction. If a person should hear all about the sufferings in this hell, he could not endure it, and it would kill him. How terrible then it must be. Not 1,000th of the horrors of this Avicii hell have been told, for it cannot be described. No one could listen to this description, nor can it be compared with anything else. If anyone should describe it thoroughly or listen to a full description of it, he would vomit blood and die." End quote. Bodhisattva Nagarjuna said, quote, "Just as among all kinds of happiness the cessation of craving is the king of happiness, so among all kinds of suffering the suffering of the Avicii hell is most fierce. The suffering of being viciously pierced with 300 lances for a full day cannot compare, cannot even be mentioned with the least sufferings of this hell." End quote. People who committed the 5 gravest offenses, who slandered the right Dharma, denied the law of karma or the existence of Amida Buddha, made light of the Mahayana doctrine, and made other grave karmic sins are born in this hell. Life there is a whole intermediate kalpa. Neighboring hells, Utsada. Yugaran of Ashanga and Kusharan of Vasubandhu also describe the neighboring hells, Usadas, which are attached to the previous 8 great hells at each of their 4 exits. Bodhisattva Vasubandhu said, quote, "What is the meaning of the word Utsada? They are called Utsadas because they are places of supplementary torment. In the hells the damned are tormented, but they are additionally so in the Utsadas. After having been shut up in the hells, the damned then fall into the Utsadas." End quote. In the Mindfulness of the Right Dharma Sutra, which was much used by Master Gansen, there is a somewhat different description of the neighboring hells. I will present them too, as they are quoted by Gansen in his Oja Yoshu. I mentioned that these are only a fragment of the hells described in that sutra. Thus, among the neighboring hells of the hell of repetition or the reviving hell, there are the place of filth, the place of the revolving sword, which is, quote, enclosed with black iron walls, 10 yojanas in height. It is filled with burning fire, in comparison with which an ordinary fire seems like snow. When the body comes into contact with this in the slightest way, it shrivels up as small as a mustard seed. In this fire, hot iron sticks rain down in heavy showers. There is at this place also a forest of swords which are so sharp that a hair or even the sign of a hair coming in contact with them is cut into fine bits. How much more then is the case with the bodies of sinners? Sometimes the swords fall down like a large waterfall from the sky. So great is the confusion of agonies here that no one can endure it. Those who have destroyed life with a covetous spirit fall into this hell. End quote. The place of the fiery cauldron, the place of the black calm, the place of no joy, the place of the most severe suffering, which is, quote, located on the edge of a steep hill or cliff, where sinners are continually burning in a fire of iron. Those who have ruthlessly killed anything fall into this hell. End quote. Among the neighboring hells of the hell of the black rope there are a place of crying, receiving, pain, where, quote, the sinners are placed on a precipice immeasurable yojanas in height. They are tied together with black ropes of hot fire, and when they have been thus lashed together, they are pushed over the brink. As they fall, they strike on the fiery ground below, which is studded with sharp swords, as numerous as the blades of grass. Thereupon dogs, with jaws of flaming iron, chew them into fine bits, and though they cry out for help, none are saved. Those who have been teachers of the law, but who have explained it with evil prejudices, thus failing to give the truth and indifferent to the consequences, fall into this hell. End quote. Among the neighboring hells of the hell of assembly or the rounding up and crushing hell, there are the evil-seeing place, the place of much suffering, the place of enduring suffering where, quote, must suffer those who have stolen and violated other men's wives. The hell wardens seize the sinners and hang them with heads downwards from the branches of trees. Beneath them is a raging flame which completely consumes their bodies. They come to life again and then are burned as before. When they cry out in agony, the flames enter their bodies and consume the vital organs. This suffering continues for immeasurable hundreds of thousands of years. Further description of this is found in the scriptures. End quote. Among the neighboring hells of the hell of lamentation there are the hell of fire and worms, the place called fire, cloud, mist, where, quote, those who have forced women to drink alcohol and then violated them, bringing them to shame, fall into this hell. And they are tortured with a flame which is 1,200 feet deep. The hell wardens lay hold on them and force them to walk through this fire until they are consumed from head to foot. When they seem utterly destroyed, the hell wardens call out, revive, revive, and they come to life again. Then they drive them through the fire again, just as before, and thus without any intermission in their suffering. This is kept up for immeasurable hundreds of thousands of years. End quote. Among the neighboring hells of the hell of great lamentations there are a place called receiving, bearing, suffering, where, quote, the sinners' mouths and tongues are nailed together with hot iron nails so that they cannot cry out. End quote. The place called receiving, limitless suffering, where, quote, the hell wardens cut out the victims' tongues with hot iron shears. After they've been cut out, they grow on again, but only to be cut out again. They also pull out their eyes, just as they do their tongues, and without any intermission, they slash their bodies with knives. These knives are so sharp that they can cut even iron and stone. How easily, then, do they cut human flesh? Such various and innumerable sufferings are the lot of all those who have used evil language. There are many such teachings in the scriptures. End quote. Among the neighboring hells of the hell of scorching heat there are the place called Fundarakia, the place called dark fire wind, where, quote, the sinners are carried up into the sky by an evil wind, and as they have nothing to which they can cling, they are twirled around and around like the wheel of a cart, so that they become invisible to the eye. And while they are being thus twirled around and around, another wind arises which is sharp like a sword, and which cuts them into pieces as small as grains of sand, and then scatters the fragments in all directions. By and by the fragments come together again, and the victims come to life once more, but only to be cut up and scattered as before. This process goes on endlessly. In this way are punished all heretics who hold the view that all existence is divided into things permanent and things impermanent, and the view that the impermanent is the body and the permanent the four great elements." End quote. Among the neighbouring hells of the hell of great scorching heat there are a place which is filled so completely with flames that, quote, "there is not a spot as large as the eye of a needle where there is no flame. Those who have violated pure laywomen fall into this hell." End quote. A place called fully receiving all suffering, where, quote, "the hell wardens, taking out their swords of flames, skin the victims from head to foot, and then without cutting the flesh, they place the raw skin bodies on the hot iron ground and roast them. Then they pour over them molten iron. In this way they are tortured through immeasurable 10,000,000 years. Those who have deceived nuns by giving them strong drink and destroying their souls, that they become immoral, fall into this hell. Also those who have corrupted women with riches." End quote. Among the neighbouring hells of the hell of suffering without interruption there are the place called Iron Plain Fox Eating Place, the place called Black Vomit Place, the place called Rain Mountain Gathering Place. This is, quote, "an iron mountain 1 yojana in height which falls on the victims, pulverizing them like fine dust. After this they come to life again, but only to be crushed a second time. There are here also 11 flames which completely enfold the victims and burn them. Sometimes the hell wardens take their swords and slash the bodies of the sinners all over and then pour molten lead into the wounds. Then again the sinners are afflicted with the 404 ills, and in various ways they are tortured for immeasurable millions of years. Those who have stolen and eaten offerings made to a Pratyeka Buddha fall into this hell." End quote. The place called Embado, the 8 cold hells. These hells are located on the same level as the 8 hot hells, but in comparison with them, where fire is dominant, here the karmic environment is composed of snow mountains and glaciers, and the winds are ravaging blizzards. All the beings born there are naked and experience the following torments. 1. Hell of blisters. Buddha. In this hell, various ice blisters erupt on the body of the beings while they are submerged in extremely cold water or blasted by the wind. 2. Hell of burst blisters. Buddha. Here the blisters become open sores. 3. Hell of clenched teeth. Atatata. Here the teeth of the beings are tightly clenched due to extreme cold. Master Vasubandhu explains that Atatata indicates the noise that the damned make under the bite of the cold, thus the name of this hell. 4. Hell of lamentation. Hahava. In this hell the beings greatly lament while their tongues are paralyzed and find it difficult to breathe or scream. This hell too has its name after the specific noise made by the tormented beings. 5. Hell of groans. Huhuva. Here the voices of beings are cracked and long groans escape from their lips. It is again a hell named after the sound of pain specific to those born there. 6. Hell of Utpala-like cracks. Upala, or the blue flower hell. The skin of beings born there is blue and splits into 4 petal-like pieces. 7. Hell of lotus-like cracks. Padma, or the lotus flower hell. Here the red raw flesh of beings become visible, and the cold makes it split into 8 pieces, which makes it look like a lotus flower. 8. Hell of great lotus-like cracks. Mahapadma, or the great lotus hell. Here their flesh turns dark red and splits into 16, 32, and then into innumerable pieces, thus looking like a large lotus flower. Worms penetrate the cracked flesh and devour it with their metal beaks. According to the sacred text, the lifespan in the first cold hell lasts as long as it would take to empty an extremely large container filled with sesame seeds by removing a single grain every 100 years. The lifetime and suffering in the following 7 cold hells is progressively 20 times more. The Jata Kamala describes that the beings in the cold hells dwell in darkness. Quote, "In the future life of a nihilist, a cold wind will rise in that place of absolute darkness, since it will make you so ill that even your bones will be destroyed. Who will want to enter there to help you?" End quote. In his letter to a disciple, Master Chandra Goman said, quote, An incomparable wind pierces your bones. Your body shakes and freezes. You bend over and shrivel. Hundreds of blisters rise and pop. Creatures born from them eat and claw you. Fat, lymph, and marrow ooze out. Exhausted, teeth clenched, all hair standing on end, you are tormented by wounds in your eyes, ears, and gullet. Mind and body stupefied by pain, you dwell in the cold hell and emit a pitiful wail. End quote. The ephemeral hells. The ephemeral hells adjoin the hot hells and cold hells, but they exist in other regions too. Master Vasubandhu said, quote, there are pradasika, ephemeral hells, created through the force of individual actions, the actions of one being, of two beings, of many beings. Their variety is great, their place is not determined, river, mountain, desert, and elsewhere. End quote. The suffering experienced in these ephemeral hells varies considerably in both time and place. Thus, beings condemned by their own evil karma to be born in them may be trapped inside a stone, encased in boulders, held on the bottom of various lakes, boiled in hot springs, frozen in ice and glaciers, burnt in fire, eaten alive by various worms and insects, etc. Some also suffer by identifying their bodies with objects that are constantly put to use, such as mortars, brooms, doors, mats, hearthstones, pillars, ropes, etc. There are many sacred texts in which the causes for birth in these ephemeral hells are presented, like appropriating or exploiting the property of the Sangha, acquiring large amounts of money for teaching the Dharma or for blessings, sacrificing animals, stealing from the public funds, adultery, and so on. Now, after reading and contemplating the above descriptions and explanations of the various hells, we should all ask ourselves individually, what if I will be born in these hell realms? How could I endure such horror and pain? Bodhisattva Nagarjuna said in a letter to a friend, quote, sinners who hear of the boundless sufferings in the hells, separated from them only until the mere termination of their breathing, and are not completely terrified, have hearts as hard as diamonds. If you are frightened merely by seeing paintings of hell, by hearing of it, recalling it, reading about it, and by representations of it, what need to mention experiencing the fierce actuality of it? End quote. Please take each one of the specific sufferings in the hells and think deeply on them. Wouldn't you better accept Amida's helping hand that is extended to you out of his infinite compassion and escape those places of torment? Contemplating the suffering of hungry ghosts or pretas. The realm of the pretas are to be found in two places. One is below Jambudvipa, our realm of human beings, which is their main place of existence and is ruled by King Yama, and the other is between the realm of humans and the realms of the gods. Master Vasubandhu explains, quote, the king of the pretas is called Yama. His residence, which is the principal dwelling of the pretas, is located under Jambudvipa. The pretas that are found elsewhere are the surplus of the pretas. The pretas differ much one from another. Certain of them possess supernatural powers and enjoy a glory similar to that of the gods. End quote. There are two kinds of pretas. One, pretas who live collectively, and two, pretas who travel through space. 1. Pretas who live collectively. Among the pretas who live collectively, there are three types. A. Pretas who suffer from external obscurations. B. Pretas who suffer from internal obscurations. And C. Pretas who suffer from specific obscurations. A. Pretas who suffer from external obscurations. These are the pretas who suffer from intense hunger and thirst or from unbearable heat and cold. Thus, whatever food or water they see in the distance, it proves to be nothing but a mirage, because when they come closer they realize it has vanished, dried up, or that it is guarded by armed demons who beat them and chase them away. As Master Gansen described, quote, at times they succeed in finding a stream of pure water, but when they rush to it and try to scoop up the water in their hands, demons of great strength come along and beat them with iron clubs, or the water suddenly turns into flames and burns them, or it ceases to flow and is dried up. End quote. There are hungry spirits called eating water, whose bodies are parched with thirst. They rush about and search for water, but cannot find even a drop. Their long hair covers their faces, so that they cannot see. They run along the river banks, and if there are people crossing, they lap up the water which may be left in their footprints, and thus moistening their parched throats, they manage to exist. Or when people make an offering of water to the spirits of their departed parents, they give a little to these spirits, and so they prolong their lives. If the spirits try to take some of this water themselves, then the various demons, whose function it is to guard the water, beat them with sticks. Those who in this life mix water with the sake they sold, or those who put in earthworms and leeches, and so did not fulfill the good law, Dharma, receive this reward. End quote. Also, as Gansen said, quote, there are still other hungry spirits, called fear-hope, who live on the offerings which people make to their departed parents. Besides this, they have nothing on which to live. Those who in this life rob the poor of even the little that they have, acquired through great efforts, receive this reward. Then again, there are hungry spirits who are born in the seashore, where there is neither cool shade nor river water, and where it is so hot that even their winter days are more than 1,000 times hotter than summer days on earth. They subsist on obtaining only the morning dew. Though they live on the seashore, the sea looks to their eyes like a dry place. Those who live in this life have taken advantage of merchants who have been overtaken with illness on their journey, and have beaten down their prices and so robbed them of their just reward. So this is the reward that they receive. End quote. B. Pretas who suffer from internal obscurations. These kind of pretas have very small mouths, some so no bigger than the eye of a needle, and a large-sized stomach of hundreds of meters or even more. When they try to drink water, the heat of the breath evaporates it as soon as it goes down their throats. In the same way, no matter how much they eat, they cannot be satisfied due to the contradiction between their mouths and their stomachs. But even if they somehow manage to eat a little, it will burst into flames during the night and burn their internal organs. Also, movement is extremely hard and painful to them because of their grass-like limbs. Bodhisattva Nagarjuna said in his letter to a friend, quote, some, with bellies as huge in size as a mountain, connected to mouths, the mere eye of a needle, are tortured by hunger, not having the capacity to eat even the tiniest lump of filth thrown away. Some, with bodies just skin and bones and naked, are like the withered trunk tops of palm trees, while some blaze flames from their mouths in the sphere of the night, having to eat blazing sand as their food poured into their mouths. End quote. Master Gansen also describes such type of pretas who suffer from internal obscurations. Quote, then there are hungry spirits called eating and vomiting, whose bodies are very broad and half yajna in height. Their stomach and chest feel very heavy, and so they continue to try to vomit. But as they cannot succeed in this, they suffer in various ways. Those husbands who in this life ate the good food themselves and gave nothing to their wives and children, and such wives as ate all the good food themselves and gave nothing to their husbands or children, receive this reward. Then again, there are hungry spirits called eating odor, who have to live on the smell of the food which sick people offer along the rivers or in the forests. Those who in this life allowed wife and children only to smell the good food which they themselves ate, receive this reward. End quote. C. Pretas who suffer from specific obscurations. The experiences of this kind of pretas varies from one to another according to the specific causes that brought them into that state. For example, some have many creatures living on their bodies and devouring them, or may have their own food transformed into various uneatable and foul matters, while some others cut their own flesh and eat it. As Master Gansen said, quoting Nagarjuna's Prajna Paramita Sastra, quote, then there are hungry spirits who have nothing at all to eat, and so they break open their own skulls and eat their own brains. Again, there are hungry spirits who emit flames from their mouths, and live upon the moths which happen to fly into these flames. There are hungry spirits who feed on pus, phlegm, and the remains of the washings of human dung. End quote. Or he described in his Josho, quote, there are other hungry spirits who for lack of food go to cemeteries and eat the cremated bodies, but this does not stay their hunger. Those who in this life were prison wardens and who ate the food intended for the prisoners receive this reward. End quote. A specific obscuration is that which manifests upon the false teachers of the Dharma. Quote, there are hungry spirits called eating law, Dharma, who run about on steep places where it is difficult to walk, seeking food but finding none. If they enter a temple and hear an exposition of the law, the Dharma, they obtain strength and manage to live. Those who in this life sought to obtain fame by a false misinterpretation of the law receive this reward. End quote. 2. Pretas who travel through space. This category includes various types of pretas, which are generally tormented by constant fear and hallucination. Generally speaking, they want to offload their pain on others. So wherever they go, they do harm to others. Thus many of them fall into hells when their life as a preta comes to an end. Even when they visit their dear ones from previous lives, they bring only sickness, insanity, and various other sufferings, which causes magicians and exorcists to harm and destroy them. They also suffer from the distorted perceptions of other kind of pretas, like perceiving the sun of winter to be too cold or the moon too hot in summer nights. Their bodily form may be of various hideous animals like ugly dogs, birds, and others. As we have seen, the causes of being born among pretas are various kinds of actions motivated by greed, avarice, jealousy, etc. Their lifespan is also described by Master Gansen as follows, quote, "One day in this realm is as long as 1 month of human life, and existence here lasts for 500 preta years." End quote. Other texts, including Nagarjuna's letter to a friend, say that the life of pretas can be even longer, like 5,000 or 10,000 preta years. Master Gansen said, quote, "The Shobanin Jogyo says that those who are cruel, covetous, jealous, and envious fall into this realm of hungry ghosts, spirits. By the cruel and the covetous are meant those who think only of their own things, who do not love others or give alms, and those who are never satisfied no matter how much they rob others." End quote. In chapter 4 of his Jodo Shinshu, Master Shinran quotes Master Chekwan of Koryo. Quote, "Hungry ghosts are called pretas in Sanskrit. Their places of habitation are found in various realms. Hungry ghosts with much merit become spirits of mountains and forests or of graveyards. Those without merit dwell in filthy places, receive no food or drink, and are constantly whipped. Forced to dam up rivers and oceans, they suffer immeasurable pain. Those who harbour flattery and deception in their hearts, and have committed the 5 grave offences and the 10 evil acts that belong to the lowest degree of karmic evil, receive the recompense of this state of existence." End quote. At the end of this presentation on pretas, the author would like to add another special category of ghosts, hungry ghosts, the powerful pretas who wish to dominate other beings through religion. As I explained above, there are various types of pretas, and not all of them are weak or tortured by mere hunger or thirst. Some pretas have great powers due to previous good karma and merits. As Vasubandhu himself said, quote, "The pretas differ much one from another. Certain of them possess supernatural powers and enjoy a glory similar to that of the gods." End quote. But also great arrogance and pride. Among the pretas, the category called Gyalpos in Tibetan Buddhism are the most powerful. Gyalpo means king or royal, and it indicates the various leaders of the preta plane of existence. So they are from the same category Vasubandhu referred to in the above passage. It is said that in their past life they were great practitioners who accumulated merit but were not able to overcome pride and arrogance, or they died with thoughts of hate, vengeance, etc. Generally speaking, all the pretas have the tendency to influence others. They're all eager for attention, offerings, etc. But the Gyalpos have the best power to put this wish into action. They can be masters of deceit, disguise in various ways, even take the appearance of great teachers of the past or Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and they like to impart various so-called teachings. There are some stories of advanced Buddhist practitioners who were tricked by Gyalpos. This category of pretas can also perform miracles and offer visions to make people entrust and obey them. In my opinion, the Abrahamic monotheistic religions, that is, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, were caused by such powerful pretas with imperialistic tendencies. All of these religions were founded around visions, miracles, and a central authoritarian divine figure who pretends total submission from his believers. The jealousy of the God of the Old Testament is clearly expressed in the first of the Ten Commandments and in other passages of the same text. This is also accepted in Christianity. Quote, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and the fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing steadfast love to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. End quote. Also in the Quran there are many passages like that, but I quote here only a few. Quote, follow what thou art taught by inspiration from thy Lord. There is no God but he, and turn aside from those who join gods with Allah. End quote. The worst of beasts, quote, the worst of beasts in the sight of Allah are those who reject him. They will not believe. End quote. Quote, Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, and those with him are hard, that is ruthless against the disbelievers and merciful among themselves. End quote. Quote, I will cast terror into the hearts of those who disbelieve, so strike them upon the necks and strike from them every fingertip. End quote. Quote, fight those who believe not in Allah, nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which hath thus been forbidden by Allah and his messenger, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, even if they are people of the book, Jews or Christians, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. End quote. As we can clearly see here, such a God is clearly not an enlightened being, but a person dominated by jealousy, frustration and anger, who shares his so-called love only with those who love him or follow his instructions, and punishes the lack of obedience of fathers to the third and fourth generations. Also, in the case of the Quran, he encourages his worshippers to be ruthless with non-believers, whom he himself regards as beasts, and does his best to terrorize them. Surely a being like that will sink even more in the lower realms, even in the hells, after his life as a gyalpo or powerful predator is over. We can see clearly the difference between such angry spirits dominated by the need for attention and a Buddha who has undiscriminative compassion for all beings, no matter whether they accept his teachings or not. A Buddha does not need the attention and worship of others. He is not affected if beings love him or despise him. Praise or critics do not influence him. All he does for unenlightened beings arises from his pure wisdom and compassion. Quote, the Buddhas of the 10 quarters think compassionately on sentient beings, just as a mother thinks of her child. End quote. Also, how do all the Buddhas try to convince us to entrust in Amida Buddha? Clearly, not by force, not by terror, and not by threatening to destroy us and our children to the third and fourth generations. Quote, Shakyamuni and all the other Buddhas are truly our compassionate father and mother. With various compassionate means, they lead us to awaken supreme Shinjin, that is faith in Amida Buddha, that is true and real. End quote. Surely, no good can come from entrusting to some worldly, jealous and vengeful spirits, no matter if the teachings associated with them do contain some good elements too. Powerful predators and their followers can have their own spiritual evolution. Some may be better than others, but certainly not one of them is enlightened, and none escape from the slavery of the 3 poisons: ignorance, greed or attachment, and aversion. Contrary to this, taking refuge in a Buddha will lead us sooner or later to enlightenment. Thus, one must be extremely careful to whom he is entrusting oneself to, as the effect is similar to the cause. If we take refuge in the samsaric spirits, no matter how powerful they are, we will never escape samsara. If we take refuge in the Buddhas, and especially in Amida Buddha, we will ourselves attain Buddhahood. The monotheistic religions believe in the existence of a creator God. However, this runs contrary to the teaching of the Buddha, according to which unenlightened beings are the karmic cause for the existence of unenlightened samsaric realms. Their individual and collective karma actually manifested the realms, worlds, and universes in which they live. Contrary to this, enlightened beings or Buddhas naturally and karmically manifest pure lands or enlightened realms. If a so-called supreme being created a world like ours, that means he is not enlightened, because if he was enlightened, this world would have been perfect and inhabited by perfectly enlightened beings. Amida Buddha and any Buddha does not pretend to be the creator of this samsaric world, but only of his pure enlightened realm, where he vowed to bring all samsaric beings for their final liberation, attainment of Buddhahood or Nirvana. Any person who pretends to be the creator and owner of this world or any samsaric world is afflicted with arrogance and is hungry for power, a feature which is often found in some gods and especially in some powerful pretas or hungry spirits who have connection with the human realms. The attitude of such spirits or gods is an imperialistic one, that is, to receive the praise and submission of as many beings as possible. I often give the example of Baka Brahma, the god who was misled by Mara into believing that he was, quote, the omniscient, the omnipotent, the Lord God, the Maker, the Creator, the Chief, the Ordainer, the Almighty, the Father of all that are and that will be, end quote, and was corrected by Shakyamuni Buddha. However, those who have such an imperialistic tendency are not only from the realms of gods, but from the preta realms too. My opinion is that most of the gods who live way beyond our human realm are more busy with enjoying their beautiful long lives and dealing with the affairs of the humans. So I think that the pretas are more connected with us and more evolved with our plane of existence. Knowing this, we must be aware of the category of powerful pretas who want to dominate us through religion and do as Shinran advised us, quote, those who take refuge truly and wholeheartedly, freeing themselves from all delusional attachments and all concern with the propitious or unpropitious, must never take refuge in spirits or non-Buddhist teachings. End quote. Contemplating the suffering of animals. Bodhisattva Vasubandha states, quote, as for the animals, they have three places, the land, the water, and the air. Their principal place is the great ocean. The animals that are elsewhere are the surplus of the animals. End quote. Master Gansen also explains, quote, the realm of animals is divided into two parts. The chief place is in the great sea, and branches are interspersed in the realms of humans and heavenly beings. End quote. A. Animals living in the great ocean. In the Buddhist cosmology, the great ocean, or sea, is the immeasurable extent of salt water which surrounds the four continents inhabited by humans and the Mount Sumeru. In that place, there are many types of animals, some of which are many times bigger than those living in our human continent of Jambudvipa. Some of them are born between the continents where there is no sunlight and where they cannot see even their own bodies. Their suffering comes mainly from eating each other, the bigger ones swallowing up the little ones, while they themselves are inhabited by tiny little creatures who feed on their flesh. B. Animals living in different places. These are animals that live in some realms of the gods, in the human realms, and the Nagas who live under the four continents or in the depths of the water. Nagas are similar to spirits, but they are included in the category of animals because they have serpent-like form. Although they have some miraculous powers, they also suffer from various afflictions, which Master Gansen calls the three heats. Quote, then there are the various kinds of dragons or Nagas, which receive day and night and without intermission the tortures of the three heats. End quote. These three heats, which are sometimes named the three torments, are their skin and flesh are burnt by a hot wind and sandstorm. 2. An evil wind strips them of their clothes and thus deprives them of any protection from the heat. And 3. They are attacked and eaten by Garudas, a kind of combination of spirit-like being with miraculous powers in the form of a giant bird. The animals who live in our realm and the realm of the gods suffer from both eating one another and from exploitation. They are hunted or raised for their meat and various products of their bodies, thus experiencing inconceivable torments, and almost none of them dying a natural death. Bodhisattva Nagarjuna lamented the state of animals in the following verses. Quote, even when in the state of an animal rebirth, there are all sorts of sufferings, being slaughtered, tied up, being eaten, and so on. For those who've had to give up the ability for constructive behavior leading to a state of peace, there's the extremely unbearable devouring of one another." End quote. Some are killed for the sake of their pearls, or wool, or bones, meat, or pelts, while others, being powerless, are forced into servitude, beaten with kicks, fists, whips, or with hooks, or with prods. End quote. The main aspect of animal realm is ignorance, fear, and prevalence of instinct. Master Gansen described the cause of rebirth among the animals. Quote, "This is the reward meted out to the ignorant and those who are without a sense of shame and who in vain receive the alms bestowed by men of faith, but who do not repay such kindness." End quote. In accordance with the work by Vasubandhu, the lifespan of most long-lived animals is no more than an eon, while the lifespans of short-lived animals is not fixed. Concluding thoughts on the suffering of the lower realms. The hells, pretas, and animal realms are called the three lower realms, where suffering is more intense than in the rest of the 6 planes of existence. We must not only read about the various pains and sufferings in these lower realms, but deeply contemplate on them until we become fully aware of their reality and that we too have a great chance to be reborn there. The master of the past once said, quote, "At present it is difficult to endure sitting for merely a single day with my hands stuck in burning coals, or to remain naked for that long in a cave of ice during the winter winds, or to go for a few days without food and drink, or for my body to be stung by a bee and the like. If even these are difficult to endure, how will I bear the sufferings of the hot hells, the cold hells, the hungry ghosts, or the animals devouring each other alive?" End quote. Another great master also said, quote, "Examine whether or not you have previously created the conditions for being born in these miserable realms, whether or not you are currently creating them, whether or not you would consider creating them in the future. Since you will go there if you've created them, are creating them, or would consider creating them, think, if I am born there, what will I do then? Will I be able to do anything? With your head pounding or like a man struggling in the desert, consider that there will be absolutely nothing you can do and develop as much fear and dread as possible." End quote. The more frightened we become when contemplating the 3 lower realms, the better it is, because that would make us really wish to escape samsara and take refuge in Amida Buddha, our compassionate protector. Quote, saying, "Who will protect me from this great terror? I will stare aghast and search all around for a refuge. Seeing no refuge anywhere, I will be completely dejected. If there is no refuge there, what will I do? Thus, from today, I go for refuge to the conqueror, protector of living beings, the one who strives to rescue living beings, the mighty one who dispels all fear." End quote. If we do not contemplate on the sufferings of the lower realms while we are still living in this human body and take refuge in Amida Buddha to stop the causes of being reborn there, it would be extremely difficult to do that when we fall in the 3 lower realms where we do not have the capacities and conditions to hear or understand the Dharma. As Bodhisattva Nagarjuna advised, quote, "Reflect daily on the hells, both those extremely hot and cold. Reflect also on the hungry ghosts, emaciated by hunger and thirst. Observe and reflect on the animals, overcome by the suffering of stupidity. A human body in this world is difficult to obtain. Once you have it, diligently stop the causes of miserable rebirth." End quote. Namo Amida Buddha. Contemplating the suffering of the human realm. As I previously explained in the first section, life in human form is most desirable and does not contain the extreme pain of hells, pretas, and animal realms. However, humans have their own difficulties and specific sufferings. Generally speaking, these are called the 8 sufferings, namely birth, old age, disease, death, encountering what is unpleasant, separation from what is pleasant, not getting what one wants, and the suffering associated with the 5 aggregates or skandhas. Some of these appear in other realms of existence too. but here I will explain them in relation to the human realm. 1. The suffering of birth. According to the Buddha Dharma, life in human form starts at the moment of conception, when the consciousness of a human being in the intermediate state, Gandharva, enters the cell formed after the union of male sperm with female egg, ovum. From that moment until birth, the new being experiences various kinds of sufferings associated with the different embryonic stages, which are described in some sutras, like, for example, the Sutra on Entry into the Womb and various treatises. Whatever the mother eats or drinks, or if she passes through various painful or stressful situations, can influence the unborn baby. Also, when the pregnancy reaches full term, the baby and mother too experiences various sufferings associated with birth. Some can die at that moment, but even those who survive might go through suffering very similar with dying when they exit the womb. Nobody ever came into this world smiling, but in a river of tears and crying. Also, birth is the first step to death, as everything which is born must die. We may have the impression of growth and maturing, but what we do in fact is make another step towards death, another rebirth, another death, rebirth, death, ad infinitum. The very fact that we were born is a sign that we have not escaped samsara yet. And if we do not use this precious human life well, our present birth will be just another cause for rebirth in the lower realms. 2. The suffering of old age. When becoming old, our bodies deteriorate. The hair becomes white, wrinkles appear all over our face and forehead, and we become unattractive. When becoming old, physical strength and vigor deteriorate, and it becomes more and more difficult to sit or stand, walk, talk, or to do various activities. When becoming old, our senses deteriorate too. Our eyes cannot see well, and our ears cannot hear as they used to when we were young. We also lose memory and other mental faculties. When becoming old, we cannot enjoy our sense objects. We have difficulty in eating, drinking, and cannot find happiness any more in desirable objects. Seeing as our body and mind deteriorate as we approach death, ordinary beings which are attached to form cannot be happy. Shakyamuni Buddha said in the Lalitavasitara Sutra, quote, "As aging progresses and we pass a certain point, we are like a tree struck by lightning, withered by old age like a terrible decrepit house. O sage, speak quickly about an escape from old age. Age enfeebles the masses of men and women, as a windstorm strips vine from a grove of sal trees. Age steals our vigor, skill, and strength. It is as though we are stuck in mud. Age makes attractive bodies unattractive. Age steals our glory and our strength. Age steals our happiness and subjects us to insults. Age takes our vigor. Age begets death." End quote. Jetsun Milarepa also said, quote, 1. You stand yourself up as if pulling a peg from the ground. 2. You creep along as though you were stalking a bird. 3. You sit down like a sack being dropped. When these 3 things happen and come together, Granny, you're a sad old woman whose illusory body's wasting away. 1. From the outside your skin hangs in wrinkles. 2. From the inside protrude bones where flesh and blood have shrunk. 3. In between you're stupid, deaf, blind, and dazed. When these 3 things come together, Granny, your face frowns with ugly wrinkles. 1. Your clothes are so ragged and heavy. 2. Your food and drink is insipid and cold. 3. You sit on your mat propped up with skins on 4 sides. When these 3 things come together, Granny, you're like a realized yogi, being trampled by men and dogs. End quote. The suffering of disease. Disease, when it occurs, changes our body's appearance, making it ugly. Disease means lack of equilibrium in our internal elements and causes us to experience physical and mental pain. Disease makes us lose our desire for objects that we previously enjoyed, or if we still desire some things, we might not be allowed to enjoy them because it would delay our recovery or worsen our condition. Also, our movement is limited and we cannot do the activities we like. Disease can force us to take medicine, food, or drink that we find repulsive, and we might need to accept painful and violent therapies like surgical interventions, powerful drugs, and so on. Disease makes us lose our vital energy, and if it is a terminal disease, it will cause tremendous pain to us and our relatives. Indeed, who among ordinary people can accept a terminal illness with 100% serenity? More than that, some become frightened of death even when they are slightly ill, while others commit suicide because they cannot bear the pain or desperation after being left alone by their dear ones. People who are very sick cannot take care of themselves, so they constantly need to ask for the help of others, which may come or may not, or may last for a while until their friends or relatives are tired of taking care of them. Usually, very few are capable of giving constant support in such times of crisis, and the world's hospitals and asylums are filled with sick or old people abandoned by their dear ones. Shakyamuni Buddha said in the Vistara Sutra, quote, "Hundreds of illnesses and the pain of rampant disease afflict us, just as humans oppress wild animals, regard the beings overwhelmed by old age and disease, and quickly speak about escape from suffering. In deep winter, wind and great blizzards take the vigor from the grasses, shrubs, trees, and herbs. In the same way, disease takes the vigor out of living beings. It breaks down their faculties, physical appearance, and strength. It will drain a great fortune in wealth and grain to the last. Disease constantly humiliates living beings. It harms them and is contemptuous of beauty. It torments them like the sun beating down from the sky." End quote. The suffering of death. Death is suffering because we are attached to our bodies and we identify with them. Death is suffering because we are separated from relatives and friends. Death is suffering because we are separated by the objects of our desires like our property, wealth, and various possessions. Death is suffering because when dying we might feel various pains in the body and mind. Shakyamuni Buddha said in the Vistara Sutra, quote, "You die and pass on to another life, and in so doing you are forever separated from people who are beautiful and beloved. Like a leaf fallen from a tree or the current of a river, you will never return and meet them again. Death makes the powerful weak. Death takes you away as a river carries away a log. People go alone, unaccompanied, and with no companion, powerless because their karma has its effects. Death seizes myriad living beings, as sea monsters seize swarms of creatures, as an eagle seizes a snake, or a lion an elephant, as fire takes hold of grass, trees, and swarming creatures." End quote. He also said in the larger sutra, quote, "The reality of birth and death is such that the sorrow of parting is mutually felt by all generations. A father cries over the deaths of his children. Children cry over the deaths of their father and mother. Brothers, sisters, husbands, and wives mourn each other's death. According to the basic law of impermanence, whether death will occur in order of seniority or in the reverse order is unpredictable. All things must pass. Nothing stays forever. Few believe this, even if someone teaches and exhorts them, and so the stream of birth and death continues everlastingly." End quote. As few become aware in due time of the reality of death and impermanence, most people do not strive to follow the Buddha Dharma, but on the contrary do even more evil actions during their lives, and so when death arrives they experience various pains and fears. Hallucinations may occur even before their actual death, which are signs of their future rebirth in one of the lower realms. Also, when they finally die, various apparitions of the intermediate state, or bardo, manifest before their senses. But because they have no faith in Amida Dharma or in any Buddha, no one can protect them, and so they are left at the mercy of their evil karma. 5. The suffering of encountering what is unpleasant. Unpleasant circumstances are of various types, causing us fear and pain. Meeting with enemies, we fear that we may be hurt, insulted, dominated, punished, or even killed. Meeting with unfavorable situations, we fear we may lose our wealth and possessions. Being caught up in rivalry of any kind, we fear others will be more successful than us, while we are left with nothing. Bodhisattva Nagarjuna said, quote, amassing wealth, watching over it and making it grow will wear you out. Understand that riches bring unending ruin and destruction. End quote. Jetson Milarepa also said, quote, in the beginning wealth makes you happy and envied, but however much you have, it never seems enough. In the middle, miserliness tightens its knot around you. You can't bear to spend it on offerings or charity. Your wealth attracts enemies and negative forces, and everything you've gathered gets used up by others. In the end, wealth's a demon that puts your life in danger. How frustrating to just look after wealth for your enemies. End quote. 6. The suffering of separation from what is pleasant. Such suffering occurs, for example, when we are separated from a dear friend, partner, or relative. We recall the good qualities of those we lost, and we are filled with regret on what we should have said or done, but it's to no avail as we cannot go back in time. Such is our attachment to our loved ones that we can even die or become ill when we are separated from them. However, if we contemplate more deeply on our relations with parents, wives, husbands, children, and friends, we might also come to realize some ugly truths about them. For example, although our parents cared for us and wished only our best, because they themselves had illusions and were not aware of the urgent matter of liberation from birth and death, their actions did us many harms too. For example, by focusing their education exclusively on how to achieve worldly success and fame, or if they advised us on how to make money without taking into consideration any moral standards, they encouraged our greed and caused us to become even more trapped in samsara. As Shakyamuni Buddha said, quote, later generations learned from previous ones to act likewise. Fathers, perpetuating their wrong views, passed them on to their children. Since parents and grandparents from the beginning did not do good deeds, were ignorant of the way, committed foolish acts, and were benighted, insensitive, and callous, their descendants are now unable to realize the truth of birth and death and the law of karma. There is no one to tell them about this. Nobody seeks to know the cause of fortune and misfortune, happiness and misery, although these states result from such acts. End quote. Not to mention the cases where parents neglect their children or use them to satisfy their own selfish desires. Indeed, some human parents are no different than monsters who eat their own offspring. Also, there are children who were raised well by their parents with great efforts and sacrifices, sometimes even by engaging in negative actions, but they turn against their mothers and fathers and hurt them in many ways. It is well known that many parents end up not in their own houses but in old age asylums. The sons or daughters justify this by saying it's in the best interests of the parents, when the truth is that they simply no longer wish to assume their filial responsibilities. By doing this, they treat their parents as things, not living beings, who once cared for them and raised them in their own house, not in orphanages. It is said in the sacred text that one cannot repay his parents' kindness even if he carries them all his life on his shoulders. So imagine what evil karma such unfilial sons and daughters generate for their next rebirth. Instead of being a support for their father and mother, worldly children act as obstacles towards the spiritual and physical health of their parents and make them realize they spent their lives in vain to raise them. How true these words of Jetson Milarepa sound for many parents. Quote, in the beginning your son is a charming little god. You love him so much that you cannot bear it. In the middle of he ferociously demands his due. You give him everything, but he is never satisfied. He brings home someone else's daughter, pushing his kindly parents out. When his father calls him, he doesn't deign to answer. When his mother calls, he doesn't even hear. In the end, he is like a distant neighbor. You destroy yourself nourishing a swindler like that? How frustrating it is to beget your own enemies. I've cast off this harness that tethers us to samsara. I don't want any of these worldly sons. In the beginning, a daughter is a smiling little goddess, imperiously monopolizing all your best possessions. In the middle, she endlessly asks her due. She openly demands things from her father and steals them from her mother on the sly. Never satisfied with what she's given, she's a source of despair to her kindly parents. In the end, she's a red-faced ogress. At best, she's an asset to someone else. At worst, she'll bring calamity upon you. How frustrating she is, this ravaging monster. I've cast off this incurable sorrow. I don't want a daughter who will lead me to ruin." End quote. Friends too can be deceiving, treating us well when we are prosperous and forgetting us when we pass through difficult times. Also, the love of friends can often transform itself into hate and adversity if big attachments and conflicting interests arise. Quote, "In the beginning, friends meet you joyfully. They smile, and the whole valley rings with 'come in and sit down.' In the middle, they return your hospitality with meat and beer, item for item, exactly one for one. In the end, they cause strife based on hate or attachment. How frustrating they are, those evil friends with all their quarrels. I've given up my dining companions of easy times. I don't want any worldly friends." End quote. 7. The suffering of not getting what one wants. This type of suffering occurs when we put great efforts into achieving a worldly goal, but we have no success. Frustration, disappointment, and anger fill our mind streams and cause us pain. But even when we are successful, what we have just gained will soon prove not to be enough, and so we continue our efforts to achieve more and more, thinking erroneously that one day we will find complete satisfaction and not need anything. However, samsaric activities never end, and we come to neglect the Dharma in exchange for the delusional goals we ourselves, our family, and society assign to us. Parents, children, wives, husbands, the company we work for, and others will always ask more and more from us, and so we will never find any real break in which to take care of what is really important, solving the problem of birth and death. Knowing this, Master Renyo advised, quote, "Listen to the Buddha Dharma by making time in your secular life. It is wrong to assume that you can listen to the Dharma when you have time." End quote. 8. The suffering associated with the 5 aggregates or skandhas. All the physical and mental elements of a being are classified in 5 types of skandhas, that is aggregates. 1. Form, a generic name for all kinds of matter and the body. 2. Feeling or sensation. 3. Perception. 4. Mental formations or mental states. 5. Consciousness or mind. For unenlightened beings, all these 5 are causes of delusion and suffering. Our body organs may fall sick and create pain. We may experience hunger, thirst, too much heat or too much cold, etc. Also, our feelings and sensation are the basis for attachment and aversion, which is a cause for various pains. Perceptions are subjective experiences and are the basis for disagreement and controversy, leading to conflict among people. The non-virtuous states of mind include ignorance, desire, anger, pride, envy, deceit, stinginess, laziness, forgetfulness, doubt, and harmful beliefs, but also the drowsiness, agitation, and distraction people may experience during practice. These too are a cause for suffering. Referring to consciousness or mind, in Buddhism we speak about the 8 consciousnesses, which are generated when our senses encounter their objects: consciousness of sight, consciousness of hearing, consciousness of smell, consciousness of taste, consciousness of touch, consciousness of mind, impure mind consciousness, and 8, the alaya storehouse consciousness. The meaning of the first 5 consciousnesses is easy to comprehend, so I will not dwell upon them. The consciousness of mind integrates the perceptions of the 5 senses in concrete images and takes decisions concerning the exterior world. The impure mind consciousness is the source of clinging, and so the origin of the sense of ego as well as of the other illusions which are born from the fact that we take as real something which is merely apparent. This, of course, leads to suffering. The alaya consciousness, or storehouse consciousness, is the place where all the actions and experiences in this life and the previous lives generated by the 7 consciousnesses are stored as karma, being the only consciousness which comes along with every birth. This consciousness influences at the same time the workings of the other 7 consciousnesses. We take this alaya consciousness with us in all our births in the various realms of existence. It contains the seeds of various types of karma, and it is the storehouse of the habitual evil karmic tendencies that we have cultivated for eons. Because of the karmic seeds contained in the alaya consciousness, one may die a premature death, be stricken with unexpected disease or inexplicable misfortune, overcome by strong desires, aversions, and obsessions, can think and do things that one should never even imagine, etc. So strong is the influence of the alaya consciousness. When Shinran is recorded as saying in chapter 13 of Tanisho, quote, "A person may not wish to harm anyone and yet end up killing 100 or 1,000 people," end quote. He is in fact referring to the influence of past karma contained in the alaya consciousness. But I've already talked about this at the chapter dedicated to karma, so please return there if you wish. In addition to the 8 sufferings explained above, we should also contemplate the following words of Bodhisattva Vasubandhu. Quote, "It is apparent that humans also have all the sufferings of the miserable realms. Tormented by pain, they are like hell beings. Deprived, they are like those in the Lord of Death's world, the hungry ghosts. Humans also have the sufferings of animals in that the powerful use force to hurt and oppress the weak. These sufferings are just like a river. Some suffer from poverty. For others, suffering arises from discontent. The suffering of yearning is unbearable. All of them quarrel and can be killed." End quote. Namo Amida Bu. 5. Contemplating the suffering of Asuras or demigods. As Master Gansen explained, the realm of Asuras is divided into 2 parts. Firstly, quote, "The creatures of this realm, which are fundamentally superior, live at the bottom of the Great Sea, north of Mount Sumero." End quote. And secondly, quote, "The inferior creatures of this realm dwell among the rocks of the high mountains, which lie between the 4 great continents." End quote. Although they experience various pleasures and abundance which are far superior to those of humans and even rival those of the gods, they are constantly tormented by anger, jealousy, quarreling, and fighting. Beings in the human realm who are more spiritually advanced than others, but who strongly manifest these characteristics, will be born among the Asuras. In their own realm, Asuras divide themselves in various groups and territories, and fighting in never-ending wars, while also, because they envy the pleasures of the lower realms of the gods, start useless conflicts with them, which they inevitably and eventually lose. Bodhisattva Nagarjuna said, quote, "Also, the demigods, by their very nature, experience great mental suffering because of their hatred of the splendor of the deities. Though they are intelligent, they do not see the truth because of the mental obscurations characteristic of this realm of rebirth." End quote. In some texts, the realm of Asuras is counted among the lower gods because of the pleasures found there, or among the lower realms together with hells, animals, and predators because of the pain they inflict on themselves. In conclusion, life as an Asura is a pitiful one, filled as it is with joys and pleasures more than any human can imagine, but not being capable to enjoy it due to envy and conflicts. 6. Contemplating the suffering of the gods. The gods or devas experience the most pleasure, health and comfort among all the beings of samsara. Also, the higher their plane of existence, the longer is their lifespan and the happiness they enjoy. However, they also meet with some specific types of suffering, which I shall explain after I describe in short each deva realm. In the world of desire, Kama Dhatu, there are 6 classes of gods with their specific realms. The first is the heaven of the 4 kings, Katu Maharaja, which are located on 4 cardinal points of Mount Sumeru. 1 east, 2 south, 3 west, 4 north. Each of these divine rulers has their own following of Katu Maharajaki gods. As Master Genshin explained, quote, "One day and night in the realm of the four kings is as long as 50 years of human life, and life in the realm of the four kings lasts 500 years." End quote. The second realm is the heaven of the 33 gods, Traya Strimasa, which is placed on the summit of Mount Sumeru. The most important god of this realm is Sakra, or Indra in some text. As Master Genshin explained, quote, 100 years of human life are equal in length to one day and night in the heaven of the 33, and in this heaven life lasts 1,000 years. End quote. The third realm is the heaven of good time, Yama or Suyama. As Master Genshin explained, quote, 200 years of human life are equal in length to one day and night in the heaven of Yama, where life lasts 2,000 years. End quote. The fourth realm is the heaven of contentment, Tushita. Queen Maya, the mother of Shakyamuni Buddha, was reborn there when she died, 7 days after giving birth to him. During his earthly life, Shakyamuni often made visits to this realm and other heavenly realms too, in order to teach the Dharma to his mother and the gods living there. As Master Genshin explained, quote, 400 years of human life are equal in length to one day and night in Tushita, and in this heaven life continues for 4,000 years. End quote. The fifth realm is the heaven of enjoyment of pleasures provided by themselves, Namanarati. As Master Genshin explained, quote, 800 years of human life are equal in length to one day and night in Namanarati, where life lasts 8,000 years. End quote. The sixth realm is the heaven of free enjoyment of manifestations by others. This realm is inhabited by Maras, which are celestial demons that usually go to the other worlds to obstruct practitioners from advancing on the Buddhist path. So Mara in Sanskrit language means evil one, adversary, or tempter. Their karma, accumulated in past lives, was good enough to make them reborn in this high heaven, but still their lust for power and selfishness, not being eradicated, transformed them into living obstacles for other beings. Thus they do everything in their power so that nobody gets higher than their plane of existence. The Nirvana Sutra lists 4 types of demons: greed, anger and delusion, the 5 skandhas or obstructions caused by physical and mental functions, death, and the demon of the heaven of free enjoyment of manifestations by others. So in the Buddhist text, the word demon is sometimes used with the meaning of internal demons or personal blind passions and illusions, which also in the sense of an actually existing being or beings who disturb others from reaching freedom from birth and death. Nowadays, there is a common mistake among many so-called modern Buddhists who promote the idea that Maras are only internal and not external demons too. Please do not share their misunderstandings and single-heartedly entrust to Amida Buddha, which is the best way to be protected against the influence of such evil and powerful beings. As Master Genshin explained, quote, 1,600 years of human life are equal in length to one day and night in this heaven, in which life lasts 16,000 years. End quote. Master Vasubandhu explains some of the features of the gods inhabiting these heavenly realms. The Katu Maharajachikas, Traya Strimasas, Yamas, Tushitas, Nimanariyatas, and Paranamarana Varsatatans are the gods of Kamadhatu, world of desire. A small god or goddess appears on the knees or from out of the knees of a god or goddess. The small god or goddess is their son or daughter. All the gods are apparitional. Among these gods, the newborn are similar to infants of 5 to 10 years. From 5 to 10 years, according to the category of the gods, young gods grow up quickly. End quote. To be apparitional means that the newborn gods appear spontaneously and not from a womb like humans. At their birth, they are similar to infants from, quote, from 5 to 10 years according to the category of the gods, quote, end quote. These young gods grow up quickly. said Vasubandhu. Then he explained further. Quote, in Kama Dhatu, 1. There are beings whose objects of desire are placed by outside factors at their disposition, but they're able to dispose of these objects. These are humans and certain gods, namely the first 4 classes of gods. 2. There are beings whose objects of desire are created by themselves, and they dispose of these objects which they create. These are the Narrators. 3. There are beings whose objects of desire are created by others, but who themselves dispose of these objects created by others. These are the Paranamitra Dvasaratans. The first enjoy the objects of desire which are presented to them. The second enjoy objects of desire which they create at their will. And the third enjoy objects of desire that they create or have others create at their will. These are the 3 arisings of the objects of desire. Kamo Papatis. End quote. According to Nagarjuna's explanation of Mahaprajna Paramita Sastra, quote, if the practitioner has not been able to cut through lust, he will be reborn among the 6 classes of gods of the desire realm, Kama Dhatu, where the 5 objects of enjoyment are excellent, subtle and pure. If he has been able to cut through lust, raga, he will be reborn among the gods of the 2 higher realms, Rupa Dhatu and Arupa Dhatu. End quote. This means that the one who is reborn among the gods of the world of desire cut many other passions from his heart, but still remained with various forms of lust, while those who destroyed lust but still have other more subtle delusions go to the next heavenly realm in the worlds of form, Rupa Dhatu, or world of non-form, Arupa Dhatu. The world of form is the effect of great meritorious deeds and strong meditation practice, while the form of non-form, the world of non-form, where beings do not possess bodies of forms, is the effect of high levels of samadhi, meditative concentration. The gods of Rupa Dhatu, or world of form, and Arupa Dhatu, world of non-form, have an extremely long life in comparison with humans and gods of Kama Dhatu, world of desire, while also lacking the negative emotions from there. However, they still experience ignorance and delusion because they have not yet eliminated the belief in the false ego. By not eliminating the belief in the false ego, their suppression of negative emotions is only temporary, because such a belief in attachment or identification is the very root, the origin of these emotions. Thus, they still possess the seeds and inclinations to manifest them again in the future, and so the gods in Rupa Dhatu and Arupa Dhatu may fall again into the lower realms. We must bear in mind that until the root of negative emotions has been completely destroyed by the realization of perfect enlightenment, one cannot attain liberation from samsara. In the world of form, Rupa Dhatu, there are 4 spheres of heavenly realms as follows. The first jhana, which contains 1. Heaven of the counselors of Brahma. 2. Heaven of the high priests of Brahma. 3. Heaven of great Brahma. Some Brahma gods from the first jhana heaven in the world of form may experience the illusion of being all-powerful creators of the universe. About this kind of delusion brought upon them and upon human beings who believe in them by Maras are discussed at length in the chapter There is no supreme God or creator in the Buddha Dharma from my book The True Teaching on Amida Buddha and His Pure Land. Please read this book carefully, as I gave there many quotes from Shakyamuni himself. The second jhana, which contains 1. Heaven of lesser light, 2. Heaven of infinite light, 3. Heaven of supreme light. The third jhana, which contains 1. Heaven of lesser purity, 2. Heaven of infinite purity, 3. Heaven of universal purity. The fourth jhana, which contains 1. Cloudless heaven, 2. Merit-producing heaven, 3. Heaven of greater fruits, 4. Heaven free of trouble, 5. Heaven without affliction, 6. Heaven of excellent viewing, 7. Heaven of excellent observation, 8. highest heaven. In the world of non-form, Arupiyadhatu, there are 4 heavenly realms: abode of boundless space, abode of boundless consciousness, abode of nothingness, abode of neither thought nor non-thought. The sufferings of the gods in the world of desire, Kamadhatu, are of 3 types. 1. The suffering of dying and falling into lower realms. 2. The suffering of anxiety. 3. The suffering of being cut, gashed, killed, and banished. 1. The suffering of dying and falling into lower realms. No matter what sensual pleasures the gods in Kamadhatu experience, they will also die when the karma which brought them into their realms is exhausted. It is said that the suffering of dying in the realm of the gods is greater than in any other realm. Why is that? To die in the realm of hells or pretas means to be released from those spheres of extreme pain and a chance to be reborn in higher places. But who would really like to abandon the most beautiful realm filled with intoxicating pleasure and happiness, where one has a perfect body and everything that his heart desires? Bodhisattva Nagarjuna said, quote, "Know that even Brahma himself, after achieving happiness free from attachment, in his turn will endure ceaseless suffering as fuel for the fires of the hell of ultimate torment." End quote. Quote, "Although the deities have great pleasure in heaven, the suffering of dying there is even greater than that. The wise who understand this cease to create attachments for the perishable heavens." End quote. Before dying, the gods experience the trauma of the 5 signs of death, as Nagarjuna described in the same text. Quote, "Their bodies turn an unattractive color, their cushions become uncomfortable, their flower garlands wilt, and their clothing smells. An unaccustomed sweat breaks out over their bodies. The 5 signs that signal the deities in heaven foretelling their death and departure therefrom are similar to the signs that foretell death for humans on earth." End quote. Even if the signs that foretell the death of gods may not seem extraordinary at first reading, please bear in mind that until those signs appear, their bodies were always fresh and healthy for many thousands of years, never smelt bad, never produced sweat, etc. So it's one thing to be human and have the above problems all the time, and quite another to live happily like a god for many thousands of years, in which only 1 minute of their life may be 100 years of human life, and suddenly experience the 5 signs of death. And it is said in some texts that the time before dying, in which the gods experience the 5 signs and contemplate their falling into the lower realms, also lasts many years. During this time, all the other gods leave them completely alone, being disgusted with the sight of their decay, and so the dying deity suffers enormously. Master Gansen described the sufferings experienced by the gods from the world of desire, Kamadhatu, when they approach death, and gave us the example of those inhabiting the Triyasrimasa, heaven of the 33 gods. Quote, "Even though the pleasures of these beings are boundless, when life comes to an end, they cannot escape the pain of the 5 decays. The first is the fading of the crown of flowers. Second, the heavenly weather clothing becomes soiled. Third, sweat flows from the body. Fourth, the eyes often grow dizzy. Fifth, the place of living no longer gives enjoyment. These are called the 5 decays. When we meet with these sufferings, we are disliked and cast off by the family of heavenly maidens. It is pitiful to roll around among the bushes and trees, weeping and grieving. At such a time the victim cries out, saying, 'I was loved constantly by all the heavenly maidens, and why is it that now they love me no longer? They have flung me away like grass, and do not care for me in the least. Now there is nothing on which I can rely. Who is there to save me? Leaving the palace castle of Zenkin, my life here must come to an end. There is no hope of seeing Taishaiku on his treasure throne. It is difficult to behold the glory of Shushadin, and doubtful whether I can ever ride on the treasure elephant of Shakuten. I shall never again gaze on the flowers of Shushawan. Never again shall I sit at the saki feast of Zoronin, nor play and linger in Quan Kien. Sitting on the smooth stone of the white jewel under the goba tree is a pleasure no longer possible. I can think no longer about bathing in the waters of Shushoshi. I shall never again eat the 4 sweets, and I alone am denied hearing the 5 glorious kinds of music. How sad that I alone must meet this fate. Oh, have mercy on me and save my life. But for a moment longer, I pray, grant me this pleasure and let me not fall down on Mount Meru or into Bashur Sea. But though I utter these prayers for help, there is no one to save me." End quote. Bodhisattva Nagarjuna also said about the falling of the gods, quote, "They must take leave of the divine worlds if their merit has run out. Then, powerless, they will become animals, hungry ghosts, or denizens of hell." End quote. 2. The suffering of anxiety. Depending on the merits they accumulated in previous lives, the gods in the world of desire receive various pleasures and desirable objects. Thus some have more than others, which causes those with lesser merits to become anxious and suffer. 3. The suffering of being cut, gashed, killed, and banished because of the wars they fight with Asuras or demigods. They're often hurt in many ways. However, whenever they're injured, their body parts regenerate with the exception of the head, as gods in the world of desire can be killed only by cutting their heads. Some weaker gods are often banished from their places by the more powerful ones. Bodhisattva Vasubandhu also described other kinds of suffering related with deities. Quote, "Deities who indulge in sensual pleasures are not happy in mind, they are burned by an inner fire sparked by the infection of sensual desire. How can there be happiness for those whose minds are distracted? Since their minds are not under control and undistracted even for a moment, they are by nature disturbed and agitated. They will never be calm, like a fire that is wood for fuel, and that rages whipped by the wind." End quote. He also said, quote, "They are like invalids, not long recovered from an illness, who eat improperly and get sick again." Quote, end quote. The gods in the world of form, Rupa Dhatu, and the world of non-form, Arupa Dhatu, do not experience the sufferings of the deities in the world of desire, Kama Dhatu, but they also die while still having subtle obscurations and afflictions. As I said previously, they have not freed themselves from the belief and attachments to the false ego, so the root of negative emotions is still there, even if they kept them hidden by being immersed in meditative absorption. Thus, not being liberated from samsara, they have no control over the course of their future karma, and when the reservoir of merits that brought them in those high celestial abodes is exhausted, they fall again into lower realms. Bodhisattva Vasubandhu said, quote, "Those in the form or formless realms are beyond the suffering of pain and the suffering of change. By nature, they have the bliss of meditative concentration. They remain motionless for an eon. But even this is most assuredly not liberation. After they have counted on it, they will fall again. Though it may seem as though they have transcended the turbulence of the miserable realms, yet, like birds soaring in the sky, they cannot stay forever, though they try. Like an arrow shot with the strength of a child, they will fall back down in the end. Just as butter lamps that burn for a long time are in fact perishing in every moment, they are afflicted by the changes of the suffering of conditionality." End quote. Namo Amida Bu. Concluding thoughts on the suffering of samsaric existence. As we have seen in the description of the 6 realms, there is absolutely no place in samsara without suffering. Everything is a cause for suffering. Everything is multiplying suffering. And everything, even the intoxicating pleasures of the gods, contain the seeds of suffering. Quote, "Beings in hell suffer from hellfire. Pretas suffer from hunger and thirst. Animals suffer from being eaten by each other. Humans suffer from having a short life. Assurers suffer from wars and quarrels, and the gods suffer from their own mindlessness. In samsara there is never a pinpoint of happiness." End quote. Some say that life in the gods' realms is more desirable because of the immense pleasure we can find there. However, I would like to ask you, what if somebody offers you the most intense party with the best drinks, women or men, on a luxurious yacht for 3 days on the condition that after the party you will be burnt to death? Would you accept the deal? Would the pain you'll suffer by being burnt to death be worth the sweet and transient pleasures of 3 nights? This is similar to the various distractions of the gods' realms. When their time comes, gods themselves suffer intensely, as I've already described above in the section dedicated to them. If one reaches the highest point on the wheel of samsara, one will surely fall from there to the lower part after expending one's karmic merits in intoxicating pleasures. Just like a rich guy enters a casino with the attitude of a great lord and is treated well by everybody, but if he loses all his wealth at gambling, he will be thrown away like a beggar at the end. There is a significant story of the monk Nanda, who was very much attached to his wife and had no aspiration to renounce the world. Seeing this, Shakyamuni Buddha miraculously took him to a mountain, where he showed him a one-eyed monkey. He asked him, quote, "Tell me, Nanda, who do you find more beautiful, this monkey or your wife?" End quote. Nanda replied immediately, "My wife, of course." Then the Buddha transported him to a realm of the gods, where he showed him many beautiful mansions, where each god lived together with his assembly of young goddesses and enjoyed many pleasures and abundance. Then he took him to a place and a palace where there were many goddesses, but no god. When Nanda asked why, a goddess answered, "There is a person in the human world, a disciple of the Buddha, whose name is Nanda, and who practices the way. The karma he thus accumulates will make him be reborn in this palace, where we will serve him faithfully." Nanda was very joyful, and when asked by the Buddha who he now thinks is more beautiful, his wife or the goddesses, he answered without any hesitation, "The goddesses are far more beautiful. My wife cannot even compare herself with them." Then, when he returned to the human world, Nanda practiced the way even more seriously, so that he does not lose the chance to be reborn with the beautiful goddesses. After some time, the Buddha asked him if he wanted to go with him to visit the hells. Nanda agreed, and he was transported there by the Buddha's miraculous power. While visiting the various hells and seeing the horror and pain of the beings born there, he came across an empty pot filled with a blazing fire and a number of hell tormentors around it. When he asked, "Why is the pot empty?" a hell tormentor answered, "We are waiting for a person called Nanda, who is now practicing the way in the human realm in order to be born among the gods. After he enjoys many hundreds of years in that celestial place, his merits will run out, and he will be reborn here." This terrified Nanda so much that he pondered more deeply on the characteristics of samsara. Then, after realizing that there is no sense to aspire for a happiness that ends in the flames of hell, he awoke the aspiration to escape from all samsaric existence. We should really take to heart the story of Nanda and contemplate deeply the nature of samsara. Even if we did not see with our own eyes the lower or higher realms, a picture or the many descriptions made by Shakyamuni Buddha and the masters of various lineages should be enough to scare the hell out of us and make us wish to escape from it. Thus, let us never forget that in samsara, 1. There is no certainty. 2. We can never find satisfaction. 3. We are born and we die repeatedly, changing bodies after bodies ad infinitum. 4. On the wheel of samsara, we will always go down after we go high. And 5. We have no true companions. All samsaric beings meet with these 5 general types of suffering. 1. What does it mean to have no certainty in samsara? It means, for example, that we are never certain our dear ones from today will remain dear to us in the next lives. Of course, we would like to be able to meet again and again with our good friends, parents, children, or wife after we die. But if we meet again with them in another life, and still we are not Buddhas, then this meeting might be of no real benefit to them or to us. It can even become a meeting of pain and sorrow, in which we surely won't recognize them. Because of our deluded minds, we might harm them and make them run from us. We and our loved ones have different karma, and after this life we will take different forms. But because of attachments to one another, we can still be close in space and time. For example, one of us might be born in the next life as a human being, while the other one, wife, husband, parent, friend, etc., can be born as an animal. Due to attachments, he or she can live around our house, but because we cannot see our previous lives, we are not able to recognize them. We can think of them as just a close dog or cow, but we cannot really give them much benefit. It can even be worse than this. In time, our feelings for him or her, or their feelings towards us, may change, and because of various circumstances, love can turn into hate. People who are now in a love relationship can hate each other after a few lives, or even in this life. So, until we become Buddhas, not only can we not give any benefit to our closed ones, but we can actually make them sink even further down in the ocean of suffering. Bodhisattva Nagarjuna said, quote, "For those in cyclic existence, there are no certainties, because fathers become sons, mothers become wives, enemies become friends, and the converse happens as well." End quote. Thus, if we truly care about them, we should make a commitment not to lose this life in vain, but to listen to the teaching again and again and receive faith in Amida Buddha. Only in this way, our aspiration to save all beings, especially those with whom we have karmic connections, will be fulfilled. 2. We can never find satisfaction in samsara. Bodhisattva Nagarjuna said, quote, "Each of us has drunk more milk than would fill the 4 oceans. Yet those in cyclic existence who act as ordinary beings are intent on drinking still more than that." End quote. Since the beginningless past, we have tried many ways to satisfy our desires. We have worked hard, fought hard, even killed or hurt others in order to find happiness, but still have never found it. Our unfulfilled desires and attachments need a new vehicle with every new life, and so we continue to run into an endless variety of forms as bodies, trying desperately to satisfy them. This is why we must ask ourselves, when will we finally learn that there is no real satisfaction in samsara and in our samsaric pursuits? When will we be finally able to say, stop? Why don't we get sick of this never-ending sorrow? Quote, "Just as a leper tormented by maggots turns to fire for relief, but finds no peace, so should you understand attachment to sensual pleasures." End quote. Kandrogaman said in his letter to a student, quote, "What being has not come into the world hundreds of times? What pleasure has not already been experienced countless times? What luxury, such as splendid white yak-tail fans, have they not owned? Yet, even when they possess something, their attachment continues to grow. There is no suffering they have not experienced many times. The things they desire do not satisfy them. There is no living being that has not slept in their bellies. So why do they not rid themselves of attachment to cyclic existence?" End quote. Master Ashwagosha said, quote, "Again and again, in hells, we drank boiling liquid copper, so much that even the water in the ocean does not compare. The filth you have eaten as a dog and as a pig would make a pile far more vast than Mount Meru, the king of mountains. On account of losing loved ones and friends, you shed so many tears in the realms of cyclic existence that the ocean could not contain them. The heads that have been severed from fighting one another, if piled up, would reach beyond Brahma's heaven. You have been a worm, and having been ravenous, you ate so much sludge that if it were poured into the great ocean, it would fill it completely." End quote. Shakyamuni Buddha said, quote, "Remember the infinite bodies which in the past you wasted senselessly on account of desire. As many times as there are grains of sand in the Ganges, you failed to please the Buddhas and ignored their teachings. End quote. Shinran Shonin also said, quote, under the guidance of Buddhas who appeared in this world, 3 times the sands of the Ganges in number, we awakened the aspiration for supreme enlightenment. But our self-power failed, and we continued to migrate. End quote. Quote, were it not for the ship of Amida's vow, how could I cross the ocean of painful existence? With minds full of malice and cunning, like snakes and scorpions, we cannot accomplish good acts through self-power, and unless we entrust ourselves to Amida's directing of virtue, we will end without knowing shame or self-reproach. End quote. Three. In samsara we are born and we die repeatedly, changing bodies after bodies ad infinitum. Bodhisattva Nagarjuna said, quote, each of us has left a pile of bones that would dwarf Mount Meru. End quote. Shakyamuni Buddha also said, quote, the bones of a single person wandering in samsara would be a cairn, a pile, a heap, as Mount Vipula. Were there a collector of these bones, and were the collections not destroyed? Long time have you suffered the death of father and mother, of sons, daughters, brothers and sisters, and while you were thus suffering, you have verily shed tears upon this long way, more than there is water in the 4 oceans. Long time did your blood flow by the loss of your heads when you were born as oxen, buffalo, rams, goats, etc. Long time have you been caught as dacoits, or highwaymen, or adulterers, and through your being beheaded, verily more blood has flown upon this long way than there is water in the 4 oceans. And thus have you gone for long time, undergone sufferings, undergone torment, undergone misfortune, and filled the graveyards full, verily long enough to be dissatisfied with every form of existence, long enough to turn away and free yourself from them all. End quote. Quote, if someone took from this vast earth pellets the size of juniper berries and set them aside, saying, this is my mother, and this is my mother's mother, then, monks, the clay of this vast earth would be exhausted, yet the line of matrilineal predecessors would not. End quote. In the Anguttara Nikaya it is said, quote, on one occasion the Venerable Shariputra was dwelling in a Magadha, in the village Nalaka. On that occasion, Samandakaini, a wandering ascetic, approached him and asked, what, friend Shariputra, is happiness, and what is suffering? To be reborn, friend, is suffering. Not to be reborn is happiness. End quote. 4. On the wheel of samsara we will always go down after we go high. Bodhisattva Nagarjuna said, quote, having become Indra, worthy of the world's honor, you will still fall, once again to the earth because of the force of past karma. Even having become a universal monarch, you will once again become a slave for other beings in cyclic existence. Though you have long experienced the pleasures of caressing the breasts and waists of divine woman, you will once again encounter the unbearable sensations of the grinding, cutting and flesh-tearing hell devices. Having dwelled long on the peak of Mount Meru, enjoying the pleasant touch of soft ground on your feet, imagine undergoing the unbearable pain of walking once again over hot coals and rotting corpses in hell. Having frolicked in beautiful groves and enjoyed the embraces of divine woman, you will arrive once again in the forests of hell, where the leaves are swords that slice off ears, nose, hands and legs. Though you have entered the gently flowing river, with beautiful goddesses and golden lotuses, you will plunge once more into hell, into scalding water, the unbearable waters of the impassable river. Having gained the great pleasures of a deity in the realm of desire, with the detached happiness of Brahma, you will once again become fuel for the fires of the unrelenting hell, suffering pain without respite. Having been a deity of the sun or the moon, illuminating all the world with the light of your body, you will return once more to dense black darkness, where you cannot see even your own outstretched hand." End quote. It is said in the Vinaya Vastu, quote, "The end of accumulated things is depletion. The end of things that are high is a fall. The end of meetings is separation. The end of life is death." End quote. 5. In Samsara we have no true companions. In the Bodhisattva Varakatara it is said, quote, "This body becomes forth whole, yet the bones and flesh that accompany it will break apart and disperse. As this is so, why mention others such as loved ones? You are born alone, also you die alone. As others cannot share your suffering, of what use is the hindrance of loved ones?" End quote. Friends, family, and loved ones are as fleeting as a crowd on market day. Now they are here with us, and the next time they are gone. Also, who can really take our pain when we are ill, when we get old, or when we die? Even if they have empathy for us, they cannot suffer, get old, or die in our place. Also, they cannot go to the samsaric destinations where we deserve to be reborn due to our karma. Please meditate on this. After deeply contemplating the general sufferings of samsara and the specific sufferings of each of the 6 realms of samsaric existence and the bardo, our minds should naturally turn towards Amida Dharma, the only path that affords passage in this dark age of the 5 defilements. Quote, "To awaken aspiration and perform practices in this world is the path of sages, and is termed self-power. The present is the last Dharma age. It is the world of the 5 defilements. The Pure Land way alone affords passage." End quote. Then we should make this promise to ourselves and to all mother sentient beings. Quote, "I wish to abandon the body enclosed in the womb and attain birth in the land of peace and bliss, where I will quickly behold Amida Buddha's body of boundless merits and virtues, and see many Tathagatas and holy sages as well. Having acquired the 6 supernatural powers, I will continue to save suffering sentient beings until all their worlds throughout the universe are exhausted. Such will be my vow. After having thus made a vow, I take refuge in Amida Buddha with sincerity of heart." End quote. It is impossible to escape the evil that dwells within the unenlightened minds of sentient beings and the karmic environment they manifest without the salvific power of Amida Buddha. Until we reach his Pure Land, we are never safe, and only after arriving there are we able to really benefit others. Quote, "The city of bliss, tranquil and uncreated in the West, is ultimately free and peaceful, far removed from being and non-being. Transforming oneself into various bodies, one benefits all beings equally without discrimination. Let us return. Do not abide in this homeland of Maras. Since innumerable kalpas ago, we have been transmigrating, passing through all the 6 courses. Nowhere has there been any pleasure. We hear only the voices of grief and sorrow. After this present lifetime is ended, let us enter the city of Nirvana." End quote.
This presentation will have 7 key points. 1. To become a Buddha is the objective of Mahayana Buddhism. 2. The doctrine of the 3 Buddha bodies, Trikaya. The nature of samsaric universes. 4. Amida Buddha's Pure Land is the supreme enlightened realm in the Mahayana conception. 5. How to be reborn in Amida's Pure Land, the essence of the primal vow, the 18th vow. 6. Summary of the amazing qualities of those born in the Pure Land of Amida Buddha after death. And 7. A brief conclusion. As we will see later on, a Buddha is not only free from samsara, but he has also mastered the 6 perfections, the 6 paramitas, during many lifetimes in the Bodhisattva's way, the 10 bhumis. We will explain this later on. All beings have a Buddha seed, a Buddha nature inside themselves that is called in Mahayana Buddhism the Tathagata Garbha. This Buddha seed, this Buddha nature, is the capacity of all sentient beings to become Buddhas once they purify themselves through the practice of the Buddha Dharma. The objective of the Buddha Dharma is to make this Buddha seed grow into full Buddhahood. A fully enlightened Buddha has the following 10 transcendental capacities, as explained in the Mahasihanada Sutra, although they are also explained in many other sutras of the Mahayana canon, like the Lankavatara Sutra, the Tathagata Garbha Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, etc. The 10 capacities of a Buddha. 1. Perfect understanding of what is possible and impossible. 2. Perfect understanding of the results of actions, past, present, and future. 3. Perfect knowledge of the ways leading everywhere, understanding of all places. 4. Perfect knowledge of the different elements of the world, phenomena or dharmas. 5. Perfect knowledge of the inclinations of sentient beings, their karmic tendencies. 6. Perfect knowledge of the capacities and potentials of sentient beings. 7. Perfect knowledge and mastery over all dhyanas, samadhis, the perfection of meditation and concentration. 8. Perfect knowledge of his own past lives. 9. Perfect knowledge of the past lives of all living beings and how they transmigrate from one realm to another in samsara due to their karma. And 10. The capacity of the destruction of the mental taints, perfect mental liberation from the taints that defile the mind. On top of that, a Buddha also possesses 3 bodies: the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, and the Nirmanakaya. In the Dharmakaya, he has access to the ultimate, to the supreme reality beyond space and time, beyond name and form, and thus he has the same heart as all other Buddhas from the past, present, and future. Then he has a Sambhogakaya body that is related to the specific vows he has made during his life as a bodhisattva, and he has also a Nirmanakaya body, or he has the capacity to emanate Nirmanakaya bodies, that is, bodies of accommodation throughout the 10 directions. That is, he can be in several places at the same time. He can be in millions of places simultaneously in order to help sentient beings. Thus, he is above space and time, and he can use space and time in order to benefit sentient beings by using his 3 bodies: Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. This is a very profound subject, and we will devote a complete section to this important skill that all Buddhas possess. The great practice of the Bodhisattvas leads sentient beings to perfect the 6 types of practices by which a Bodhisattva achieves Buddhahood. That is, the 6 paramitas, which are the following: charity or generosity, dana; discipline and proper behavior, sila; perseverance, ksanti; 4. Again, diligence, meditation or dhyana; and higher wisdom, prajna. This is thoroughly explained in Mahayana sutras like the Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, the Avatamsaka Sutra, the Dasabhumika Sutra, and many others. The way of the Bodhisattva is also thoroughly explained in many writings of the great Mahayana master Bodhisattva Nagarjuna, and also great master Tsongkhapa from Tibet. By mastering the 10 transcendental skills of a Buddha, they are finally able to fulfill the 4 great Mahayana vows, which are the following: no matter how perfect a Buddha would be, I vow to become like him. No matter how profound the Dharma is. 2. No matter how profound the Dharma is, I vow to fully understand it all. No matter how numerous the passions are, I vow to conquer them all. No matter how numerous the beings would be, I vow to save them all. It is not enough to escape samsara. We also need perfect enlightenment which is the supreme nirvana of the Buddhas. Only when the Buddhist disciples master all these perfections, they finally become Buddhas and are finally able to help sentient beings in an effective manner. This is what is meant by nirvana, Buddhahood, enlightenment in Mahayana Buddhism. Although we will explain this subject in greater detail later on, it must be clear by now that in order to be free from samsara, we need tremendous effort if we are doing it on our own by means of meditation and profound contemplation. That is, through self-purification practices, meditation precepts, and so on. Being a Buddha, a liberated being, an enlightened one, is certainly beyond the realm of human beings and all the 6 realms of existence altogether. Now, as we will explain later on, the Buddha is the perfect master of all beings, full with limitless compassion and wisdom for all sentient beings. All Buddhas desire that we also become Buddhas, and that we also possess the 10 transcendental capacities that only a Buddha possesses, and also that we are able to have the 3 Buddha bodies, the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, and the Nirmanakaya. A good and gentle teacher would never want to be above his students. A sincere master will always want his disciples to have the same knowledge and skills he has. Likewise, a Buddha wants us to become Buddhas, because that is our potential, because that is the potential tree that we are. We all have in our hearts the Buddha seed, the Buddha nature, the Tathagata Garbha. As we read in the Lotus Sutra, Shakyamuni says the following, I quote, that originally I made a vow to make all sentient beings my equal, without any difference. Now I have already fulfilled his vows that I made in the past. I will lead and inspire all sentient beings and cause them to enter the path of the Buddhas. If I met sentient beings and taught them till the end the path of the Buddhas. End quote. Thus, in Mahayana Buddhism and also in Vajrayana schools, which are a development of Mahayana, we strive to escape from the terrible dangers of samsara not only for our own sake, but also for the benefit of all sentient beings. In order to help sentient beings, we must develop the full potential of our Buddha nature by becoming Buddhas ourselves, and in that way we master the 10 transcendental skills and the 3 bodies of a Buddha, in order to perfectly help sentient beings to escape from the bondage of samsara so that they become Buddhas as well. Now, if you carefully read the 10 skills that a Buddha possesses, it should make you think about how arduous it is to become a Buddha by your own efforts. Surely, no amount of take it easy mentality can lead you to become a fully enlightened Buddha like Shakyamuni Buddha or Amida Buddha or other Buddhas. As we read in the Mahasachaka Sutra, the Buddha saw with his divine eye how beings are reborn in the 6 realms of existence: hells, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, asuras, and devas, ad infinitum, and how they suffer terribly in this process. By revealing this vast panorama, by climbing to the high mountain of enlightenment, the Buddha asked us to hear his teaching. It is like he's saying to us, from above, I could see where all beings come from, where they are, and where they are going. You all are in grave danger. Escape from samsara at once. There is no time to waste. Strive, and be free now. We also read in the larger sutra, the larger Sukhavati Vyuha, one of the 3 Pure Land Sutras, how Shakyamuni Buddha describes the terrible condition of sentient beings trapped in samsaric existence. I quote the larger sutra. Thus, through the natural working of karma, sentient beings undergo immeasurable sufferings in the 3 evil realms. In successive transmigrations, they are reborn into different states and forms. Their lifespans are sometimes long and sometimes short. Their transient selves, vital energy, and consciousness transmigrate through the natural working of karma. Although each individual is reborn alone, those bound by common karma come to be born together and take revenge upon each other. So this condition persists endlessly, and until the effect of their evil karma is exhausted, there is no possibility of avoiding their enemies. Floundering in samsara, they have no chance of escaping or of attaining liberation. The pain that they must undergo is indescribable. Since this law, the law of karma, naturally taints everywhere between heaven and earth, even if good or evil acts do not immediately bring about reward or retribution, they will certainly result in them sooner or later. End quote. The ignorant actions of body, speech and mind lead sentient beings in the endless cycle of agony in samsara. That is why it is of vital importance to focus on the Buddha Dharma, the teachings of the Buddha, as soon as possible, so that we can overcome this vicious cycle of birth and death. According to the Buddha, as unenlightened sentient beings, we should not celebrate the fact that we have a stream of consciousness that did not begin in this life and won't finish after our death. This is totally the opposite of many spiritual people nowadays, especially in the New Age circles, and sadly also in Buddhist groups, who think samsara is this amazing adventure of the soul, or they think that immortality is to be celebrated. They would say things like, the mind has so much possibilities to express its own creativity. They seem to be suggesting that the cycle of death and birth in samsara is a lot of fun, when clearly the Buddha and all his noble disciples are almost screaming to our ears. Something like this: the house of samsara is burning, get out or you will die and suffer ad infinitum. I think if we don't accept that fear is not something bad on itself, we are kidding ourselves big time. Consider you are in the jungle and suddenly a hungry panther starts chasing you to kill you. My friend, I sincerely tell you, you can smile at it all you want, you can try to take it easy all you want, but in fact you are in grave danger, and if you are not afraid, it means you are a fool. It is as simple as that. Now, samsara is even worse than 1,000 panthers. It is the fearsome cycle of birth and death, and the great Buddha Shakyamuni, the supreme enlightened being of our world and era, with transcendental and precise knowledge of this cycle, is constantly telling us that indeed we should be worried, and we should focus on transcending this vicious cycle of birth and death in the 6 realms of existence, and develop the perfect wisdom and compassion so that we can develop and master the transcendental skills of a Buddha in order to help sentient beings to get out as well. As we will see, our Buddha seed, our Buddha nature, needs a proper environment to grow, and it is quite difficult to make it grow inside the 6 realms of existence, since samsara is full to the brim with ignorance and suffering and all kinds of distractions. Even if we manage to practice in this difficult environment, that does not guarantee that we will succeed in becoming a Buddha in one lifetime. That is why it is of vital importance to be born in Amida's pure land after death, as it is extremely difficult to escape samsara and walk the arduous path to develop the 10 transcendental skills of a Buddha and to master the 3 Buddha bodies, to attain perfect enlightenment. We will explain the benefits of being born in Amida's Pure Land later on in this presentation, but for now, please consider that the Buddha constantly taught about the dangers of samsara and that the only way out is the path towards Buddhahood, which is the noble objective of the Buddha Dharma in Mahayana Buddhism, the Buddhist teachings according to the Mahayana. Please also consider the capacities of a Buddha and how far removed they are from human mundane skills. 2. The nature of samsaric universes. Before we explain the noble realms above samsara, we will explain how samsaric universes are formed according to the Dharma. If Buddhism says that there is no creator God, then how and why are universes created? Where does samsara start? If beings are trapped within samsara, how or what put them there in the first place? How is it that samsaric beings can become Buddhas? Previously, it was explained that each samsaric plane of existence is not separated from the minds of the beings that inhabit those realms. For example, beings in the hell realms are the creators of the nightmarish realm they inhabit. In the texts, they are tortured by hell wardens and all manner of beasts and monsters. Who are they? They are certainly not people who work in hell, and their sole objective in life is to torture those poor hell beings. They are in fact mental projections of the hell beings' evil karma. They are produced in the same way we dream at night, as Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea explains. I quote, "First of all, when it refers to worlds and universes, the Buddha Dharma explains them as places of rebirth, or samsaric realms. Thus, they are inhabited by unenlightened beings in various stages of spiritual evolution or involution. As far as I know, most of the people that believe in monotheistic religions give the following argument in the support of their belief in a supreme creator, God or deity. They say something to the effect of, if you see a house in a field, you ask yourself, who built it? In the same way, this complex world is the creation of our God. Anything that exists has a creator. This is the basis of their belief system, but for Buddhists, the matter is wrongly addressed here. Yes, indeed, everything has a creator, but not in the way that monotheists think. I would rather say that every dream has a creator, the dreamer. And who is the dreamer? It is us, the unenlightened beings with our specific individual karma, but also with the collective karma or the karmic connections we create amongst us." End quote. The mind is not something inside the brain in Buddhism. The mind is what produces the world, as the Buddha Shakyamuni said in the Dhammapada. I quote, "Mind precedes all mental states. Mind is their chief. They are all mind-wrought." The mind, according to the Buddha Dharma, is the creator of heaven and hell, and all the realms of samsara. In Buddhism, the concept of an individual soul does not exist. Instead, we have the concept of mind streams, or individuated experiences that a particular stream of consciousness has. So, if there are several beings whose minds always dwell in evil and perverted thoughts, those minds create a bond, or a link, and they co-create the samsaric realm they then inhabit. Likewise, if there are several beings whose minds dwell in positive thoughts, they co-create their samsaric realm, a heavenly realm where they indulge in those thoughts. Karma is the natural law of existence, and it does not need a creator God who dictates, from now on, if a being behaves in an evil way, he or she will suffer in the future. This is not like that at all. A being that cultivates evil thoughts, words and deeds will automatically suffer sooner or later, and that being will eventually be reborn in hell or other lower realms of existence. And a being who has cultivated positive speech, thoughts and deeds will karmically resonate with other similar mind streams, and therefore he or she will eventually be reborn in the karmic environment that is best suited for the karma that she has cultivated. The seeds of the 6 realms of existence are not something exterior to us. We carry inside us the potential of all the samsaric realms of existence: hell, pretas, animals, asuras, humans and devas. When we are possessed by fury and delusion, we are similar to a hell being. When we are terribly greedy, we are like hungry ghosts. In moments when we are overcome by basic instincts like a strong craving for food or sex, we behave like animals. When we are generous but we are clumsy when it comes to morality, we are totally human. And when we are genuinely virtuous in a situation but we still feel attached to our egos and our virtue, we resemble the gods. Our collective mind streams are the builders of the prison of samsara. It is like a collective dream in which everyone is participating in the creation of different experiences. This is why Buddhas are called the awakened ones, because they have woken up from the dream of birth and death, and they see us asleep. They see us suffering from things that aren't ultimately real. Of course, when we have a nightmare, it is very real to us while we are dreaming. Likewise, samsara seems very real to the unenlightened beings that inhabit its various realms of existence. Beings never stay in one realm of existence forever. They have unenlightened minds. They are always moving from one realm to the next. The same way we are constantly having thoughts in a never-ending parade of ideas and feelings of all sorts inside of our unenlightened mind streams. Samsara is just a cosmic expression of this ever-present reality of our daily lives. We feel angry, then we feel happy. Then we feel blissful, then we feel sad. When we dream at night, we normally can manage to have several dreams in a row, and what starts as a bad dream can have a good ending, and vice versa. The minds of unenlightened sentient beings are chaotic and volatile. In the same manner, the worlds they inhabit are impermanent and full of suffering. As the Buddha says constantly, the mind is what precedes all phenomena, so ultimately, the mind is chief. That is, our unenlightened minds are the creators of the 6 realms of existence and the suffering that our minds experience there. All that we experience are experiences that happen in just one place, our minds. Experiences cannot exist without a mind, so the mind is not a passive element in existence, but in fact, according to the Buddha Dharma, the mind is the foundation for anything that happens to us or to any being in the universe. In the same way that a computer screen can show a beautiful Zen garden, and in just the blink of an eye it can also display a bloody battle in World War II, the mind is full of potential for both good and evil. The mind can produce both the darkest and the most luminous of experiences. It literally has no boundaries. That is good for a Buddha which is master of his own mind and can use his mind to free other beings. But for us, unenlightened sentient beings, the great potential of our minds is a huge problem because it is clearly out of control, and our minds have led us to transmigrate from one life to the next and thus experience great suffering and anguish in the process. This is like riding a horse that is not tamed, a wild and untamed horse. If you ride a rebel horse, it can take you wherever it wishes, and you will never arrive where you are supposed to go. So, how is a universe formed according to the Buddha Dharma? A universe is caused by the collective karma of a great multitude of beings. This is the first impulse in the creation of a samsaric universe. This vast collective karma is concentrated and it naturally creates a world with an environment that suits the mind streams of consciousness that will inhabit it. That includes the physical laws that govern a specific universe. To believe in a supreme creator that creates samsara would undermine the basic Buddhist notion of karma. Karma and the notion of a supreme creator cannot coexist. Now, categories of samsaric world systems. According to the Buddhist teaching, there are innumerable world systems where rebirth takes place. This is quoted from the True Teaching on Amida Buddha and His Pure Land by Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea. I quote, "One small universe, which is traditionally called a small 1000 world. This is the first category of universes. There are 3 in total. A one small universe consists of 1000 worlds. Each single world, sometimes called a Sumeri world, contains the various realms of existence of hells, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, asuras, and gods. 2. One middle universe, which is traditionally called a medium 1000 world. It consists of 1000 small universes, or 1000 small 1000 worlds. 3. One large universe, which is traditionally called a great 1000 world. It consists of 1000 middle universes, or 1000 medium 1000 worlds. These various worlds pass through endless cycles of formation, existence, and destruction, after which they are again formed, come to existence, and then destroyed again, and so on. The 4 periods of cyclic changes are called kalpas. A single small kalpa is so long that it can only be described metaphorically. Some Buddhist scholars said that one kalpa is equivalent to 1000 yugas or 4.3 billion years. Then you have four types of kalpas, and we have the period of formation kalpa or generation is called the Vivarta kalpa. Then you have the period of duration or existence that is called Vivarta Siddha kalpa. Then you have the period of destruction, Samvarta kalpa, and then you have the period of annihilation, the Samvarta Dida kalpa. Each of these periods lasts 20 medium or intermediate kalpas, Antara kalpa. 4 periods of 20 medium kalpas each is 80 medium kalpas. 80 medium kalpas is one great kalpa, Mahakalpa. So one cosmic cycle composed of the 4 periods above is called one great kalpa. One Buddha may assume responsibility for the spiritual protection or care of one large universe, a great 1000 world, which then becomes that Buddha's field of action or influence, or a Buddha field, called Buddha Kshetra in Sanskrit. This is also called a Buddha land. The large universe in which we ourselves live together with many kinds of visible, invisible, and non-human beings is called Zaha or Zaha. The sutras say that an infinite number of such large universes or Buddha lands exist in the 10 directions. As they are inhabited by beings in various stages of spiritual development, it should not be confused with the Pure Land Sukhavati, the Pure Land of Amida Buddha, which is an enlightened realm outside Samsara manifested by Amida Buddha. Of course, not all the worlds and universes appear or disappear at the same time. When one universe is destroyed, another one appears, while myriads of other universes are in the duration period. Also, the mind streams of beings transmigrate through these universes and planes of existence in all the 4 kalpas, and the period of destruction and annihilation does not destroy them. Thus, even if the bodies they receive according to their karma are destroyed, they are reborn elsewhere. That is, their mind streams are born in another universe or in another world system. It could be in the same universe or in another world system. It is in the nature of every composed thing, including planets, galaxies, worlds, and universes, to appear, grow, decay, and dissolve themselves. When the collective karma which brought them into existence is exhausted, they are to appear again when another collective karma manifests itself. As Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea explains, Buddhism teaches that there are an infinite number of universes in the 10 directions, with sentient beings in the 6 realms of existence. This process is natural, and it is totally driven by the self-existence law of cause and effect, karma, and the delusion of the innumerable sentient beings that precipitate the existence of these samsaric universes endlessly. Now we will see the Buddha seat, or the Tathagata Garbha doctrine in Mahayana Buddhism. We will explain in greater detail what we call the Buddha nature, or what I like to call the Buddha seed. According to the Buddha, all beings have the potential to become Buddhas, Tathagatas, enlightened beings full of transcendental and perfect wisdom and compassion. All beings have deep within themselves the potential to overcome samsara and attain perfect Buddhahood. All Buddhas from the past, present, and future have been, at a given moment, ordinary beings like us, but due to their training in the Dharma, they became enlightened beings. All Buddhas help all sentient beings in the 10 directions to become Buddhas. We read in the Tathagata Garbha Sutra the following. I quote, "When I regard all beings with my Buddha eye, I see that hidden within the kleshas, that is the negative mental traits of sentient beings, of greed, desire, anger, and stupidity, there is seated augustly and unmovingly the Tathagata's wisdom, the Tathagata's vision, the Tathagata's body. Good sons, all beings, though they find themselves with all sorts of kleshas, impurities, have a Tathagata Garbha that is eternally unsullied, and that is replete with virtues, no different from my own. Moreover, good sons, It is just like a person with supernatural vision who can see the bodies of Tathagatas seated in the lotus position inside the flowers, even though the petals are not yet unfurled, whereas after the wilted petals have been removed, those Tathagatas are manifested for all to see. In similar fashion, the Buddha can really see the Tathagata Garbhas of sentient beings, and because he wants to disclose the Tathagata Garbha to them, he expounds the sutras and the Dharma in order to destroy the kleshas, the impurities, and reveal the Buddha nature. Good sons, such is the Dharma of all the Buddhas. Whether or not Buddhas appear in the world, the Tathagata Garbha of all beings are eternal and unchanging. It is just that they are covered by sentient beings' kleshas. End quote. This is from the Tathagata Garbha Sutra. Only Buddhas can clearly see the potential of each being to become a Buddha. It is like they see little seeds inside all sentient beings. It is difficult for us to conceive that we have the potential to become Buddhas, given that we are covered by so many kleshas, by mental obscurations. But, of course, as I have explained from the beginning, becoming a Buddha is something extremely difficult, especially if we try to do it by our own virtues and efforts. We have to take into account that Samsara is not a good environment to cultivate the virtues to become a Buddha. The great Buddhist centers of learning, monasteries and temples are meant to be like a fertile soil in which beings covered by their kleshas can overcome them and become Buddhas eventually. The same way we need a fertile soil to plant trees. If the soil is poor in nutrients and it is full with bad weeds, then the seeds we plant simply won't grow. In the same manner, Buddhas establish sanghas, Buddhist communities, to help beings to nurture each other in virtue and support their arduous training. As Reverend Cirlea Sensei constantly says, it is difficult to quit smoking, drinking or using drugs just by the power of our weak will. Now imagine how many lifetimes we have been addicted to greed, aversion and delusion, and we pretend to get rid of them quickly. Of course, we have Buddha nature, but that notion does not keep us very warm for long, given that we have so much evil karma and mental obscurations that are hard to overcome by our own futile efforts. Indeed, we have the capacity to become Buddhas, that is true, but in this world, where death can strike at any moment, and where good teachers and places to practice the Buddha Dharma are very scarce, and most importantly, where our own karma is so heavy and dark that we can barely maintain basic moral precepts if we manage at all, it is like throwing a seed into a dry desert, where nothing good grows. Buddhas, in their infinite mercy and compassion, have created Buddha fields or pure lands, which are real blessed realms of existence emanated from their transcendental powers. They are like fertile soil for sentient beings to grow into Buddhas. There they have a place to grow and become trees of enlightenment. Now that we have briefly explained how samsaric universes emerge and the Buddha nature inside each sentient being, in the next section we will explain the realms of existence that are above samsara. We will see the realms created by the Buddhas and the lands of the beings in several stages previous to supreme enlightenment. Those are the Arahats, the Pratyeka Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the 10 bhumis. We will learn that when enlightened beings are liberated from samsara after death, it is not like they are annihilated and they go out of existence. In fact, they live in transcendental realms of existence that are designed to teach the Dharma and bless beings in different stages on their path towards Buddhahood. In Buddhist cosmology, each realm of existence corresponds to the level of consciousness of the beings that inhabit that realm of existence. Buddhas are enlightened beings who have awakened perfect wisdom and compassion. A Buddha is not a being that is totally extinguished in nirvana, that is the eternal and absolute reality beyond birth and death. Buddhas are also active for the benefit of all sentient beings, and they will not rest until all beings are free from the bondage of samsara. Now we will explore the 3 Buddha bodies, the 3 kaya, and their relation to the noble realms. Buddhas have three bodies or three aspects, the doctrine of the three kaya. The first body is called the Dharma kaya, then we have the Sambhoga kaya and the Nirmana kaya. Dharma kaya, Sambhoga kaya and Nirmana kaya. The Dharma kaya aspect is the supreme or ultimate aspect of all Buddhas in the 10 directions and the 3 times, past, present and future. It is suchness. It is called also the supreme reality, beyond forms, thoughts and names, beyond space and time. It is always present and never ending. It is the deathless. This Dharmakaya body is beyond everything, but that doesn't mean it cannot manifest anything, as Master Tan Luan says. I quote, "Unconditioned Dharmakaya is the body of Dharma nature. Because Dharma nature is nirvanic, Dharmakaya is formless. Because it is formless, there is no form which it cannot manifest. Therefore, the body adorned with the marks of excellence is itself Dharmakaya." End quote. That means that Dharmakaya, the supreme aspect of Buddhahood, can manifest all types of forms. These forms are pure because they are emanated out of compassion and wisdom. All Buddhas have the same Dharmakaya, the same supreme reality. In that sense, Shakyamuni and Amitabha Buddha are equal because they are both Buddhas and they have accessed the same supreme Dharmakaya. Buddhas are beyond all forms and attachments, but that does not mean they reject all forms. Rejecting forms and manifestations is just the opposite of being attached to them. Buddhas transcend both attachment and rejection towards forms. They use forms, manifestations, as a tool to benefit sentient beings, that is, to lead all sentient beings towards Buddhahood. The Sambhogakaya body of a Buddha is his transcendent and individuated form. It is a supreme immortal body that is the result of his specific spiritual practice. You can see that there are different Buddhas in Mahayana Buddhism, like for example, Aksobhaya Buddha, the Buddha of the Eastern Land, Ratnasambhava, the Buddha of the Southern direction, Yakushi Buddha, the Medicine Master Buddha, and Amitabha Buddha of the Western Pure Land. All Buddhas are equal in terms of enlightenment, as they all have the same Dharmakaya body, otherwise they would not be Buddhas. But they differ in their Sambhogakaya bodies because each Buddha has different vows. High-level bodhisattvas can make specific vows before they reach Buddhahood. Those vows often include the specific characteristics of his Sambhogakaya body and the precise powers they will have to help sentient beings. Buddhas have the transcendental skill which only enlightened beings have to manifest Pure Lands. Pure Lands or Buddha fields are the fields of direct influence of a specific Buddha. They are places specifically designed to bless sentient beings and teach them the Dharma in a good environment, especially designed for that noble purpose. In the Pure Lands, sentient beings don't have the risk of being reborn in samsara as samsaric beings ever again. If they choose to return, it is only to guide sentient beings to enlightenment, and they have total control over that choice. Buddhas know the dangers of samsara perfectly, so by creating special lands to teach the Dharma, they create skillful means or skillful ways to benefit sentient beings and guide them towards full enlightenment, Buddhahood. In their various samsaric realms, sentient beings normally don't have a proper environment to learn and practice the Dharma, as their lives can be too short or too filled with evil, like our present human realm, or their worlds can be filled with too much intoxicating pleasures, like the case of the Devas. As there are innumerable Buddhas across the many universes, there are also millions of Buddha lands that have specific properties. The Sambhogakaya aspect or the Sambhogakaya body of each Buddha is different due to the fact that the specific vows they made while they were bodhisattvas were also different. This makes perfect sense considering the great variety of sentient beings and their specific hindrances and potentialities. Each Buddha has a specific sound, holy sounds that emanate from them so that their followers can recite them. They also have specific features in their manifestations in order to teach sentient beings in different manners according to the various capacities and limitations. Pure Lands are perfect examples of the ways in which Buddhas seek to benefit sentient beings by manifesting forms and sounds out of compassion. A beautiful place like a Pure Land is not meant to entertain or give pleasure to sentient beings. The goal of a Pure Land is to bless sentient beings with the Dharma, to make them attain enlightenment, Buddhahood. All the skillful emanations of a Buddha are in fact enlightened manifestations that come from the Supreme Dharmakaya. If the Pure Lands were not emanated from the Absolute Dharmakaya, they would just be samsaric forms with no power whatsoever to benefit sentient beings. We must remember that the Dharmakaya is beyond forms and thoughts, so it is very difficult for sentient beings to be benefited from something they can't relate to. The lands emanated by Buddhas are full with beautiful manifestations, exquisite sounds, jewels, and all of those manifestations are ways to bless those who come to be born there and skillfully guide them to enlightenment, Buddhahood. Enlightened beings like Padmasambhava, Guru Rinpoche, created a Pure Land for the followers of his specific teachings. In his case, his Pure Land is called Copper Color Mountain of Glory, or Sandok Palri in Tibetan. Guru Rinpoche specializes in teachings like Dzogchen, the Great Perfection, and Tantric and esoteric teachings, which are very advanced, non-dual teachings. You must remember that Guru Rinpoche was the enlightened master who brought Buddhism to Tibet. He is also the author of the Bardo Todol, or the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Medicine Master Buddha's land, Yakushi, has another Pure Land called the Land of Lapis Lazuli to the east of our samsaric universe. It is also quite beautiful, and followers of this famous Buddha, that is very venerated in Tibet, are reborn there by practicing the visualizations and mantras related to this particular Buddha. The most famous Pure Land by far is Sukhavati, the land of utmost bliss to the west of our samsaric universe. Amida Buddha established this land with the sole purpose of liberating all sentient beings from suffering, no matter their spiritual capacities or lack of them. This is why so many people in China, Japan, Korea, and Tibet, and many other Buddhist countries have such a deep devotion for Amida, Amitabha. It is because of his specific vows, which include all sentient beings. They include those who can't meditate, those who cannot keep precepts, and even those who are openly evil and stupid. This is truly remarkable because it is very difficult to be reborn in Pure Lands like Abhirati or Sandok Palri. Only truly advanced practitioners can be born there, as they have practiced meditation during all their lives, and they have practiced advanced visualizations that are karmically related to specific Pure Lands. Sukhavati, Amida's Pure Land, on the contrary, is very easy to access by comparison. One only needs to recite Amida's name, Amitabha in Sanskrit, Amida in Japanese, Amituofo in Chinese, Adidafat in Vietnamese. You should say his name with faith in him, with faith in his salvation, and with a sincere aspiration to be born in his Western Pure Land. Amitabha has no other requirement for practitioners. That is, faith, saying his name, and wishing to be born in his Pure Land. Nothing else is needed. There is no mention of good and evil. There is no mention of virtue or non-virtue. We will devote the last sections of this presentation exclusively to Amida and his beautiful Pure Land. For now, it is useful to keep in mind that this is by far the most important Pure Land in Buddhism, since it is the only Buddha land that is praised by all Buddhas because of its excellence and because it is so easy to access, because it is so easily accessed by all sentient beings, regardless of their good or evil. Due to the fact expressed in many sutras within the Buddha Dharma, Sukhavati, Amida's Pure Land, has been the most revered Pure Land in all Buddhist schools throughout history, and that's why the 3 Pure Land Sutras, in which Shakyamuni specifically taught about Amida's salvation, gave birth to the Pure Land School, which is widely practiced in several denominations and sub-schools in countries like China, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, and Tibet. Now, returning to the different Buddha bodies, We also have, besides the Dharmakaya and the Sambhogakaya. Remember, the Dharmakaya is beyond forms and names. It is beyond space and time. It is beyond the mind. But the Sambhogakaya is the eternal body that is specific to each Buddha. Then you have the Nirmanakaya body. We have here a quote from the Contemplation Sutra. I quote, Amidaji, exercising supernatural powers at will, can freely manifest his various forms in the lands of the 10 directions. At times he may appear as a large figure, filling the whole sky, at other times as a smaller figure, only 16 or 8 feet high. The figures that he manifests are all of the color of pure gold. The transformed Buddhas and the jeweled lotus flowers in the aureole of each manifested form are like those described above. End quote. Buddhas can also manifest accommodated or transformed bodies of different shapes and sizes across the universe and inside the minds of sentient beings. Amitabha dwells in his Pure Land in his transcendental Sambhogakaya aspect, but at the same time he is constantly manifesting other accommodated bodies, Nirmanakaya manifestations, in order to bless sentient beings across the universes. One of the many powers that Buddhas have is to be at different places at the same time. So, by means of Nirmanakaya manifestations, they can do so and thus benefit sentient beings in different places of the universe simultaneously without moving from their seats. So, to summarize, Dharmakaya is the supreme aspect beyond form, Sambhogakaya is the specific eternal body of a Buddha according to his particular vows as a bodhisattva, and the Nirmanakaya bodies are accommodated or transformed bodies of different sizes, shapes, and features that a Buddha uses in different places and circumstances in order to benefit sentient beings. Pure Lands are emanations that come from the supreme aspect that all Buddhas share, the Dharmakaya. In other words, out of that eternal aspect, enlightened manifestations can be manifested and used by Buddhas to benefit sentient beings. We must remember that the 3 bodies are actually one, and one body behaves in 3 ways. There are other advanced beings that are Buddhist disciples on their way to Buddhahood enlightenment. Although they are not yet Buddhas, they are already free from samsara, and they continue to study and practice in realms of existence with beings similar to them. Some of these beings can visit Pure Lands like Sukhavati or Abhirati to learn from the Buddhas that preach the Dharma there. I won't go into a lot of details about these beings, as it is not important for the purpose of this presentation. The world seems different to each stream of consciousness, so we can also say that these levels of liberated Buddhist disciples also correspond to realms of existence. Those beings are Arahats, the first level of disciples, of liberated disciples. They are free from samsara, but they are not yet Buddhas. They have trained according to the teachings on the 4 Noble Truths to be free from samsara for their own liberation. They have become free from samsara and they are only concerned with their own liberation. They become detached from conditioned phenomena by progressive advance in meditation, morality, and wisdom, according to the Dharma that was given to them by the Buddha. 2. Pratyeka Buddhas. They are liberated beings that live secluded and isolated, and they attain liberation from samsara by their own efforts and without the help of a Buddha or an external teaching of the Buddha Dharma imparted by someone else. They became liberated by their own skills and observation of samsaric phenomena. And then you have the high-level bodhisattvas. They are beings on the path to Buddhahood. They engage in many different practices to reach enlightenment for the sake of all sentient beings. The beings that are following the bodhisattva path learn the mastery of the 6 paramitas, the 6 perfections, as taught in the Mahayana teachings like the Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra. The 6 perfections: generosity, discipline, patience, diligence, meditative concentration, and wisdom. Bodhisattvas train for a long time to cultivate and master all of these spiritual perfections, the paramitas, and in that way they finally develop the powers that will help them to attain perfect enlightenment, Buddhahood, and therefore they will be able to teach the Dharma to benefit all sentient beings. Amida's Pure Land, the Supreme Enlightened Realm. We will see now the wonders of Sukhavati, Amida's Pure Land, and how adequate it is as a place to bless sentient beings with Buddhahood compared to the terrible conditions of samsaric existence. As we explained in the section dedicated to the noble realms and the three Buddha bodies, the Pure Lands are enlightened realms manifested by Buddhas to benefit sentient beings, leading them to Buddhahood. Among the millions of Buddha lands that exist, Amida's Pure Land is the most splendid Pure Land of them all. We must remember that all Buddhas share the same Dharmakaya body, but they differ in their vows to save sentient beings. When Amida was Bodhisattva Dharmakara in a remote past, Buddha Lokesvararaja was his master, and from the very beginning Lokesvararaja recognized something special in Dharmakara Bodhisattva. He was not an ordinary being who wanted to become enlightened, but he wanted to do something unique and precious for sentient beings. Dharmakara expressed the noble desire to create the greatest and most perfect Buddha land among all the other Buddha lands. We read in the larger sutra the following passage. Dharmakara is expressing his noble aspiration before Lokesvararaja Buddha. Quote, even though the Buddha lands are as incalculable as the sands of the Ganges river, and other regions and worlds are also without number, my light shall reach everywhere, pervading all those lands. Such being the result of my efforts, my glorious power will be immeasurable. When I have become a Buddha, my land shall be the most exquisite, and its people wonderful and unexcelled. The seat of enlightenment will be supreme. My land, being like Nirvana itself, will be beyond comparison. I take pity on living beings and resolve to save them all. Those who come from the 10 directions will find joy and serenity of heart. When they reach my land, they shall dwell in peace and happiness. I beg you, O Buddha, to become my witness and to vouch for the truth of my aspiration. Having now made my vows to you, I will strive to fulfill them. The world-honored ones in the 10 directions have unhindered wisdom. I call upon those revered ones to bear witness to my intention. Even though I must remain in a state of extreme pain, I will diligently practice, enduring all hardships with tireless vigor. End quote. Such were the noble aspirations of Dharmakara Bodhisattva. He wanted to save all sentient beings in a way that was unprecedented in scale, by creating a land exceeding all others in all the universes. He asked the Buddhas of the 10 directions to bear witness of his desire and resolution. After that, Dharmakara asked Lokesvararaja Buddha to show him the specific qualities of the Buddha lands in the 10 directions, as to study them in detail and find a way to improve its qualities and blessings in his own future Pure Land, in the Pure Land he had imagined. We read a beautiful and wise answer from Buddha Lokesvararaja in the larger sutra, as follows. At that time, Lokesvararaja Buddha replied to Bhikshu Dharmakara, you yourself should know by what practice you can establish a glorious Buddha land. The Bhikshu said to the Buddha, that is far too vast and deep for my comprehension. I sincerely ask you, world-honored one, to explain in detail the practices by which Buddha Tathagatas established their Pure Lands. After I hear that, I wish to practice as instructed and so fulfill my aspirations. At that time, Lokesvararaja recognized Bhikshu Dharmakara's noble and high aspirations and taught him as follows. If, for example, one keeps on bailing water out of a great ocean with a pint measure, one will be able to reach the bottom after many kalpas and then obtain rare treasures. Likewise, if one sincerely, diligently, and unceasingly seeks the way, one will be able to reach one's destination. What vow is there that cannot be fulfilled? Then Buddha Lokesvararaya explained in detail the greater and lesser aspects of 210 kotis of Buddha lands, together with the good and evil natures of heavenly and human beings living there. He revealed them all to the bhikshu, to Dharmakara Bodhisattva, just as he had requested. Then Dharmakara, having heard the Buddha's exposition of the glorious Pure Lands, and also having seen all of them, he resolved upon his supreme unsurpassed vows. His mind being serene and his aspirations free of attachment, he was unexcelled throughout the world. For 5 full kalpas he contemplated the vows, and then he chose the pure practices for the establishment of his Buddha land. End quote. After the Buddha Lokesvararaya showed Dharmakara myriads of Buddha lands in order to help Dharmakara establish the unsurpassable Pure Land, he imagined, "This is a clear example of how Buddhas selflessly collaborate with each other and are always working for the salvation of sentient beings." After Dharmakara Bodhisattva carefully studied these vastly numerous Buddha lands, he contemplated then his vows for 5 kalpas. After that he revealed his 48 vows, which I will show here and later explain the most important ones, describing some of Amida's inconceivable enlightened qualities and the unique blessings of his Pure Land. The vows always commence with the phrase, "If when I attain Buddhahood," and they end with the phrase, "May I not attain perfect enlightenment," which means that Dharmakara will not attain perfect enlightenment if the 48 vows he proclaims are not perfectly fulfilled. As Reverend Cirlea explains, the terms Devas and Yumas in my land don't mean actual humans and Devas, which are samsaric beings, but they denote the most common places where beings come from in their previous lives. Now I will mention some of the most important vows made by Amida Buddha. As there are so many, 48, I will just mention the most important ones and the ones that are the most relevant for our presentation. Nevertheless, these vows are thoroughly explained in Josho Adrian Cirlea's great book called Commentary on the Sutra on the Buddha of Infinite Life. The most important vows are the following. First vow: if when I attain Buddhahood, there should be in my land a hell, a realm of hungry ghosts, or a realm of animals, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 2. If when I attain Buddhahood, humans and Devas in my land should after death fall again into the 3 evil realms, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 3. If when I attain Buddhahood, humans and Devas in my land should not all be the color of pure gold, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 4. If when I attain Buddhahood, humans and Devas in my land should not all be of one appearance, and should there be any difference in their beauty, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 5. If when I attain Buddhahood, humans and Devas in my land should not remember all their former lives, not knowing at least the events that occurred during the previous 100,000 kotis of nayutas of kalpas, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 6. If when I attain Buddhahood, humans and Devas in my land should not possess the divine eye of seeing at least 100,000 kotis of nayutas of Buddha lands, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 7. If when I attain Buddhahood, humans and Devas in my land should not possess the divine ear of hearing the teachings of at least 100,000 kotis of nayutas of Buddhas, and should not remember all of them, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 8. If when I attain Buddhahood, humans and Devas in my land should not possess the faculty of knowing the thoughts of others, at least those of all sentient beings living in 100,000 kotis of nayutas of Buddha lands, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 9. If when I attain Buddhahood, humans and Devas in my land should not possess the supernatural power of traveling anywhere in one instant, even beyond 100,000 kotis of nayutas of Buddha lands, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 10. If when I attain Buddhahood, humans and Devas in my land should give rise to thoughts of self-attachment, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 11. If when I attain Buddhahood, humans and Devas in my land should not dwell in the definitely assured stage, and unfailingly reach nirvana, may I not attain perfect enlightenment? 12. If when I attain Buddhahood my light should be limited, illuminating even 100,000 kotis of Nayutas of Buddha lands, may I not attain perfect enlightenment? 13. If when I attain Buddhahood my lifespan should be limited even to the extent of 100,000 kotis of Nayutas of Kalpas, may I not attain perfect enlightenment? 15. If when I attain Buddhahood humans and devas in my land should have limited lifespans, except when they wish to shorten them in accordance with their original vows, may I not attain perfect enlightenment? 16. If when I attain Buddhahood humans and devas in my land should even hear of any wrongdoing, may I not attain perfect enlightenment? 17. If when I attain Buddhahood innumerable Buddhas in the lands of the 10 directions should not all praise and glorify my name, may I not attain perfect enlightenment? 18. If when I attain Buddhahood sentient beings in the lands of the 10 directions who sincerely and joyfully entrust themselves to me, desire to be born in my land and think of me even 10 times, should not be born there, may I not attain perfect enlightenment? Excluded, however, are those who commit the 5 grave offenses and abuse the right Dharma. 19. If when I attain Buddhahood sentient beings in the lands of the 10 directions who awaken aspiration for enlightenment to various meritorious deeds and sincerely desire to be born in my land should not, at their death, see me appear before them surrounded by a multitude of sages, may I not attain perfect enlightenment? 20. If when I attain Buddhahood sentient beings in the lands of the 10 directions who, having heard my name, concentrate their thoughts on my land, plant roots of virtue, and sincerely transfer their merits towards my land with a desire to be born there, should not eventually fulfill their aspiration, may I not attain perfect enlightenment? 22. If when I attain Buddhahood, bodhisattvas in the Buddha lands of the other directions who visit my land should not ultimately and unfailingly reach the stage of becoming a Buddha after one more life, may I not attain perfect enlightenment? Excepted are those who wish to teach and guide sentient beings in accordance with their original vows, for they will wear the armor of great vows, accumulate merit, deliver all sentient beings from birth and death, visit Buddha lands to perform the bodhisattva practices, make offerings to Buddha Tathagatas throughout the 10 directions, enlighten countless sentient beings as numerous as the sands of the Ganges river, and establish them in highest perfect enlightenment. Such Buddhas transcend the course of practice of ordinary bodhisattvas. They manifest the practices of all the bodhisattva stages and cultivate the virtues of Samantabhadra. 23. If when I attain Buddhahood, bodhisattvas in my land who would make offerings to Buddhas through my divine power should not be able to reach immeasurable and innumerable kotis of Nayutas of Buddha lands in as short a time as it takes to eat a meal, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 25. If when I attain Buddhahood, bodhisattvas in my land should not be able to expound the Dharma with all-knowing wisdom, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 30. If when I attain Buddhahood, the wisdom and eloquence of bodhisattvas in my land should be limited, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 31. If when I attain Buddhahood, my land should not be resplendent, revealing in its light all the immeasurable, innumerable, and inconceivable Buddha lands like images reflected in a clear mirror, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. 32. If when I attain Buddhahood, all the myriads of manifestations in my land from the ground to the sky, such as palaces, pavilions, ponds, streams, and trees, should not be composed both of countless treasures that surpass in supreme excellence anything in the worlds of humans and devas, and of 100,000 kinds of aromatic wood, whose fragrance pervades all the worlds of the 10 directions, causing all bodhisattvas who sense it to perform Buddhist practices, then may I not attain perfect enlightenment. What Amida Buddha accomplished here is something remarkable, and for that he is praised by all Buddhas in the 10 directions. We read in the sutra, all Buddha Tathagatas in the 10 directions, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges river, together praise the inconceivable supernal virtue of Amidaji. End quote. So, the virtues of Amida, also called Amitabha, Amitayus, Amitabha means infinite light, and Amitayus means infinite life. So, Amida is the Buddha of infinite life and light. So, the virtues of Amida are not only praised by Shakyamuni Buddha, but also by all Buddhas in the 10 directions. This is something truly remarkable. All Buddhas praise and honor Amida for what he accomplished in his unsurpassable 48 vows, as they deliver all sentient beings, regardless of their evil or lack of merits. That was something unheard of in all the universe, until Amida came along with his vows. We might think that those promises are too good to be true, too sublime to be substantial, but consider Shakyamuni Buddha's own words and the testimony of so many great teachers and masters like Nagarjuna, Vasubandhu, Tanluan, Tao Chuo, Shantao, Genshin, Honen, Shinran, and Renyi, and countless other monks and practitioners throughout the centuries who have literally seen Amida and have entrusted their karmic destiny to him, having absolute faith in the tremendous salvation that he alone offers among all other Buddhas. We shouldn't dismiss the words of Shakyamuni Buddha, the Buddha of our world and era, and neither should we dismiss the wise words of so many great teachers and practitioners, which with a single voice are telling us, Amida is real, and you all should entrust to him and be reborn in his pure land to attain Buddhahood. We must point out that something of crucial importance happened in the larger sutra. Shakyamuni Buddha made sure to leave a testimony of the literal existence of Amida and his Pure Land for future generations. We will now read two important passages. In the first one, Shakyamuni taught that Amida is not a Buddha from the distant past, neither a myth nor a legend, but a real Buddha that is preaching the Dharma in his Pure Land right now to countless sentient beings. And two, Shakyamuni allowed the thousands of monks and bodhisattvas listening to him when he was teaching the larger sutra in Vulture Peak in India 25 centuries ago, and he allowed all of those people to witness Amida Buddha himself and the Pure Land. He didn't want them to doubt his teaching. I will quote now the larger sutra. I quote, "Has Bodhisattva Dharmakara already attained Buddhahood and then passed into Nirvana, or has he not yet attained Buddhahood? Or is he dwelling somewhere at present?" The Buddha replied to Ananda, his disciple. He said, "Bodhisattva Dharmakara has already attained Buddhahood and is now dwelling in a western Buddha land called Peace and Bliss, 100,000 kotis of lands away from here." Ananda further asked the Buddha. He said, "How much time has passed since he attained Buddhahood?" The Buddha replied, "Since he attained Buddhahood, about 10 kalpas have passed." End quote. Ananda asked Shakyamuni Buddha if Dharmakara attained Buddhahood and therefore accomplished his great vows, and if he was still alive, in a specific form, and if he was preaching the Dharma somewhere. The answer of the Buddha is a game changer for all Buddhist followers of all times. Shakyamuni said that Amida is indeed a Buddha and that he is now dwelling in his Pure Land. He also gave a precise distance to locate Sukhavati from our Saha Samsaric universe. He said 100,000 kotis of lands away from here, which is an inconceivable distance considering that each Buddha land is the size of an entire universe with all the 6 realms of existence, something that is beyond our imagination, but still it is not an infinite number, so Shakyamuni is clearly expressing the precise location of a real place. Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea constantly gives the analogy of a person that is trying to recommend a park or a beautiful place that he wants you to visit. He tries to convince you that it is a beautiful place so that you are encouraged to visit that place in the future. It is the same with Shakyamuni. Shakyamuni is talking about a real place with a precise distance, and he speaks of the beauties of this place in an effort to convince us that we should also visit this place. In our case, we should be reborn there after we die. After that, we will see another crucial passage of the larger sutra, in which Shakyamuni Buddha revealed Amida Buddha and his Pure Land to thousands of his disciples and bodhisattvas the day he taught the Infinite Life Sutra, the larger sutra. I quote the larger sutra again. The Buddha said to Ananda, "Rise your feet, rearrange your robes, put your hands together, revere and worship Amidaji." Buddhas Tathagatas in the lands of the 10 directions always praise with one accord the Buddha's virtue of non-attachment and unimpeded activity. Ananda stood up, rearranged his robes, assumed the correct posture, faced westward, and, demonstrating his sincere reverence, joined his palms together, prostrated himself on the ground, and worshipped Amidaji. Then he said to Shakyamuni Buddha, "O world-honored one, I wish to see that Buddha, his land of peace and bliss, and his hosts of bodhisattvas and sravakas." As soon as Ananda said this, Amidaji emitted a great light, which illuminated all the Buddha lands, the encircling adamantine mountains, Mount Sumeru, together with large and small mountains, and everything else shone with the same golden color. That light was like the flood at the end of the period of cosmic change that fills the whole world, when myriads of things are submerged, and as far as the eye can see there is nothing but the vast expanse of water. Then, even so was the flood of light emanating from Amidaji. All the lights of Sravakas and Bodhisattvas were outshone and surpassed, and only the Buddha's light remained shining bright and glorious. At that time Ananda saw the splendor and majesty of Amidaji, resembling Mount Sumeru, which rises above the whole world. There was no place that was not illuminated by the light emanating from his body of glory. The 4 groups of followers of the Buddha in the assembly saw all this at the same time. Likewise, those of the Pure Land saw everything in this world. Then the Buddha said to Ananda and Bodhisattva Maitreya, "Have you seen that land filled with excellent and glorious manifestations, all spontaneously produced from the ground to the heaven of the pure abode?" Ananda replied, "Yes, I have." The Buddha then asked, "Have you also heard the great voice of Amidaji expound the Dharma to all the worlds, guiding sentient beings to the way of the Buddha?" Ananda replied, "Yes, I have." The Buddha further asked, "Have you also seen the inhabitants of that land move freely, riding in 7 jeweled, airborne palaces as large as 100,000 yohanas, to worship the Buddhas of the lands in the 10 directions?" "Yes, I have," replied Ananda. End quote. The Buddha clearly asked Ananda these 3 questions, trying to confirm with his disciple that he had seen that everyone in the audience that day saw what they saw, Amida, his Pure Land, and the many noble beings there in the Pure Land right in front of their very eyes. Ananda answered, "Yes, I have," 3 times, as a way to confirm also for us, who are disciples of Shakyamuni, of the future, and all Buddhas, that Amida is not a tale of a bygone age, a legend, a myth, or a symbol. Amida is in fact a real, breathing, and a specific Buddha with a myriad blessings to give to us all. Now we will explore the special enlightened qualities of Amida Buddha and his Pure Land. Amida Buddha is the Buddha of infinite life and light, as expressed in his 12th and 13th vows. His light is praised many times by Shakyamuni Buddha. I quote, "The majestic light of Buddha Amidaji is the most exalted. No other Buddha's light can match his. The light of some Buddhas illuminates 100 Buddha lands, and that of others 1,000 Buddha lands. Briefly, that of Amidaji illuminates the eastern Buddha lands, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River. In the same way, it illuminates the Buddha lands in the south, west, north, in each of the 4 intermediate directions, and above and below. Further, the light of some Buddhas extends 7 feet, that of others 1 Johana, or 2, 3, 4, or 5 Johanas, and the distance covered increases in this way until the light of some Buddhas illuminates 1 Buddha land." End quote. So here Shakyamuni praises Amida's light, and he teaches that Amida's light is the most exalted among the Buddhas. Buddhas are supreme enlightened beings whose skills are astonishing and inconceivable for us samsaric beings. Now consider that Shakyamuni praises Amida's light, and he puts his light above all other enlightened beings, all other Buddhas. This 12th vow of Amida Buddha is quite important, as it reveals the transcendental quality of Amida's light, which permeates all corners of the vast universes in the 10 directions. Nothing can resist Amida's light, and nothing is beyond its reach. This is one of the reasons Amida's Pure Land is so famous throughout the universes. It is due to his supreme light which pervades the 10 quarters. Amida's magnificent light reveals his Pure Land far and wide, and thus it leads all beings to be reborn there. Amida is like a great magnet of Buddhahood, of enlightened power, that draws all sentient beings towards the salvation he freely offers. His light embraces all places and beings, from the lowest hellish being to the highest bodhisattva. He will never stop emanating his light until his wish to save all sentient beings is accomplished. It is impossible to conceive with our limited samsaric minds Amida's light. Shakyamuni, the Buddha of our world, praises Amida's light, so we, as his disciples, should turn towards Amida's light as well and entrust ourselves to Amida's primordial vow. That is, the 18th vow, which promises that all beings who have faith in him, say his name, and wish to be born in his Pure Land shall be born there. We will explain the 18th vow later on. The 13th vow states that Amida's life is infinite. Amida, as an enlightened being, has the Dharma Kaya body, the supreme body beyond name and form, but as we have explained, that doesn't mean that Buddhas reject forms, and that when they attain enlightenment, they get annihilated, or they melt with nothingness. Buddhas also manifest transcendental forms, Sambhogakaya and Nirmanakaya, which help sentient beings to awaken. Those compassionate forms are manifested out of their transcendental Dharmakaya, which is the supreme reality beyond name and form, that is, the supreme reality that all Buddhas have access to and are a part of. As samsaric beings, we cannot have faith in the Dharmakaya. The deathless is something so far removed from our concepts and ideas that we cannot conceive it. For that reason, Buddhas manifest enlightened forms such as what we could call trees, gems, pavilions, lakes, lotuses, flowers, gardens, aromas, etc., which are emanated directly from Dharmakaya, the ultimate reality. Amida's light and life is infinite and pure, and so are his enlightened manifestations. We cannot have faith in a formless Buddha Amida, his ultimate aspect beyond name and forms, but we all can have faith in Amida in name and form, that is, a true and individuated Buddha called Amida, as described in the larger sutra, a unique Buddha with a specific Sambhogakaya body and his specific Pure Land filled with spiritual treasures that capture our minds due to their beauty and splendor. Amida is not trying to please our senses. In fact, each element in his Pure Land is teaching the Dharma. For example, the birds in the Pure Land are not animals who are reborn there, but enlightened manifestations made by Amida, emanated by Amida. The birds in the Pure Land sing the Dharma truths to all beings, and they lead beings to enlightenment in a skillful way, and they lead beings towards enlightenment in a skillful manner. Amida uses beauty and splendor as a means to teach sentient beings. The ground of gold, the many gems, and the rains of flowers and lotuses of light inundate Sukhavati, and all of these skillful manifestations are spiritual treasures. Shakyamuni clearly states in the larger sutra, I quote, "Again, the Bodhi tree of Buddha Amitayus is 4 million li in height and 5,000 johanas in circumference at its base. Its branches spread 200,000 li in each of the 4 directions. It is a natural cluster of all kinds of precious stones, and it is adorned with the kings of jewels, namely moon-bright money gems and ocean-supporting wheel gems. Everywhere between its twigs hang jeweled ornaments with 1,000 million different colors, intermingling in various ways, and their innumerable beings shine with the utmost brilliance. The body tree itself is covered with nets of rare, excellent gems, and on it appear all kinds of ornaments in accordance with one's wishes. When a gentle breeze wafts through its branches and leaves, innumerable exquisite Dharma sounds arise, which spread far and wide, pervading all the other Buddha lands in the 10 directions. Those who hear the sounds attain penetrating insight into Dharmas and dwell in the stage of non-retrogression. Ananda, when humans and devas of that land see the Bodhi tree, they will attain 3 insights. Shakyamuni gives these breathtaking descriptions of the many wonders of Amida's Pure Land by using concepts that we can understand and relate to, like trees, jewels, and sounds, so that we are all able to create a connection with the transcendence of the Pure Land. We must bear in mind, nonetheless, that the Buddha is using human language to describe something that is not human, not even heavenly within the samsaric heavenly realms, no matter how superb. Shakyamuni Buddha continues to say, I quote, one can hear whatever sound one wishes in Amida's Pure Land. For example, some hear the sound Buddha, some hear the sound Dharma, some Sangha, others hear tranquility, others hear emptiness and non-self, great compassion, paramita, the 10 powers, fearlessness, special qualities, supernatural powers, non-activity, neither arising nor perishing, insight into the non-arising of all dharmas. One is in harmony with the 3 treasures, the Buddha's powers, fearlessness, and special qualities, and also with supernatural powers and other methods of practice for bodhisattvas and sravakas. Not even the names of the 3 realms of suffering are heard there, but only nirvanic sounds of bliss. For this reason, that land is called peace and bliss. End quote. It is difficult for us to conceive just how perfect and harmonious Amida's Pure Land is. Everything from the ground to the trees, everything you see, touch and smell is a pure enlightened manifestation, and it all leads to perfect enlightenment. Let's compare this sublime environment with our samsaric world. When we look around our world, what do we see? The elements, fire, water, air, and earth, in constant friction. We can try to be sophisticated and call it a dance or whatever term we fancy, but one thing is absolutely certain about the samsaric universe we inhabit now. It is brutal and it has no concern for living beings. Just think about how filled with death and suffering the animal and human realm we see are. From merciless fighting ant armies to lions eating their own cubs, from bacteria consuming flesh to human beings murdering each other for sport. Samsara and its millions of planets and galaxies are violent to the core. Complete world systems are devoured by clouds of dust, and stars explode constantly, bringing death and suffering to the beings that inhabit nearby planets. As a kid, I still remember the famous Shoemaker-Levy 9 comet that hit Jupiter in the 90s. The explosion it caused was the size of our little planet Earth. All these facts about existence should make us realize that there is no equilibrium whatsoever in the vast universes within samsaric existence, but just a dark mass of entropy in the many realms where deluded beings are trapped in the cycle of life and death. Contrary to what materialists claim, Buddhism teaches, as we have explained already, that the mind streams inside the temporary bodies of sentient beings have transmigrated endlessly since the beginningless past. Not only this, but there are many samsaric realms of existence above and below our human realm, where suffering is also abundantly found. Even the vast realms of the gods will crumble and leave nothing but oblivion and misery behind, and the helpless mind streams of samsaric beings will continue to dance to the same tune of death and sorrow time and time again if they don't attain Buddhahood. Due to our existence as samsaric beings, we inhabit samsaric realms that are the reflection of our collective evil karma. A darkened mind manifests forms and experiences that lead to more attachment and suffering. The minds of hell beings produce the various and terrible tortures of the hell realms. On the other hand, the enlightened mind of Amida Buddha produces sublime and perfect forms and experiences that lead beings towards enlightenment. Even as human beings, we encounter so many obstacles in our path. We are constantly surrounded by distractions and dangers in samsara. Even if we manage to be in the presence of a great master, the very fabric of our existence is pitiful. Disease and death could come at any moment to spoil our training, no matter how noble our aspirations might be. This has happened many times, even to veteran practitioners who think they have figured it all out. And then karmic grenades explode in their hands and they get into all manner of problems due to sickness and impermanence, and their so-called wisdom crumbles into pieces. Isn't it better to be in Amida's Pure Land rather than suffering in samsara? In fact, for us, ordinary beings, it is not only better, but in fact being born in Amida's Pure Land is the only choice we have got to advance towards enlightenment in a secure manner. Otherwise, we will keep being reborn in samsara and encounter circumstances that don't lead to wisdom but to more attachment, because, I insist, samsaric worlds are produced by samsaric minds, and the samsaric experiences manifested collectively can only lead to more attachment for the majority of us, and to further confusion, and ultimately to further death and misery in the cycle of samsara. Cultivating wisdom in a serious and profound way is very rare, as it requires that the practitioner trying to do so on his or her own swims against the violent waves of collective karmic evil. It is quite dangerous to consider ourselves strong enough to attain nirvana on our own when we haven't taken a hard look at our real capacities. The situation in samsara is clearly not in our favor, as the Jodo Shinshu Pure Land patriarchs clearly teach us time and time again. We are endangering ourselves and others by perpetuating our ignorance and by ignoring our real capacities and limitations. Shakyamuni Buddha wisely points out that even as diligent disciples we can practice in this world only for a short while, whereas in Sukhavati, in Amida's Pure Land, we can enjoy limitless life and bliss, and enjoy a blessed and secure environment where we can be benefited directly by Amida Buddha himself, and there attain supreme enlightenment swiftly and securely, swiftly and safely. I quote, "When Amitayus preaches the Dharma to Vajravakas and Bodhisattvas, they all assemble in the 7-jewel lecture hall. There Amitayus fully expounds the teachings of the way and proclaims the wonderful Dharma. The whole audience rejoices, comprehends, and attains enlightenment." End quote. Just by being in the presence of Amida Buddha, we become enlightened. If we are born directly in the heart of the Pure Land, the recompensed or fulfilled land, we will attain perfect enlightenment by being directly exposed to the tremendous light of Amida, which will dispel our ignorance at once, and therefore the seed of Buddhahood inside all of us will finally grow, and we will become Buddhas at long last. I personally think that the suffering I see just in our human realm is too much to handle at times. When I add to that the suffering of the other 5 realms of existence, it is just beyond belief. This sense of dismay regarding samsara should make us realize how badly we need to be rescued from such a catastrophic situation. We should by all means acknowledge the profound sufferings of the various samsaric realms of existence and aspire to be born in Amida's Pure Land. Amida's Pure Land is like fertile soil, and Amida is like the most skilled gardener. As we explained in the section devoted to the Tathagata Garbha doctrine, all sentient beings carry within themselves the potential to become Buddhas, but due to karmic evil and ignorance, the mind streams of sentient beings are trapped in their own delusions. That sacred Buddha seed rarely grows in the polluted soil of samsara. Buddhas are a rare gem in the dark night of delusion. Amida's Pure Land is quite simply the most powerful blessing ever given by a Buddha, as he has created the perfect environment to nurture our Buddha seed and make it grow strongly and healthily away from the poisons of evil karma, hatred, greed and delusion that are so prevalent within samsaric existence. For a Buddha to grow, you need special conditions. The same way a tree cannot grow without oxygen, water and sunlight. We need morality, wisdom, compassion and contemplation. That's why when the Buddha of our world came here, one of the first things that Shakyamuni did was to establish a community of disciples, the Sangha. He preached and founded temples and monasteries in order for beings to be separated from worldly attachments and concerns, and in that way they could devote themselves exclusively to the Dharma. If he hadn't done what he did, we wouldn't have Buddhism as we know it, as a lineage of masters and teachings. By living austerely in the forest in a strict manner with his disciples, the Buddha was trying to teach us something very important. He was trying to teach us that in order to become enlightened, we need to establish the proper conditions, the same way that in order to grow food, you need good soil. You need to take care of that. Pure Lands emanated by Buddhas are only an amplification of this basic need for a proper place to live the Dharma and to be in accordance with the Dharma. Amida's Pure Land is the most perfect and luminous Pure Land of all. It is the most perfect environment for beings, since there we are all provided with all the nutrients we need, wisdom and compassion, and that will allow us to nurture the Buddha seed we all carry within. This precious Buddha seed that has been neglected and abandoned by our aversion, greed and delusion during countless lives can finally grow in Amida's perfect land of bliss. By choosing to be born in Amida's Pure Land, we finally recognize that we are not in control of our minds and our lives. Deep inside we see the foolishness and the gross evil leading us perpetually from one samsaric realm to the next ad infinitum. We have to stop kidding ourselves, attempting to fight a battle we cannot win on our own. We must finally see the three poisons as a three-headed monster that we simply cannot defeat alone. Amida can easily lead us to his Pure Land if we only let him do it, but in order to do that, first we need to closely examine ourselves and be humble enough to admit we need help. Instead, most Buddhists nowadays behave like they have all the time in the world to meditate and read sutras. They quote fancy books and they believe enlightenment is just around the corner. I sometimes asked myself, are these guys even serious? Do they mean to tell us that they are in the same level as advanced practitioners and bodhisattvas from the past who meditated for months on end and years even, and engaged in practices that are way beyond the range of what is considered human? Do they actually believe that by practicing a few years in undisciplined and lax temples they are going to become Buddhas in one lifetime? From the bottom of my heart, I say to all those people, wake up! There is not time to be clever or sophisticated about such important matters like birth and death. I think that it is clear that for 99.9999% of us common people, a simple and mundane death is more likely to be around the corner than nirvana, than Buddhahood. People nowadays show up in temples and say things like, hey, my name is JS and I have Buddha nature and I am already a Buddha. I come here to recognize that there's nothing to be worried about. These people start their path with a sense of courage and pride. They feel they are capable of great and noble deeds and that nirvana will be easily attained. This is their mindset. On the other hand, Jodo Shinshu Buddhism, it starts with a sense of absolute failure. My sensei, Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea, has a great illustration for this situation. He says that Jodo Shinshu Buddhism is like an AA meeting. You show up and you say, I am JS and I am an alcoholic. That is the first step in your recovery if you are addicted to alcohol or drugs. If you say instead something like, I am JS and I am perfect as I am, I don't need your help, then you don't admit that your situation has gotten out of your hands and you are no longer in control of your life due to your addiction. Then you are setting yourself up for failure in the meeting, since you are not even taking the first step towards your recovery by just admitting that you have a huge problem. How could you expect to to overcome your addiction if you don't acknowledge you have a deep problem? In the same way, we have been addicted to our egos, our blind passions, and our foolishness for countless lifetimes in our absurdly vast wandering in the dark asylum of Samsara. Is this not a far greater addiction than having smoked or drunk for 30 or 50 years? The poisons of greed, aversion, and delusion are far more potent than the most powerful drug available, and we have drunk them unceasingly in zillions of lifetimes in the past. These three poisons have led us to hell millions of times, according to the Buddha. They have tortured us in worse ways than a fearsome enemy time and time again. We have drunk these poisons for such a long time that we consider them water, and we have ended up thinking we cannot survive without drinking them. That is the terrible depth of our foolish egos. In the same manner, in Jodo Shinshu Buddhism, we don't say, I am JS and I have Buddha nature, and I can become a Buddha right now in this life and body. But we say, hey, I am JS and I am filled with evil karma and passions, and I really suck at all self-power practices. I am completely incapable of attaining Buddhahood on my own. I need help. Even great beings like Vasubandhu, Nagarjuna, and Tsongkhapa didn't recognize in them an invincible being capable of attaining enlightenment individually. In fact, they were humble enough to admit they needed help to become Buddhas by an external power, by bodhisattvas, and by many Buddhas, especially Amida in some cases. How much more do we need that attitude nowadays, since we are not even competent Buddhist practitioners? As Master Renio said, we should keep it simple and cling to Amida's sleeves, as he used to say constantly, and we should cling very hard. Qualities of the beings born in Amida's Pure Land. As we read in his vows, Amida also promised to bless beings with incredible spiritual qualities. Master Genshin, one of the 7 Jodo Shinshu patriarchs, described in great detail the qualities of beings born in the Pure Land in his famous work Ojo Yoshu. These descriptions are of course based on the sutras. I quote from this work of Master Genshin, the Ojo Yoshu. The beings in the Pure Land, having bodies of golden color and being pure inwardly and outwardly, give forth a brilliant light and thus mutually glorify each other. They have 32 forms, and they are so sublime, upright, and marvelous that there is nothing with which to compare them in this world. If we should compare the masters of the 6 Devalokas with the beings of the Pure Land, it would be like a beggar standing alongside a king. End quote. Amida's Pure Land is supreme among other Pure Lands, and it is also far beyond any splendor in Samsara. Not even the highest devas in Rupadhatu and Arupadhatu can be compared with the noble appearance of the inhabitants of the Pure Land. As Master Genshin says, it is like comparing a king with a beggar. Everything in Amida's Pure Land exists for a reason, and the fact that the beauty of the bodies and garments that the Pure Land beings possess is so far beyond any samsaric realm is a manifestation of the enlightened qualities of Amida's power, and a way to transmit the greatness of his blessings. Amida promises the various enlightened powers of enlightened beings to those who are born in the Pure Land. All those skills are not earned by the beings born there. This must be clearly understood. They are spiritual gifts that Amida freely offers as fundamental qualities of the beings that enter his realm. This is greatly explained by Master Genshin and commented by Reverend Cirlea. I quote, in his 5th vow, Amida promised that after being born in the Pure Land, we'll remember all our previous lives and know the events which occurred during the previous 100,000 kotis of Nayutas of Kalpas, while in the 6th vow he promised we'll possess the divine eye of seeing even 100,000 kotis of Nayutas of Buddha lands. In the 8th vow he assured us that we'll have the faculty of knowing the thoughts of others. In the 9th vow he promised that we will be able to go anywhere in one instant, even beyond 100,000 kotis of Nayutas of Buddha lands, so that we can always be together with any being we want to help. Master Genshin said in the Ojo Joshu, I quote again, "As those born in the Pure Land have power to understand their own destinies, they talk to each other about their former lives, namely, as to what country they lived in, how their mind became enlightened by this and that scripture when they were seeking the way of the Buddha, how they kept this and that precept and learned such and such teaching and thus developed a good root, and how they gave up such and such alms. In this way they talked with one another about the virtues which they enjoyed, or they tell in detail a story from the beginning to the end of how they came to be born in the Pure Land. The various beings of the Pure Land have all the 5 mysterious communications, whose marvelous nature cannot be comprehended. They live a life of freedom according to their heart's desire. If, for example, they wish to look across the universe without taking a step, they can do so. If they wish to hear the voice of anyone in the universe, they can do so without moving from their seats. Not only this, but they can also hear also the things of the infinite past as if they were happening today. They know the inmost thoughts of the beings of the 6 realms of existence as if they were reflected in a mirror. They can go and come freely as if all the lands of the Buddha in all the 10 directions lay beneath their feet. They can do anything they please in the realm of infinite space and in the realm of endless time. For beings in our world, it is impossible to see without sunlight or lamplight, and without moving, it is impossible to approach an object. We cannot see through even one sheet of paper. We know nothing of the things in the past, we know merely the things of the present moment. We are still confined to the cage and obstructed in every direction. But as for the beings in the Pure Land, there is not one which does not have this power. Even though for a period of 100 great kalpas they have not planted the seed, the karma of the special characteristic forms, and have not created the cause for the mysterious communications during the 4 meditations, they still have this power as a natural consequence of having been born in the Pure Land. How happy then they must be." End quote. Being born in Amida's Pure Land does not only mean being blessed by the most excellent and magnificent enlightened environment in all the myriad Buddha lands, but also possessing these tremendous enlightened capacities, like for instance total freedom of movement within all Buddha lands and recollecting all previous lives. As Master Genshin pointedly adds, in this world we cannot even look through a sheet of paper and we need lamps in the dark. The Pure Land is a place of unimpeded wisdom and compassion, so beings enjoy there all of these remarkable abilities naturally by just being born there, through Amida's vow of salvation. Great capacities like moving freely through space and time and knowing the thoughts of other beings are skills that require incredible efforts from the part of those trying to cultivate them and master them by relying on their own efforts. But Amida's incredible power just grants those transcendental powers by just being born in his Pure Land. This is truly remarkable. When we compare the transcendental abilities that those in Amida's Pure Land possess, we realize just how limited we actually are by our karma, our physical bodies, and the terrible circumstances of the samsaric realm surrounding us. Even if we are advanced practitioners, the bodies in this Saha realm are a constant inconvenience even for proclaimed bodhisattvas in human bodies, like for instance the many tulkus in Tibetan lineages, who are emanations from bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhist masters. The karmic climate in our world is one of pollution and storms of hindrances. Our mind faculties tend to be dull and darkened, and our bodies are constantly nagging us, be it for food, sleep, sex, going to the toilet, heat, cold, and so on. Just keeping our bodies healthy can be burdensome if we have inherited health problems, such as high blood pressure or diabetes. It is not hard to see why having bodies and minds that are designed exclusively to incarnate wisdom and compassion and to transmit these qualities skillfully is far better than possessing an impermanent and unsatisfactory human body or even a high celestial body. As Genshin says, even the gods look like filthy vagabonds compared to the noble, tranquil, and luminous appearance of Pure Land inhabitants. Pure Land beings are also blessed with perfect selflessness, so they don't even have words for pride or greed. They are naturally cordial and kind to one another. Their minds are completely tranquil and luminous all the time. In our world, and also in the worlds of Asuras and lower Kamadhatu gods, even people who are wealthy and beautiful can always manage ways to make their lives miserable by being attached to their wealth and beauty and by being stingy and greedy. In Amida's Pure Land, the beauty of beings is a reflection of their inner purity, of the purity of their hearts and minds, since they are enlightened beings. The incredible skills and splendor of Pure Land inhabitants are used solely for the benefit of all sentient beings. As we are not yet Buddhas, we cannot benefit beings according to our wishes. If we love a person, we can give them food, love, clothes, pay for all their needs, and spend quality time with them, but at the end of the road our loved ones simply die and they will be reborn according to their karma to who knows where in samsara, where we cannot follow them. And even if we could follow them in our present condition, how could we benefit them with our present unenlightened minds? When we also die, we will follow our crazed karma tendencies if we aren't born in Amida's Pure Land, and if we managed to reunite with our loved ones in the next life, that reunion with them could be one of hate and misery. If we are not enlightened beings, we just cannot do anything for all the beings we have loved throughout many lifetimes, and we cannot repay those we have wronged either. Since only perfect wisdom and perfect compassion can lead a being out of samsara and lead him to Buddhahood, that is, only a Buddha can lead others to Buddhahood, which is the only true blessing a being can receive, being a Buddha. As long as we are in samsara, and as long as our loved ones are trapped here as well, we will end up just hurting each other and sinking in the ocean of tears, deeper and deeper ad infinitum. If we are born in the Pure Land, we are blessed with such enlightened powers and blessings that we will be able, after eons of unfulfilled love and wrongdoings, to give our loved ones the only true blessing that exists, being a Buddha, being free from the burden and slavery of birth, death, and ignorance, and enjoy the everlasting freedom of Nirvana. We read again in the Ojo Joshu by Master Genshin. I quote, "Not being saints, nor having the mysterious power of communication, they cannot understand their former transmigrations." Here Master Genshin is referring to samsaric beings. All beings fail to make retribution by kindness to others. All beings are caught on the wheel of birth and death. They pass around from stage to stage in the six realms like the wheel of a wagon, without beginning nor end. At one time they are father or mother, at another time they may be husband or wife, and they show kindness to each other during the various lives in this world. But if they are born into the Pure Land, they are endowed with a superior wisdom, and their clear power of mysterious communication reaches unto those who were formerly their benefactors, and to those who were their acquaintances through many lives and generations in the past. They can attract them freely. Endowed with a heavenly eye, they can see where they live, and with their heavenly ear, they can hear their voice. Their wisdom of destiny enables them to remember the favors of their former benefactors, and with their insight into others' hearts, they understand their hearts. Their mysterious powers of communication enable them to go where they are, and by changing their form, they can adapt themselves to their needs, and in various ways teach them and lead them in the way of salvation. End quote. How many billions of people in this planet alone, I wonder, have lost a loved one, a father, a mother, a daughter, a child, a son, brother, or sister in tragic circumstances? So, many people cling to religious superstition and they say, he or she is in heaven, or resting in peace, or who knows what. As followers of Amida's primordial vow, we know that as soon as we are born in Amida's Pure Land, we can remember all our loved ones from this life and other lives, and we can help them finally to be free as well. Amida's Pure Land is the certainty of salvation for all beings. He will literally extinguish all hell realms, all ghost realms, animals, humans, the Deva realms, all of them. Such are the vows of Amida Buddha. He will dispel the darkness of samsara just like the sun rising victorious over a dark night. He will dispel the clouds of birth and death with the luminous and powerful salvation he alone offers. The question is, how long will it take for all beings to realize they can go to his Pure Land so easily? We can be part of this amazing enlightened family in the Pure Land. We just need to open our hearts and minds to Amida and recite his name with total sincerity, with all our minds and hearts. By being born in Amida's Pure Land, we will be part of Amida's golden chain of salvation. That is, we will also be part of the noble endeavor of all Buddhas and great Bodhisattvas. Being born in the Pure Land is by no means like going to a nice holiday, where you just relax. As Master Gansen says, I quote, "The great Bodhisattvas are numberless like the grains of sand on the Ganges river. Their color and form is beautiful, and they are full of virtue. They live continually in the Pure Land and gather about Amida Nyorai." The Pure Land is filled with a throng of holy beings who have a common life, see each other and hear each other's voice, and who seek after the same way. There is no difference among them. There are numberless beings and bodhisattvas from the Buddha lamps of the 10 directions, as numerous as the grains of the sands on the Ganges river. Each one of these reveals his mysterious powers of communication and comes to the pleasant country, the Pure Land, where he looks upon the precious face of Amida Nyorai and makes offerings to him in reverence. Some of them make offerings of wonderful heavenly flowers, some burn a wonderful kind of incense, and some offer priceless garments. There are some who make heavenly music and praise the Nyorai, that is Amida, with soft and calm voices. Some listen to the scriptures or propagate the teaching. There is no hindrance in their going and coming, night and day. Some go away to the east while others are coming from the west. Some go away to the west while others are coming from the north. And again, some return from the north while others are coming from the south. Thus the throngs come and go from the 4 corners, the 8 directions, and the directions up and down. It is like a flourishing marketplace. To hear once the names of such saints does not happen by accident. How much more likely then must it be to meet with one of them through the 100,000, 10,000 kalpas? How much more likely then must it be to meet with one through the 100,000, 10,000 kalpas? And the beings in the Pure Land gather together continually in one place and talk with each other, exchange stories, ask questions, act with prudence, respect and are friendly towards one another, and become intimate with each other. Is this not real enjoyment? As Nagarjuna says, the various children of the Buddha coming from the 10 directions reveal clearly the mysterious power of communication. They behold the precious form of Amida and do him reverence continually. Therefore I bow down before Amida Nyorai and worship him. End quote. As we see in these wonderful descriptions of the Pure Land commented by Master Gansen, beings are there engaging in constant enlightened activities, be it receiving teachings from Buddhas, benefiting samsaric beings, or just welcoming them to the Pure Land. It must be noted that enlightened beings will possess the enlightened capacity to emanate Nirmanakaya bodies throughout all the samsaric universes and Buddha lands. So, if a being is born in Sukhavati, he will be able to be at many different realms of existence at the same time. According to vows 25, 29, and 30, beings there also possess the transcendental skill of remembering all Dharma teachings and explaining them with perfect eloquence to sentient beings. This incredible skill, combined with the ability to manifest their minds wherever they please, allows beings there to be united with all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas simultaneously. Amida's Pure Land is unquestionably the crowning jewel of all Buddha lands. The noble realm of Buddhas are like a net of holy jewels. They are interconnected, so Bodhisattvas are constantly coming to receive teachings from Amida Nyorai, and we can also learn from them and exchange skillful means to benefit sentient beings. All Buddha lands can be seen from Sukhavati, and Sukhavati also shines over all Buddha lands. Being in the Pure Land means to belong to a flourishing civilization of enlightened beings that honor perfect wisdom and compassion with every thought and action, moment by moment. The most important vows that Amida made are basically 3. This is very important. These are the vows of salvation. that is, the vows that describe the way in which sentient beings can be born in the Pure Land. Those vows are the 18th vow, the 19th vow, and the 20th vow. These vows are of vital importance, for without them, the wondrous rebirth in Amida's Pure Land would be impossible. In those vows, Amida Buddha describes the ways in which sentient beings can create a bond that is a karmic connection with him, and therefore they can be benefited by all his great vows. The most important vow is the 18th vow in Jodo Shinshu Buddhism, the primal vow of salvation, or the primordial vow. This vow says, I quote, this is from the larger sutra, I quote, "If when I attain Buddhahood, sentient beings of the 10 quarters, who sincerely entrust themselves to me, desire to be born in my land and say my name perhaps even 10 times, should not be born there, may I not attain the supreme enlightenment. Excluded are those who commit the 5 grave offenses and those who slander the right Dharma." End quote. This vow states that Amida Buddha will take to his Pure Land all beings in the 10 directions in the myriads of samsaric universes, both humans and non-humans, all beings, who just recite his holy name with faith and sincerity. Even just 10 times means that there is not a fixed number or a specific number of recitations. It could be just one recitation of his name, or infinite number of recitations. It doesn't matter. This is called the primordial vow, the primal vow of salvation, because here Amida Buddha is assuring those who have faith in him and say his name even once that they can be born in his Pure Land easily just by relying on him alone and not on any other practice or personal merit. This element is of extreme importance. According to the Pure Land Sutras, Amida Buddha can save sentient beings by taking a sentient being to his Pure Land and therefore liberating this being from samsara forever and giving him supreme Buddhahood. This includes an evil person like a criminal who has not done even one good action in his entire life. The only thing that is required is faith, a sincere desire to be born there, and recite Amida's name, even just once, with faith. Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea explains that the so-called exclusion is not really an exclusion, since we find in the Contemplation Sutra that Amida can save a person who has committed the 5 great offenses, the 5 gravest offenses, that is to kill a father, to kill your mother, to kill an arahat, or to harm or kill a Buddha, serious offenses that are very, very grave. So even these people are saved by Amida. If Amida's salvation is unconditional, then it means that he can save all beings without being limited by their evil karma. We read, I quote, Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea's great book, The Meaning of Faith and Nembutsu in Jodo Shinshu Buddhism. I quote, "In the Contemplation Sutra, the situation is completely different. Here, Shakyamuni Buddha tells Ananda and Queen Vaidehi that a man lying on his deathbed and who committed such evils as the 5 grave offenses, the 10 evil acts, and all kinds of immorality, and who, if left to the mercy of his evil karma, he would fall into the evil realms and suffer endless agony for many kalpas. Even this person can be born in the Pure Land if he meets a good spiritual teacher, listens to his advice, and says Namo Amida Butsu even 10 times. When he is about to die, he may meet a good teacher who consoles him in various ways, teaching him the wonderful Dharma and urging him to be mindful of the Buddha, but he is too tormented by pain to do so. The good teacher then advises him, if you cannot concentrate, meditate on the Buddha, then you should say that you take refuge in the Buddha of immeasurable life. In this way, he sincerely and continuously says, I take refuge in the Buddha of immeasurable life, Namo Amida Butsu, 10 times. Then he calls the Buddha's name with each repetition. The evil karma that would bind him to birth and death for 80 kotis of kalpas is extinguished. Then he comes to die. He sees then before him a golden lotus flower like the disk of the sun, and in an instant he is born within a lotus bud in the land of utmost bliss. This is a hint that the primal vow where to say Nembutsu even 10 times is mentioned as the assurance of birth in the Pure Land. Thus, we should look to the above passage of the Contemplation Sutra as a proof that those who did the 5 grave offenses are not really excluded from Amida's salvation. After presenting the same passage as the above from the Contemplation Sutra, Master Tanluan explained it as follows. From the evidence of this sutra, we clearly see that ordinary people of the lowest grade are all enabled to be born in the Pure Land through faith in the Buddha, if they do not abuse the right Dharma. End quote. The so-called exclusion is just a skillful method that Amida Buddha employs in the larger sutra. End quote. The so-called exclusion is just a skillful method that Amida Buddha employs in the larger sutra to warn his future disciples that he doesn't want them to engage in evil actions, even though he saves especially those beings that commit evil due to their relentless ignorance. Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea explains that this is like a warning for crazy and naughty kids that don't behave. The same way a mother sometimes reprimands her children, Amida saves all beings from samsara, but still he knows that some disciples would presume on being saved and forget all moral codes willingly. This could be compared to a child that knows that his or her parents won't do anything to punish him or her, so the child breaks all the things in the house and laughs because the child knows she is safe. Of course, its parents won't do anything to the child. The same way Amida's love and power know no bounds, but that doesn't mean that disciples are now allowed and congratulated by Amida Buddha for doing evil deeds. This is exactly why Shakyamuni and Amida encourage us to be good and compassionate towards other beings and live a decent and moral life. But in Jodo Shinshu Buddhism, whatever individual moral action or effort has nothing to do with Amida's salvation. We are saved by Amida Buddha no matter what we do, be it good or evil or neutral. Amida's primal vow is above whatever we can or can't do, so we just entrust ourselves to Amida and we are naturally saved in Amida's embrace. The only true exclusion from the primordial vow is to slander the right Dharma. It means to insult the Dharma or deny it by saying that Buddhas and Bodhisattvas don't exist, or that the Dharma is false, or speaking evilly against the Buddha Dharma. This exclusion is obvious because if you deny the existence of Amida Buddha and the story of Amida as taught by Shakyamuni Buddha in the larger sutra and in other sutras, you are excluding yourself from the primal vow. If you consider Amida to be a myth or just fiction, why should you want to be born in his Pure Land? It simply does not make sense. So, the exclusion of the primordial vow is the only logical one. According to Master Tanluan, to deny the existence of Amida as real and a breathing Buddha that offers salvation from samsara to sentient beings, and also to deny the place, the transcendental place that he has created for sentient beings, that is slandering the Dharma. Amida doesn't take beings by force to his Pure Land, so if you don't want to go there or if you don't believe in Amida, then you simply won't be reborn in Amida's Pure Land as a consequence. This is natural. Amida doesn't force beings. Reverend Cirlea makes it very clear that if you have slandered the Dharma in the past, that doesn't automatically exclude you from the primordial vow if you have repented and changed your mind and heart. Being reborn in the Pure Land is possible even for a person that has insulted the Dharma all his life, but in the last hours or minutes before dying, profoundly and sincerely repents from his evil actions and entrusts himself to Amida Buddha with all his heart and mind. Such is the power of Amida's compassion. Of course, we shouldn't wait until death to receive this faith in Amida, but we should try to awaken faith in our lives before we are at the verge of death. So, the primordial vow, vow 18th, of Amida Buddha is the most important vow he made for the benefit and salvation of all sentient beings. Other Pure Land schools focus on practices that are not entirely related with Amida's power, as they include elements of mixed faith, that is, some limited faith in Amida and some faith in personal merits and self-effort practices such as visualizations, rituals, initiations, meditation, self-purification, or any dharmic action that can be dedicated as individual merit for birth in the Pure Land. These practitioners who still possess a partial belief on their merit and self-power practices are under the umbrella of the 19th and 20th vows. As Reverend Cirlea explains, I quote the book The Meaning of Faith and Denbutsu in Jodo Shinshu Buddhism by Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea. I quote, "In the 19th vow, Amida promised that those who do various meritorious deeds in order to be born in the Pure Land will be welcomed by him into the Pure Land. The various meritorious deeds mean they continue to practice some kinds of meditative and non-meditative practices. For example, whenever they do a visualization or contemplation of Amida in accord with the Contemplation Sutra, or even they do another meditation techniques, meditative practices, then they observe precepts, do a good deed like saving a life, abstaining from eating meat. They think this will help them to be born in Amida's Pure Land and actually transfer the merit of these practices, these meditative or non-meditative practices, towards their future birth in the Pure Land. Usually followers of various schools do meditation practices or observe precepts in order to become a Buddha in this life, like Shakyamuni. But practitioners of the 19th vow changed the goal of these meditative and non-meditative practices towards attaining Buddhahood in the Pure Land of Amida. They changed the direction of their Buddhist practice toward Amida Buddha. This is the difference between them and other Buddhists. And this difference makes them enter in Amida's influence and guidance. In the 20th vow, Amida promises that those who exclusively say his name, even though they consider this recitation to be their own virtue and a practice that depends on their own capacities, will also be born in the Pure Land. So, the followers of the 20th vow make another important step further into the light of Amida Buddha. They do not stop at meditative and non-meditative practices, but among all practices they choose only one, which is to say the name of Amida. However, they are still dependent on their own power, and their faith in Amida is not yet absolute." End quote. So, I finally realized that people who think they add something to Amida's salvation are actually holding on to their own power. If you dedicate merits to your birth in the Pure Land, it simply means that you don't believe 100% yet. It is as simple as that. Of course, as we have explained, Buddhas have different methods for different people. So the complex visualizations mentioned in the Contemplation Sutra or the Tibetan Powa practices can clearly lead a person to the Pure Land, but they are only provisional methods tailored for practitioners who cannot yet entrust completely to Amida's salvation. They still have some faith, however minimum, in their own practices and merits. Amida Buddha has tremendous compassion, since as we see in his 19th and 20th vows, he can even save people that don't rely on him completely. Now we will explain the two aspects of Amida's Pure Land. As Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea explains, according to the sutras and the commentaries of the Pure Land patriarchs, in Jodo Shinshu, being born in the Pure Land gives everyone the benefit of not falling ever again in samsara as an unenlightened being. This is called non-retrogression, as we explained earlier on. The moment a being is born in Sukhavati, he is free from samsara forever, and he is assured of future Buddhahood. Nevertheless, the practitioners who enter the Pure Land by the gates of the 20th and 19th vows don't go directly to meet Amida Buddha, but they are kept in a sort of waiting room because of their own doubts. This aspect of the Pure Land is called the borderland, the womb palace, or the city of doubt, pride and sloth. It is compared by Shakyamuni Buddha to a prison made of gold, filled with all manner of luxuries, fit for a prince who is kept there momentarily by the king. The prince in this analogy represents all the practitioners who still cling to their own merits and wisdom and have mixed faith in Amida Buddha. It must be realized that those born there are not kept there as a punishment by Amida Buddha. They are kept there due to their own doubts, and they will eventually overcome them, as the Pure Land is a place of no retrogression to samsara. All beings born in the Pure Land will become Buddhas eventually. Only that those that are born in the heart of Sukhavati, in the heart or center of the Pure Land, are those who follow the 18th vow. And if you follow the 19th and 20th vow, you won't become a Buddha immediately, but you have to wait a little bit. As Reverend Cirlea explains, The Pure Land can be compared to a house. A house has a main room and less important rooms or waiting rooms. The beings that are born in the Pure Land by the gate of the primal vow are reborn in the highest aspect of the Pure Land, that is, the main room of the Pure Land, called the true recompensed land or the fulfilled land, and beings that are born in the Pure Land by the gates of the 19th and 20th vows are born in the transformed land, the waiting room, or the borderland. Both the transformed land and the recompensed land are manifestations of the same Pure Land of Amida Buddha, so we must not think that they are fundamentally separate planes of existence. They are in fact skillful means of Amida's boundless compassion that extend even to beings that don't rely on him completely yet. In the Contemplation Sutra, Shakyamuni Buddha provides teachings on different visualizations of Amida's Pure Land that some practitioners can perform. According to Master Shinran, the fact that practitioners are divided into grades as they are described in the Contemplation Sutra means that the aspect of the Pure Land that is being described in this sutra is the aspect of the transformed land, that is, the borderland. Since in the heart of the Pure Land, the center of Sukhavati, also called the true recompensed land, all the practitioners are described as of one appearance and with the same enlightened capacities. As we read Reverend Cirlea's explanation, I quote, "As Master Shantao called it, birth in the fulfilled land of the Pure Land is called inconceivable birth, and all those born there are endowed with bodies of naturalness, emptiness, and infinity. To have bodies of naturalness, emptiness, and infinity means to become a Buddha, or to attain perfect enlightenment. The Pure Land in the aspect of the transformed land, the borderland of the Pure Land, is described in the 13 contemplations and the 9 grades of aspirants that are described in the Contemplation Sutra." End quote. So, Amida Buddha knew the different predispositions of beings, their skills and karmic tendencies, so he naturally made different gates to access the Pure Land. Of course, the main gate, the one that leads to instant enlightenment without delay, is the gate of the 18th vow, the primal vow, which is the direct entrance to the heart of the Pure Land, the recompensed land, the heart of Sukhavati. In Jodo Shinshu, we are encouraged to seek birth in the recompensed land at once, because that means that from the very first moment we arrive there, we will enjoy all the benefits of the 48 vows of Amida Buddha, and therefore we will become a Buddha quickly and swiftly and safely for the benefit of all sentient beings. On the contrary, being born in the transformed land would mean that a lot of time will be wasted. Time is precious, as it could be used to benefit countless beings in samsara. Those who have exclusive faith in Amida Buddha are very rare, since people always find ways to attach to their so-called merits and virtues. They recite the name of Amida Buddha thinking that it is somehow related to their own merits, and they use it as a mantra to cleanse their minds, forgetting that it's only due to Amida Buddha that his name is powerful and effective, and not because we say it often or seldom or due to our own special state of mind and things like that. Master Shinran and the 7 Jodo Shinshu patriarchs insisted that it is Amida who saves us, and we have nothing to do with that process. As Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea usually explains, Amida's vow can be compared to a person who cannot walk and is on board a plane. The fact that a person gets on board has nothing to do whatsoever with the functioning and piloting of the plane. A person is just taken by the plane. In the same manner, Amida takes us on the ship of his primal vow, and we just rely on that. If we think that the primal vow works because of your own merits, that would be like thinking that a plane works just because you are on board. The job of saving us is Amida's and not ours. As Master Shinran explains, I quote, the other power is Amida's power to save us, is entrusting ourselves to the primal vow and our birth in the Pure Land becoming firmly settled. Hence, it is altogether without one's own working. Thus, on the one hand, you should not be anxious that Amida will not receive you because you do wrong. A foolish being is by nature possessed of blind passions, so you must recognize yourself as a being of karmic evil. On the other hand, you should not think that you deserve to attain birth because you are good. You cannot be born into the true and real fulfilled land through such self-power calculations. I have been taught that with Shinjin of self-power, false Shinjin, that is, false faith or unsettled faith, a person can attain birth only in the realm of indolence, the borderland, the womb palace, and the city of doubt, that is, the borderland of the Pure Land. End quote. So, to believe that we are too evil to be saved by Amida is not to believe that he has a method for liberating us from samsara and our evil karma. Likewise, if we think we have to add something like special states of mind, visualizations or virtues and so on, if we think we have to add this to Amida's salvation, we are also lacking settled faith, Shinjin, and therefore that false faith can only lead to the borderland and not to the fulfilled land, the heart of Sukhavati. It must be noted that those practitioners who engage in complex visualization practices or esoteric teachings that are focused on Amida have a big chance to fail. That was actually my greatest concern when I was trying to study Powa practices before I studied Jodo Shinshu Buddhism. I thought something like this: if I fail at creating these special mental conditions at the moment of death, then I could fail miserably and wind up in samsara again. The same way, those practitioners that believe that reciting Amida's name is a self-powered practice, like in the 19th vow, will have to keep reciting non-stop all their lives if they wish to be born in the Pure Land. After all, if one believes that Amida Buddha only saves those who are diligent and virtuous, then being focused on the Nembutsu with diligence, then you would have to be focused on the Nembutsu with diligence all your life to create a virtuous mind. And that way would be the only way to be born in Amida's Pure Land. So, by following their self-power practices, that they are actually creating an obstacle by themselves. They're actually endangering themselves and putting into question their own deliverance from samsara. This does not mean that Jodo Shinshu Buddhists cannot recite the Nembutsu all day long if they wish, and during all their lives, but they are not obsessed with virtuous mental states or personal merit or the numbers of the Nembutsu. They just say the Nembutsu, enjoying it in a devotional way, because they feel and they know that they are already saved, assured of their salvation, their birth in Amida's Pure Land after death. So, the Nembutsu for true believers in Amida's primal vow is just an expression of simple gratitude and faith. On the contrary, if people believe their salvation is not assured and they get obsessed with having a virtuous state of mind while reciting the Nembutsu, as a consequence, the moment of death then becomes a crucial moment for them, as their salvation is not settled at all, as Master Shinran insightfully says. I quote, "To believe that each time you say the Nembutsu, your karmic evil is eradicated is nothing but to strive to attain birth by eliminating your karmic evil through your own efforts. In that case, you can only attain birth by being diligent in the Nembutsu to the very point of death. For every single thought you have throughout the course of your life is a fetter binding you to birth and death. But since our karmic recompense restricts us, we may, meeting with various unforeseen accidents or being tormented by the pain of sickness, reach the end of our lives without dwelling in right-mindedness, that is, in a good state of mind. In such circumstances, saying the name is difficult. How then is the karmic evil committed in that final interval to be eradicated? If it is not eliminated, is not birth unattainable? The desire to eradicate one's karmic evil through saying the name arises from the heart of self-power. It is the basic intent of people who pray to be in a state of right-mindedness when their lives end. It therefore reveals an absence of Shinjin, that is, other power." End quote. Even if the Buddhist practitioners that engage in mixed practices to attain birth in the Pure Land are completely successful at those practices like Powa or other visualizations, they are clearly born in the transformed land, since they put so much effort into self-powered practices and not in Amida's primal vow. So even if they are successful, they are only born in the borderland, where a lot of precious time is wasted. Of course, Amida has compassion for all beings and he does not abandon these kind of persons, but his main goal is to quickly save all beings in the simplest and most effective way he has, and that is through his primal vow. the 18th vow of salvation. The teachings that relate Amida's salvation with some sort of personal merit have only a provisional value, and they are tailored precisely for those beings obsessed with practices and personal merits. Amida is aware of those types of practitioners. Nevertheless, if we deeply reflect on Amida's vows, we will realize that his primordial intention is to save all beings, no matter if they are clumsy at meditation or visualizations. So, the vow that takes all beings under Amida's wings is the 18th vow, the primal vow, which only requires faith and reciting his name in gratitude. This is why entering the Pure Land through the gate of the primal vow can be compared to entering a grand ship by its main entrance, like a royal guest. Since it is Amida who is inviting us to his Pure Land, he is kindly asking us to take his hand and become Buddhas in his Pure Land. He is saying something like, "Sentient beings, you are like my own children. I will not wait for you to become perfect to save you. I have taken care of your Buddhahood in my Pure Land. Just come as you are. Have faith in my primal vow, say my name, and you will surely be born in my land. Nothing else is required from you." Using the ship analogy again, Amida is like the captain of a ship, Amida's Pure Land, and he is openly inviting all people in town, in all Samsara, to board his ship. Nevertheless, his ship is boarded by two types of people. First, those who paid attention to the personal invitation made by the captain himself, an open invitation to all people, and these people then are welcomed as royal guests by the crew, the enlightened bodhisattvas of the Pure Land, and the captain, Amida Buddha himself. And there are other types of people. The second type, there are people who fail to listen to the captain's open invitation, and then they try to board the ship through other ways, like attempting to jump dangerously into the ship, not by the main entrance, but by a window, or jumping straight into the deck, thinking that they have been clever to have gotten on board, like a thief or a secret agent. But in reality, they were completely foolish from the beginning, because everyone was invited in the first place, and it was for free. Nevertheless, the captain allows people to enter the ship from all angles, because he wants everybody on board as soon as possible, so he makes sure they are helped by all means possible, so they don't hurt themselves attempting to get on board, so that these practitioners don't fall into the waves, into the ocean of samsara, and they get on board the ship of his salvation as soon as possible. Nevertheless, the people that got into the ship not by the main entrance have a strange attitude of heroes or secret agents. They are sort of confused in the ship, so they don't join the main room of the ship, Amida's recompensed land, that is the heart of Sukhavati, like the guests of the primal vow that enter the ship through the main entrance, that is, through the gate of the primal vow, the 18th vow. So, these strange people then are kindly taken to a separate room momentarily in a lower deck of the ship that is quite comfortable, where they are calmed by the crew, and the crew, that is the bodhisattvas, patiently and kindly explain to them that they don't need to have this hero attitude, this strange secret agent attitude, because the captain openly invited everyone on board. So, as soon as those people realize how foolish they were, they join the main hall and enjoy the beauty of the open skies with the captain, that is, they realize nirvana, and they welcome all the people that keep coming in, that is, they welcome all beings that are born in the Pure Land as well. The hero attitude in this analogy is the attitude of those who think they are in the Pure Land because they have done great spiritual practices with some blessings, they say, given by Amida Buddha. They trusted Amida would help them to be born in his Pure Land, but their own skills, they falsely claim, had a little or a lot to do with their present situation. This is what they think. Nevertheless, in the Pure Land they have a place where they calm down and they acknowledge that the enlightenment they seek in Amida's Pure Land can only be provided by Amida's infinite merits. So once they abandon their obsession with individual practices and completely entrust themselves to Amida, leaving everything related to their enlightenment in Amida's hands, then they will leave the borderland and attain enlightenment in Amida's recompensed land, the heart of Sukhavati. That is, they will leave the lower deck and then they will join the main room of the ship, that is, the center of the Pure Land. So basically the second type of persons that boarded the ship, they understood it all backwards. But since 19th and 20th vow practitioners have some amount of mixed faith, Amida never forsakes them, because they have some little faith in him. The borderland, as Shakyamuni describes, can be compared to a royal building that is meant to keep a prince inside for a limited amount of time, as Shakyamuni describes in the larger sutra, sections 42 and 43. I quote, "There they are served with food and drink and provided with clothes, couches and cushions, flowers and incense, and they can enjoy music, being treated just like the wheel-turning monarch himself. They have no wants. Do you think that those princes would enjoy living there?" Shakyamuni Buddha asked Maitreya. Maitreya answered, "No, they would not. They would seek various means of approach to ask a person of power to help them escape." The Buddha, Shakyamuni, said to Maitreya, "Those beings born within the lotus buds are like that. Because of their doubt of the Buddha's wisdom, they have been born in palaces. Although they receive no punishment or ill treatment even for a single moment, they must pass 500 years there without being able to see the three treasures, making offerings to the Buddha or cultivating a store of virtue. This is distressing to them. Although there are other pleasures there, they do not enjoy living there. If those beings become aware of the faults committed in their former lives and deeply repent, they can, as they wish, leave and go to where Amidaji dwells." End quote. Amida offers his salvation to all beings and he doesn't demand anything from us. He does all the work. He's actually asking us to take his hand. We have all the chances to fail at complex practices to be born in the Pure Land. I certainly know I could not have done them myself, even if I had no other choice. Sadly, many beings doubt the supreme blessings of the primal vow, and they try to board the ship of Amida's salvation in dangerous ways, trying to jump over Samsara's treacherous waves to get to the deck of the primal vow, when the only thing that Amida asks is that people safely enter the main gate of the ship of his salvation as royal guests. That is, he only asks us to entrust ourselves to him, and that's it. We should by all means be born in Amida's Pure Land through the safest and supreme gate of the primal vow. As Shinran Shonin insisted time and time again, we should not endanger ourselves by trying to be wiser than Amida and mix our faith with practices that are not mentioned in the 18th vow. As Yuenbo said, a disciple of Shinran Shonin who wrote the Tanisho, quoting his master, I quote, "How sad it would be to abide in the borderland instead of being born directly into the fulfilled land, even though one has the fortune of saying the Nembutsu." End quote. How sad indeed it would be to fail at those demanding practices, holding on to our deluded egos, and to be reborn in Samsara again, or in the borderland, where a lot of precious time is wasted, when the salvation offered by Amida is so simple and especially designed to deliver all beings from Samsara, irrespective of their spiritual skills. Conclusion. Being an Arahat is difficult. Being a high-level Bodhisattva is very difficult. And being a Buddha, which is the ultimate goal of the Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism, is even harder and more rare and precious. Do you think you can go through all the planes of existence and overcome heaven and hell through your own spiritual practice? Will you be successful in this life? Will you? Are you absolutely sure you won't fail and end up in Samsara yet again, like you have been doing like a fool for countless lifetimes? Well, these questions can only be answered when you deeply reflect on your true spiritual capacities. I sincerely ask you, my friend, to take Amida's hands and to be saved like Shakyamuni Buddha taught, like Nagarjuna taught, like Vasubandhu, Shantao, Honen, Shinran, Renyo, and so many great masters taught, and so many other great masters of the past and present are telling us in unison. They say something like, all of those great masters and the Buddha are telling us in unison, with the same voice, tomorrow will be too late. Now and not tomorrow is the day you should deeply reflect on birth and death and the matter of utmost importance, which is the afterlife. Where to go? Where will you go when you die? Where will you go when this physical body disintegrates? Our karmic store is filled to the brim with evil passions and delusions, and the Dharma age we are living in now is also filled with hindrances and wrong views. What are you waiting for? What do you want? Do you want to experience death and birth? Do you want to experience death and suffering forever? Or do you want to be a Buddha? Amida Buddha's salvation is freely offered to all sentient beings. This is the method that is by far the safest and swiftest path for us all. Let's go to Amida's Pure Land of utmost bliss through the primal vow, my dear Dharma friends. Namo Amida Butsu, Kosho Arana. If you wish to deepen your understanding of Amida Buddha, you can do so by downloading Reverend Josho Adrian Cirlea's books. You just have to click the links below in the description of this video.